Let us pray.
Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen. Infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen. Infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do.
Okay, so good day everyone. Welcome to our second day of free seminar on audit of related party transactions. So, kahapon ano po ang ginawa natin? We discussed about the RAMO 1-2019, no? So, yung mga steps that would be undertaken by the examiner and also the documents that the examiner will require during the transfer pricing audit. And today, we will start with business restructuring and intragroup services. And also we will discuss the cost contribution arrangements, and then the intangibles and interest payment transactions. I will discuss also the transfer pricing analysis report. And itong case study, email na lang po to sa inyo because di na natin kakayanin. No? Loaded na masyado with so many topics that we are discussing. Pero in order na hindi kayo kulang or bitin, magkaroon tayo ng case study, meron na siyang situation, and then meron siyang questions, and then may suggested na answers, so that you have the application of what you have learned. No? Okay, so today we will focus on the possible sources na mga transfer pricing issues. So along the way, during the discussion, sasabihin ko rin sa inyo yung mga possible transfer pricing issues, possible na sources ng mga comparability adjustment that the examiner can discover during the transfer pricing audit. Okay. May concern pa? Ilan na ngayon ang participants?
Viewers po ma'am na 23.
Okay, so 23. Sino yan? I-shout out ko. Akin na yung listing. Okay, so shout out lang po sa mga present na ngayon. So Alas Angel, no, from Bicol Regional Tax Institute. We have Baliena Keisha May, Colegio de Santa Rosa de Lima Inc., Santa Rosa, Laguna. We have Kakayan Christian Bryan from San Carlos City, Pangasinan, from Camfin Lending Inc. We have De La Peña Janet. Nandyan ba ito kahapon? Wala, no? Yung De La Peña? Ah, yes. O, ano ko na. The Insular Life Insurance Company Limited. Si Ma'am Olga, wala pa? Okay, so
Sa cellphone siya
De Los Reyes Maria Maiji, no? We have Divina Jethro Ragoro from Howe Builders and Development Corporation. We have,
naman si Ma'am Olga.
nandiyan na?
Sa cellphone siya nag-attendance, di siya makakomment sa
Ah,
YouTube.
okay, so Ma'am Olga, Dildoc Olga from San Juan, Samal, Bataan. Company is OM Dildoc CPA, no? Practitioner po siya, CPA practitioner. And Dominguez Belia from Paso de Blas, Valenzuela City. Ang company niya is Division of City Schools, Valenzuela City. Inisimo Renelda, also DepEd Valenzuela from Marulas, Valenzuela. We have Ferrer Andrea, no? From San Fabian, Pangasinan. The Medical City, Pangasinan po yung kanyang company. We have Garay Jesse, no? Kanomay West, Valenzuela City. Also, Howe Builders and Development Corporation, no? We have Grace Andres from House of Representatives. Nandyan ba siya kahapon?
Ako madam.
Itong Grace Andres?
Ako.
Javier Maricel from DepEd Valenzuela. We have Manzanero Ira, ISDO Caloocan. We have Medrano Care from Bagong Silang, Caloocan. Melgarejo Jessica, Pangarap, Caloocan City. Nahira Carmelita Reyes, Barangay 171, Bagong Bong, Caloocan City. We have Ulianas Christine Joy, Barangay Sindol, San Felipe, Zambales. Umawing Hani from Marulas, Valenzuela City. Company is Division Office of Valenzuela. Panaligan Maridel, Caloocan City. Diparo, from Diparo, no? Quinyo Jasmine, Barangay Graceville, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, no? Itong sa law office wala na. Saldivar Merizen, from Caloocan City. Torio Ivy Grace, Karuhatan, Valenzuela. We have Villadaris Dexter, no? MIAA. Evangelista LV from Batangas City. So sila pa lang yung 23. Okay, may nadagdag pa. Dominguez Belia, parang nasabi ko na to. Oh. Nahira Jason Christian, Quikay Jefferson, kahapon nandyan din yan siya. Reyes Jenna Marjorie. No? Oh. Oh. I-check mo na siya. So 23 plus 4? 27. Pero parang doble yung isa. Siguro mga 26 lang. Okay, so let's continue with our discussions today. We will have business restructuring and what is the rationale of business restructuring? Business restructuring, excuse me, tawagin mo nga siya. 27. Pero parang doble yung isa. Siguro mga 26 lang. Okay, so let's continue with our discussions today. We will have business restructuring and what is the rationale of business? Okay. Let's continue with our discussion on business restructuring. Okay, so what is the rationale of business restructuring or the reasons why companies restructure their business operation? Oh? So business restructuring is a business decision made by top management of the entity to apply or adapt a new scheme, process, or strategies to improve its operations. Bakit po kaya tayo mag-aaral ng business restructuring, and how does this business restructuring is related to our study of transfer pricing? No? Because business restructuring is a rich source of uh, transfer pricing issues, no? So sometimes dito pumapasok yung mga scheme na ginagawa ng companies to lessen the payment of taxes. That's why many scheme used in business restructuring, pagdating na po sa court, ginagawa, recharacterize. Anong tawag ng recharacterize? Nire-reclassify. Why? Kasi sometimes kulang siya ng substance, no? In form, it is business restructuring, but in substance, hindi, no? Kaya anong ginagawa ng court? Dinidisallow, no? As if hindi nag-i-exist. Parang hindi siya, wala siya, no? So that's the rationale of business restructuring. Okay. So business restructuring is a business decision made by top management of the entity to apply or adopt a new scheme, process, or strategies to improve its operation. So what is the rationale? To improve its operation. No? So dapat ganon. Because if hindi na siya, the purpose is not to improve its operation, but to minimize payment of taxes, then it is not arm's length. And if it is not arm's length, as if there is no business restructuring. No? So businesses are restructured for the following reasons: to improve management and control of the entities, no? So ito yung mga reasons kung bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng business restructuring, no? So anong purpose? To improve the management and or control of the entities. Also to get rid of loss-making activity, no? Ano yung get rid of loss-making activity? Because the company is losing. That's why you have to restructure in order that the company will not be losing anymore. No? Another reason for business restructuring is to bargain for a more favorable options. Ano yung favorable options? Sometimes it's the economy of scale. Sometimes it's the mayroon kang big discounts, may location savings, no? It depends kung anong klaseng scheme ng restructuring ang ginawa mo. To negotiate contracts, no? Bakit there are contracts na favorable or actually ito may mga cases to, no, sa mga negotiation of contracts. Ano yung negotiates dito? The provisions of the contracts. No? That's why when I try to advise my client, I told them to review your contracts in such a way na yung mga contracts na yan are each of the provisions are arm's length, no? So to improve profit-making activities, okay. To increase efficiency and effectiveness of existing process, no? So these are most likely the reasons why the company restructure, no? So anong mga transfer pricing issues dito, no? Halimbawa, nag-negotiate ka ng contracts, is it arm's length? Nag-improve ba yung profit-making activities mo because you restructure? Nag-increase ba yung efficiency and effectiveness mo of your existing process because you restructure your operation? No? Kasi kung hindi, then hindi siya arm's length. No? It can be for another reason. Okay. Forms of business restructuring. Business restructuring is a business decision made by top management of the entity to apply or adopt new scheme, process, or strategies to improve its operation. No? So, anong form niya? Conversion of full-fledged manufacturer into a toll manufacturer or into a limited risk distributor or commissioner. Kahapon, I discussed already to you kung ano yung pagkakaiba ng full-fledged manufacturer and also the toll manufacturer. No? Ano ba yung pagkakaiba? Balikan natin yung discussions natin on full-fledged manufacturer. The full-fledged manufacturer owns the raw materials, and then nilagyan niya ng factory overhead and also the direct labor, no? Kasi yun yung essential components of manufacturing cost. Sa kanya lahat yan. So, ibig sabihin, if you are a full-fledged manufacturer, you own the raw materials, and of course, whatever processed goods, sa iyo pa rin yun, and also the finished goods, no? So, ikaw lahat ang may-ari. So, if you are a full-fledged manufacturer, since ikaw yung may-ari ng lahat ng inventories and everything, so all the risks pertaining to that inventories, pertaining to the operations, lahat-lahat na nasa iyo. So, if you are a full-fledged manufacturer, high-risk manufacturing ka. And sabi na nga natin, para maging arm's length ka, if you are high risk means high rewards. So, ang ibig sabihin, since sa iyo lahat, you are paid for that kind of activity that you are doing. Bakit? Kasi nasa iyo lahat ang risk. So, dapat lang nakikita ka and you are properly compensated. No? Kasi ang mangyayari dyan, full-fledged manufacturer yung classification mo. But in truth and in fact, yung raw materials mo, hindi ikaw yung may-ari. Yung sa iyo dyan is only factory overhead and direct labor. So, wala ka ding risk sa inventory. No? So, in contrast to a toll manufacturer, ano naman yung pagkakaiba ng toll manufacturer to the full-fledged manufacturer? The toll manufacturer only manufactures, no? Do service. Bakit? Kasi yung toll manufacturer, hindi siya yung may-ari ng goods, no? Pinama-manufacture lang sa kanya. Sino yung totoong may-ari ng goods? It's the owner of the raw materials, or in some cases, it's the related party, no? Ano naman tong limited risk distributor or commissioner, no? From a full-fledged distributor, ibig sabihin, ikaw ang full-fledged distributor. So, you buy your merchandise, you buy the goods, and then resell it, no? Sa iyo yung inventory, sa iyo lahat yung risk in maintaining the inventory, pagplano sa lahat ng operations. That is the full-fledged distributor. Pag sinabi mong limited risk distributor, ano ka? Ang gagawin mo, very limited lang. Recruit ka lang, magbenta ka lang ng goods. Pag meron ka ng buyer, it is the head office na magdi-deliver sa kanila, magre-resibo doon sa customer mo. So, very, very limited ka lang. No? Or commissioner. Pagka-commissioner ka naman, ano lang yung ibabayad sa iyo? The commission. So, anong laman ng financial statement mo, ng report mo, or ng libro mo? Since commission lang, walang laman na inventory, walang laman na mga direct labor, factory overhead, yung libro. Ano lang yung nandyan? Only the commission, kaya nga wala kang purchases. Ano lang yung related expenses mo for the commission? Only the mga expenses, no, related lang doon sa limbawa transportation mo, no, head and light and water, or yung pag-maintain mo ng office, yung just a little admin expenses, no, kasi commissioner ka lang eh, so very limited lang, so very limited din yung tax na babayaran mo, no, unlike na full-fledged distributor ka, no. Another form or kind of business restructuring is the transfer of tangible assets by restructured entity to a foreign associated enterprises. Ano itong mga tangible assets? Maraming gumagawa nito, no? Especially yung halimbawa na lang, aircraft operations, no? So the operating company is different from the owner of this aircraft, which are the tangible assets used in business. So, anong ginagawa nila? Itong mga aircraft na kapangalan sa isang company. Yung isang company na yan is a related party. At anong dapat kung gusto mo siyang gawin na arm's length, the transaction is arm's length, the operating company of the aircraft is renting or leasing the aircraft from another company which is a related party. No? So, ano yung maging issue dyan, transfer pricing issue, is the payment of the lease arm's length. Kasi kung hindi, then you have to adjust. Ganun ang transfer pricing na audit. Always refer back to the question, is it arm's length? Why? Because if it is not arm's length, meaning it is different from what the independent parties are doing in the market, no? So, anong gagawin mo? Ibalik mo siya, i-adjust mo siya so that similar siya with that of the related parties, with the independent parties. So, halimbawa, sobra-sobra yung singil niya ng list, babaan mo. Halimbawa naman, mas mababa, itaas mo. Kasi sundan mo ngayon kung ano yung nandyan sa independent parties. No? So, ganyan po ang transfer pricing audit. Transfer pricing audit is you have to see to it that the transactions between related parties and independent parties are arm's length. And when we say arm's length, the independent transaction is the benchmark. No? Why? Because the independent transactions or the uncontrolled transactions are the real transactions because it has no element of control. The pricing of the goods and services in independent financial and commercial transactions are such that influence lang ng market forces, which is in economic is the law of supply and demand. No? So transfer pricing is economic taxation. Another form is disposal of intangible rights by a local operation to a central location. No? So ano yun? Disposal ng intangible rights by a local operation to a central location. No? Ano yung intangible rights? Ito yung websites, ito yung mga list of customers, no? Ano yung local operation to a central location? Halimbawa, gumawa ka ng IP hub, no? Anong IP hub? Intellectual property na company. And then, pinaregister mo doon sa tax haven countries. So that lahat ng royalty payments, tinaasan mo yung royalty payments so that wala nang income yung company operating in a certain country, wala nang income. Bakit? Sa laki ng binabayad na royalty payments, na-drain na siya, puro expenses lang siya. So, saan ang kumikita? Saan ang income? Nandun na dinala sa tax haven countries. Are they paying taxes? There are tax haven with zero taxes and there are tax haven na napakababa lang ng tax. So, may natira pa doon sa company operating in a certain country, puro net loss na lang, no? So, ano yung binabayaran doon? Sometimes wala nang income, VAT na lang, no? But then, ang VAT, because of its mechanism of output and input taxes, sometimes wala rin nababayaran sa VAT, no? So, yan ang lonely world of taxes, no? Circumvent siya na kasi global na eh. So, pwede mo nang dalhin yung taxability ng isang company, pwede mo na siya dalhin mobile na. Pwede mo siya ilipat-lipat kung saan, no? Where you can have tax advantage, no? And what is that tax advantage? Yung tax savings mo, no? Instead of paying so much taxes, imagine, napakalaki ng tax payments, no? So, if the rate is 35% or 40%, imagine that 60% yung matira sa iyo. No? So, disposal of intangible rights by a local operation to a central location. And another form is the transfer of contractual rights between associated enterprises. Oh, what is that contractual rights? Sometimes, yun yung example ko sa inyo na the one producing this macadamia fruits for their manufacture of yung candy manufacturing, nilalagay sinasama sa chocolate, no? So ano yung contractual rights mo doon? Biro mo you lease land for 400 years, no? So along the way, after 50 years, i-lease mo yan, yung contractual rights mo, i-transfer mo yan sa another company, but that another company is also a related party, no? So, pwede yun, the transfer of contractual rights. Anong arm's length issue dyan? When it comes to transfer pricing audit, is the payment for that contractual rights transferred to the other company properly compensated or properly remunerated. If not, then it is not arm's length. And if it is not arm's length, then you adjust. How will you adjust? You have to use the transfer pricing methods, no? Kung price, then adjust mo yung price. If it is the gross profit, then adjust the gross profit. If it is the net profit, no, depending on the methods that you use, then adjust the net profit. No? Okay. Another form of business restructuring is continuance of loss-making activities. No? Itong mga dinidiscuss po natin sa inyo ngayon, be sure na saan nyo to hanapin. Kung kayo yung mag-o-audit, halimbawa, if you are the examiner ng BIR, saan nyo to hanapin? Doon sa disclosure to the financial statements or to the contracts attached to the BIR Form 1709. So, I stand corrected yung ating revenue regulations that requires the filing of BIR Form 1709 is Revenue Regulations 19-2020. Tama na, Hare? Okay. So, may mga shout-out? May nadagdag na ano? Anong pangalan? Akin na kasi i-shoutout ko muna.
Pero sila po si Ma'am Valencia. Nasa dulo po.
Okay, so shout out to Miss Valencia Paula Shara, no? Pahabol, no? Present po siya ngayon. Okay. Okay, so another form of business restructuring is the continuance of loss-making activities. So ang tanong ko, kung kayo yung examiner, saan nyo to hanapin? On the BIR Form 1709 or in the notes to the financial statements of the company that you are auditing? Kung kayo naman ang prepare ng financial statements, you are the accountant, saan nyo to ilalagay? Disclosure doon sa notes to financial statement. Doon nyo naman ilalagay yung explanations ninyo on the business restructuring that occurs during the year, no? During the taxable year. No? That is the requirement. No? Another form of business restructuring is the continuance of loss-making activities. So what is the loss-making activities of the company? No? Sometimes they are dealing with just few products. And then for so many years, losing. Samantalang the industry is gaining. No? So red light na kaagad yan. No? Parang yun yung sinasabi nila na risk assessment. No? Nasa risk ka na ng transfer pricing audit. So the continuance of the loss-making activities, red flag din yan. Bakit? Kasi bakit ka magko-continue ng loss-making activities mo? Hindi ka kumikita. The essence of the economic entity, of the business as an economic entity is to make profit. So why is it that for so long or for how many years you are losing and then you still continue your activity? So that's not viable, no, business activity. No? So question mark na kaagad dyan. No? Kasi bakit? Mamaya yung totoo dyan, hindi ka naman talaga losing. You are just losing pagdating sa financial statement for the sake of the payment of taxes. No? And then another form is outsourcing. So marami yan ngayon, no? You outsource your business activity. Anong purpose mo? Bakit nag-outsource ka? May savings ka. Bakit ka may savings? Mas malaki kung ikaw yung mag-maintain ng isang division kaysa sa ipa-outsource mo. No? That's the other reason kung bakit nag-outsource yung isang company. No? Kailan ba uso yung outsourcing? No? Way back 1960s. This din, nung nagkaroon na ng globalization, no? Nagsabayan sila. Sumikat din yung outsourcing. Implementation of a central purchasing cost functions. Ano yung advantage if there is a central purchasing cost functions? Because I can see even the local companies that there are companies who establish purchasing company. Ang lahat ng ginagawa niya, purchase lang ng purchase and then distribute it to the related parties. Why? Implementation of a central purchasing cost functions, no? Ito naman cost functions, no? Bakit nandoon lahat yung central purchasing? Why? Because halimbawa you have 50 malls, 100 na malls. Pero isa lang yung central purchasing cost functions mo. Isa lang yung bumibili. So anong nangyayari ngayon? Nakakapag-haggle ka ng price with your supplier to avail of the economies of scale. What is the economies of scale? Discount, volume discount. Why? Because malaki yung order mo. Why? Kasi nagsusupply ka ng 100 na malls. No? And aside from the economies of scale, volume discount, nagkakaroon ka rin ng negotiation on the terms of payment. Since million-million ang binibili mo sa isang supplier, so papayag nga yun yung suppliers na bayaran mo dyan in a term na 90 days, 60 days, no? So anong mangyayari? Within that 60-day period, nabenta mo na yung goods ng supplier, na ikot mo pa yung pera, no? So diyan kumikita yung mga malls, no? Kasi if you try to look at yung mga stocks nila, inventories, mga consigned goods lang yan, wala silang talagang puhunan. Ano yung puhunan nila? Only the pwesto or the place. But if you try to look at it sa bagong business natin ngayon, the digitized business, ano na mangyayari sa mga mall, kung kaunti na lang yung pupunta. Why? Kasi online na lahat, no? So, hindi mo na kailangan pumunta sa mall. Saan ka na lang magsa-shopping? Sa internet, no? And then, ano lang yung babayaran mo? Babayaran mo na lang yung delivery charges. So, yun yung mga cost na ano natin, na magiging additions natin, no? So, pero balik naman nun sa atin is that convenience, no? Hindi ka mahirapan. Kasi pag lumabas ka, mamamasahe ka rin. And then sobra. Pag uwi mo, sobrang traffic, no? So, you avoid all the inconveniences. This location savings as a form of business restructuring, you locate or relocate your business because of some reasons, no? At ano yung reasons? Siyempre, beneficial to the company because if it is not beneficial, then anong katapat ng pagre-restructure mo, no? Might as well, hindi ka na kailangan mag-restructure kung wala ka namang benefits. Why? Because the restructuring will also incur so much effort and expenses, no? To kagaya ng halimbawa nag-relocate ka, no? There's so much that you are going to prepare for the place and then yung mga inventories mo, mga equipments mo, ililipat mo. If it is from one country to another, then it is very costly, no? Okay. Okay. Excuse lang po, sandali ah. CCR lang. Okay. So let's continue with our discussion on business restructuring, no? Uh, for the restructuring, the most important, no? Kasi the tax authority will hindi nila iisipin kung mag-restructure ka ba o hindi. It's none of their business. Ano yung business ng tax authority? To see to it na kung mag-restructure ka, you apply the arm's length principle. At ano yung arm's length principle na sabi natin, which is adopted by transfer pricing? Ito yung you apply the independent party transactions treatment to that certain restructuring in order that it is at par with that of the restructuring of the related parties, no? So dapat nandiyan palagi yun, compare, wala yang katapusan. So when you compare, no, yung sabi natin, the arm's length principle compares the financial and commercial transactions of this related party transactions with that of the independent transactions. So ito, balikan na naman natin ulit. Pabalik-balik lang po talaga ang transfer pricing. Balikan na natin ulit, what are the 5 comparability factors that we are going to use when magko-compare tayo, no? So the 5 comparability factors: nature, characteristic of goods and services na i-compare mo, no? So nature and characteristics of goods and services, whether tangible or intangible. And then ano pa, yung FAR analysis, or what we are calling na functions, assets, and risk, no? And then next, yung third is the economic conditions. Then fourth is the contractual terms, no? Contractual terms, ang daming contractual terms that are questionable na nakakarating po yan sa court. And then ano pa? The business strategies, because these business strategies sometimes diyan nagdi-differ yung pricing, no? Ang independent party and related parties, depending on the purpose kung bakit nag-adapt sila ng business strategies, no? Ay bago ko pala ituloy yung aking explanations, no? Thank you na may taga-congress tayo na attending this seminar. Why? Kasi pasalamat din ako sa Congress for their effort, no, na masulong yung transfer pricing dito sa Pilipinas. Kasi ang tagal na pinapakinabangan na ito ng ibang bansa, pero tayo parang hindi natin masyado na ina-adapt yung transfer pricing, no? So with that of the case of ABS-CBN, no, that triggers the investigation of the related party transactions and the transfer pricing issues, yun, kaya nagkaroon ng improvement yung ating mga rules and regulations in transfer pricing. So thank you very much for that effort. Okay, so the arm's length principle should also be applied to business restructuring. Why? Because the arm's length principle is the internationally accepted principle that we have to treat these related party transactions, no? So a comparability analysis should be done for the restructuring transactions to determine the conditions made or imposed between associated enterprises, preferably on the functions performed, assets used, and risk assumed by the parties, and also the terms of conditions of the contract. No? Contract po yan, hindi yan contact. Economic circumstances and business strategies. So you try to look at the 5 comparability factors, no? It is here in these slides. Nandyan. Ano yung 5 comparability factors natin? So nakalagay dyan. The functions performed, assets used, and the risk assumed. So yan yung FAR analysis, no? And also the contract, no? Terms and conditions of the contract, or the contractual terms, the economic circumstances, and the business strategies, no? Okay. So those are the comparability factors. Disclosure, the financial statements. How are you going to disclose the business restructuring in your financial statements, no? Okay. Brief description of the nature of obligations and the expected timing of any resulting outflows of economic benefits, no? Why? Kaya ka sabi na nga natin, nag-restructure because There are reasons. And what are the reasons? Yung inisa-isa natin kanina, gaganda yung management mo to discontinue the loss-making activity. And in fact, itong business restructuring, ito po yung isang nire-regulate ng Philippine Competition Commission. So ano yung batas natin sa Philippine Competition Commission? That all restructuring, may threshold sila na 1 billion, no? So lahat na restructuring na yan will pass through the Philippine Competition Commission, evaluate nila, and then pinapa-approve, no? If hindi siya ma-approve, then the restructuring will not push through, no? Bakit? Kasi yan yung antitrust law natin dito sa Pilipinas, na yung competition ay sinusulong or ini-encourage, no? Yung fair competition, hindi naman yung hindi fair, no? And then in that case, monopolies of the business, no, naiiwasan. Bakit? If there is monopoly, anong mangyayari? Pag may monopoly sa isang area, halimbawa, or isang industry, there is a monopoly, isa lang yung player, anong mangyayari? Anong mangyayari pagka monopolize? Then, yung goods, kontrolado niya yung presyo, no? Kasi siya lang yung isang player. So, anong mangyayari sa presyo? Kontrolado niya, no? And monopoly is not helpful sa economy, no? Sasuffer ang economy pagka there is monopoly. That's why monopoly is not encouraged, no? It is discouraged. Indication of uncertainties about the amount or timing of those outflows where necessary to provide adequate information to entity shall disclose the major assumption made concerning future events, no? So yan yung indication ng uncertainties, no? About the amount or timing of those outflows. No? Ano yung mga tinatawag natin na uncertainties, no? So, alam mo, uncertainties is present anywhere, no? Sa life natin, uncertain din tayo dito sa mundo, no? Anytime, wala ka na. So, yun yung sabi kong kwento ko sa inyo kahapon na chief ng admin sa Bacolod, no? Yung RDO, ano ba yun doon? 77, no? Wala na, no? Bata pa. So, uncertain din yung life natin. Ano pa yung mga uncertain? There are so many uncertainties. Even taxes, no? Sa mga policy makers natin, sa mga gumagawa ng policies natin sa taxation, the taxpayers during the deliberation, during the conventions, ang daming participants crying for certainties in taxation. But the policy makers, no matter how they craft these policies, as a basis for crafting also the tax laws, hindi nila maibigay yung tax certainties. Why? Because it is inherent in our lives, in everything, that there is uncertainty. Kaya nga pumapasok yung risk eh. Bakit? Bakit may risk? Kasi there are so many uncertainties in this world. No? Ano yung uncertain? Oh, hindi ka certain na bukas pag makakagising ka pa. Oh, so you have so many line-up activities. Kinabukasan pala, hindi ka na nagising. So what happened to your activities? Wala na. No? So, ano pa yung mga uncertainties sa business? Yun, yung may mangyayari na mga changes. May mangyayari na hindi mo ini-expect kinabukasan. No? But as a good businessman, no? Itong mga businessman natin, dyan talaga ako believe. If you are a person engaged in business, para sa akin, ikaw na yung pinakamatapang, ikaw na yung pinaka-risky na tao. Why? Kasi you still go on doing business eh. No? In spite na napaka risky ng business or uncertain ang business, pero nagbi-business ka pa rin. No? Kasi sa buhay naman natin, pag sinabi mo kasi uncertain, hindi ka sure ano ba dapat mangyayari. So, pwedeng maganda, pwedeng masama, no? As a good person, para yung tanggapin mo yon. Why? Kasi alam mo naman na lahat ng bagay are just temporary. So, halimbawa, hindi maganda yung business ngayon. No? It's just temporary. So, anong ibig sabihin na that is just temporary? Gaganda din ang business. No? So, maganda ang business ngayon. Huwag kang naman na ano na lang, bulabulakbol na lang. Why? Kasi isipin mo naman na later on, hindi na naman maganda yung business. So, anong gagawin mo? Mag-save ka na ngayon. Anticipate mo na yung hindi maganda. Kaya a good person talaga, since alam mo na uncertain ang buhay, dapat ano ka na, ready ka na, no? Pinaghahandaan mo na yung hindi maganda, pinaghahandaan mo na rin yung maganda. Lahat na yan, may plano ka na kung ano yung gagawin mo, no? If not, kaya the most important skill now to survive in this new world is you have to be adaptive, no? Kaya nga sabi pa nung pinsan ko na isa, today is battle of the brain. Why? Kasi pag hindi ka nag-iisip ngayon, you will be left behind. No? Kasi uncertain nga. Uncertain na, wala ka pang ginagawa. No? Uncertain na, nandun ka lang. Ay, wala yan, na transfer pricing, hindi yan, hindi yan applicable sa amin. No? Na transfer pricing audit ka ngayon. Applicable pala. Para kang tanga. Bakit? Pala. No? Walang pala sa buhay. Kasi, ay, ganun ba? Hindi ko alam. Yan yung mga, alam mo ba, pag ako may empleyado, yan ang ayaw na ayaw ko na isagot sa akin. Ay, nakalimutan ko. Ay, akala ko. Ay, ganun pala. Walang mga ganun. Kasi bakit? Yan sagot yan ng irresponsableng tao. Why, if you are responsible? Lahat yan, na-anticipate mo na. Sa trabaho, may plano ka na. And if you are just doing na ganun, walang mangyayari sa buhay mo. Even na empleyado ka, hindi ka ka-asenso as an employee. I tell you, no? Lalo na ngayon, ang dami ng trabaho na napapalitan na because of automation, no? Kagaya ng mga tax services ngayon, kagaya ng mga bookkeeping. No? Sino pa magpapabookkeep sa iyo? At a glance na lang, tuldok na lang sa computer, may compliance na yung taxpayer. Why? Hindi na pupunta sa BIR, hindi na pupunta sa bangko para magbayad. Ano na lang gagawin? 24/7, pwede nang mag-file sa bahay nila, basta't may internet lang. O, sino bang nangangailangan ng bookkeeper? O? Ang kailangan na lang CPA to audit at saka gagawa ng FS, but that is only once a year. End of the year lang yan ginagawa, once a year. So during the time, kung ikaw bookkeeper, anong gagawin mo? Might as well mag-business ka na rin, no? At lahat yan na natin yan, na pag-aaralan at na kasama yan sa plano natin, no? Kasi to strive or to survive in the new normal, dapat adaptive tayo, no? Kaya hindi kagaya nung client nung lawyer na isang client ko na 5 na client niya ay nagpakamatay, no? Ang isa siya engaged in advertising, no? If you try to look at sa mga billboards natin ngayon, wala nang laman. Why? Wala na nag-advertise. Nasaan na yung advertisement? Nasa internet na. Why? Kasi yung mga tao nandito na sa internet, no? So anong nangyari sa kanya? Hindi naman siya yung nagpakamatay na diretso, no? Unti-unti. Hindi na daw kumakain, hindi na makausap, hindi na bakit? Kasi yung ganyang klase ng tao not adaptive. Bakit? Halimbawa, because lucrative yung advertising business dati, no? So, yung way of life mo, iba na. Dami mong kotse, dami mong asawa, ang dami mong kung ano-anong mga luxurious life that you are living. And then, pagising mo isang umaga, wala na. No? Pero kung adaptive ka, you have to accept that things are just temporary. Na lahat ng nasa iyo ngayon, bukas, pwedeng wala na. No? So if you have that mentality, anong mangyayari sa iyo? You will survive. But if you have the mentality na, lahat ng to, akin to, ay hindi ako pwedeng mabuhay na wala akong ganito, you will not survive. No? So ano naman yung advantage at saka disadvantage kung you survive or not? Diba? Sabi naman ng iba, talagang ganun. At the end of the day, lahat naman tayo mamamatay. Well, depende na yan sa iyo. If you still love life, then you have to be adaptive. Pero kung ayaw mo na mabuhay, then wala tayong magawa, magpakamatay ka nga. No? Depende na yan talaga sa outlook ng tao. No? So, why are we studying transfer pricing? Because nagpaplano tayo sa buhay natin. Ano yung plano natin? So that when there is a transfer pricing audit, kaya nating harapin yung examiners. Kaya nating ibigay kung ano man yung kailangan or requirements of that examiners. No? So, ito yung maganda ng topic yung uncertainties. Kasi ang daming tao na caught unaware because of this pandemic. No? Kahit ako, I don't expect this one. Pero ang daming pumasok sa utak ko, bakit nagkaroon tayo ng ganito? No? These are uncertainties that we have to adapt, no, ourselves. So, an indication of uncertainties about the amount or timing of those outflows where necessary to provide adequate information to entity shall disclose the major assumptions made concerning future events. No? Anong cure ng iba? Because of this so much uncertainties, yun, nagre-restructure sila ng business. No? The amount of any expected reimbursement stating the amount of any asset that has been recognized for the expected reimbursement. No? So, ano yung reimbursement? Reimbursement of the restructuring. Okay. Business restructuring consists of the following. So, ito na yung na-discuss ko na sa inyo din na yung conversion of full-fledged distribution into limited risk distributor or commissioners for a foreign associated enterprises that may operate as principal, no? So, hindi lang yan that may operate as principal. Why? Bakit ganyan ang wordings? Because sometimes, may operate as principal, pero sa totoo, hindi pa pala siya ang principal. Why? There is still an immediate parent or another conduit company posing as a principal. Pero sa totoong buhay, hindi naman talaga siya principal. Kaya ito na yung pumasok yung concept ng legal owner and the beneficial owner. Because sometimes, another constituent or member of the group acted as principal pero hindi pala naman siya talagang totoo na principal. Why? There is another principal na doon lahat pumupunta sa kanya yung benefits, no? Kaya if you try to look at sa mga totoong pangyayari at saka you classify kung sino talaga yung may-ari ng business, it will redound to the beneficial owner. Why? Kasi there is a legal owner, sa kanya naka-register yung business. Pero ano namang nitong beneficial owner, bakit sa kanya lahat pumupunta yung kita? Ang ibig sabihin lang dyan, we apply the substance over form. So, ano ang substance? The beneficial owner is the real owner, not the legal owner. No? Okay. May, kaya ang salita na may operate as principal. Bakit? Kasi, yung principal na yan, hindi pa pala siya yung totoong principal. There is somebody na talagang siya pala yung principal. No? Conversion of full-fledged manufacturers into contract manufacturer or toll manufacturers for a foreign associated enterprises that may operate as principal. So, full-fledged manufacturers ka, you own all the inventories, and then ito ka na ngayon, toll manufacturers na lang. Ano na lang binabayad sa iyo ng principal mo or ng client mo? Only the services as toll manufacturers. No? Transfer of intangibles property rights to a central entity that an IP company within the group. No? So, yun yung transfer ng intangibles property rights. And ano yung arm's length na issue dyan ng transfer pricing? Yung transfer ba ng intangibles? Yan yung napakaraming cases, no? Yung napakaraming cases na nangyayari. Yun bang remuneration on the transfer of intangible is the arm's length? Ibig sabihin, tama ba yung valuation? And then tama ba yung tax na binabayad because of the transfer of that intangibles? No? There are so many cases that reaches the court and even the Supreme Court because of the undervaluation of these intangibles when it is transferred. No? Yan ginawa yan ng mga group of companies, no, na marami. malalaki, no? So, yan yung mga problema nila. Okay. Other restructuring activities include more intangibles and or risk allocated to operational entities, no? Ano yung mga intangibles and risks allocated to operational entities? Ano yung mga operational entities? The one who are doing really the business, no? Yung mga nag-ooperate talaga. No? So, nationalization, specialization, or despecialization of operations. Ano yung nationalization, specialization, or despecialization of operation? Yan yung mga changes that occurs during the restructuring. No? Halimbawa, concentrated lang siya sa isang specific branch, ginawa niya national, no? Or dinispecialize niya yung kanyang operation, no? That can also be. And also downsizing of operation. Ano yung downsizing of operations? Malaki yung operation mo, niliitan mo, no? Or can be closing of operation, no? Ito lahat pwede it will appear as halimbawa closing operation. Yun pala, kinlose mo lang yung operation mo dito sa Pilipinas, but you open somewhere in other parts of the country, no? So, not really closing. Closing ng operation lang in one segment or closing of operation lang in one branch, but not really closing of operation as a whole, no? What are the reasons for restructuring? To maximize synergies and economies of scale. So try to look at the reasons, because if the reasons of restructuring iba, then it is not arm's length, no? So to maximize synergies and economies of scale, mas mapaganda yung operations and then the economies of scale. Ano yung economies of scale? Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na makapag-negotiate yung isang company sa volume discount, sa terms of payment because of the centralized yung purchasing, no? Also to streamline the management of business lines, no? Ano yun? To have an effective management. Kaya nga sabi natin, the reason sometimes why there is less cost of production, the improved production efficiency because of the efficient management. And efficient management is considered as intangible. And ano ba yung intangibles? Intangibles are value drivers of business. So efficient management is an intangible such that it improves the business. No? So to improve the efficiency of the supply chain, taking advantages of the development of internet-based technologies that has facilitated the emergence of global organization. Preserve profitability or limit losses in a downturn economy in the event of an overcapacity situation. No? So ano yung profitability or limit losses in downturn economy? Anong economy natin ngayon? Downturn talaga, no? And we will feel this for the next 5 years pa. No? Itong nararamdaman natin ngayon, hindi pa to yung during the lockdown, alam nyo na we were caught unaware. Hindi pa yun ang totoong ramdam natin ang effect eh. Ito pa after na nangyari na yung lockdown, no? For the next 5 years, ramdam pa natin to. No? That's why yung mga ayaw mag-adapt, gusto yun pa rin yung dati nilang buhay, ay wala na yun, no? Those are things of the past. So anong harapin natin? Yung ngayon. Because if you will not adjust with the life now, anong mangyayari sa'yo? Wala. Hindi ka maka-adapt. So, you are out of this world. Ikaw din ang mahirapan. Pahirapan mo yung sarili mo. No? Legal, economic, and accounting effect of business restructuring. No? Business restructuring should conform to the arm's length principle under Article 9 of the Model OECD Tax Convention for transaction involving two or more taxing authorities or cross-border transactions. No? The authoritative statements of Article 9 of Model OECD Tax Convention states that Ano yung sabi ng OECD Model Tax Convention? Ito yung very powerful statement, no? Ito yun. Kasi ito yung basis ng arm's length principle. Ito yung basis actually ng transfer pricing, no? If you are studying transfer pricing, then you memorize Section 50 ng National Internal Revenue Code. Bakit? Siyempre, para ma-impress nyo yung kliyente nyo na pagkaharap nyo, kayang-kaya mong sabihin yung basis ng transfer pricing. No? Section 50 of the National Internal Revenue Code at saka itong Article 9 of the Model OECD Tax Conventions. Ano yung sabi dito? This is a very, very powerful statement, no? Where conditions are made or imposed between the two enterprises in their commercial or financial relations which differ from those which would be made between independent enterprises, then any profits which would, but for those conditions, have accrued to one of the enterprises, but by reason of those conditions have not so accrued, may be included in the profits of that enterprise and taxed accordingly. So sabi dito sa statement na to, the two enterprises in the commercial or financial relations na hindi pantay or hindi similar to that of the independent enterprises, anong gagawin? Mag-a-adjust, no? Kasi bakit? I-include mo siya on profits of that enterprise and taxed accordingly. So this Article 9 of the Model OECD Convention is our transfer pricing law. So if you are studying transfer pricing, it is a must na i-memorize mo to. No? Okay. Or isulat mo, anong ginagawa ko para ma-memorize ko. Sinusulat ko yun sa papel. And then kahit saan ako magpunta, nandiyan yan sa bulsa ko. No? From time to time, sinisilip-silip ko yan. O, ganyan ako nag-aaral. Ganyan ko siya na-memorize. No? Okay. Section 50 likewise provides. No? Ito na yung Section 50 ng National Internal Revenue Code natin. Allocation of income and deductions, no? Bakit ina-allocate ang income and deductions? Kasi, di ba sabi natin, you under-declare the income. Anong effect nun? Maliit ang tax. You overclaim the deductions. Anong effect nun? Maliit pa rin ang tax. Kasi malaki yung deductions mo na kinlaim, and then maliit lang yung income mo na dineclare, wala ka ng tax na mabayaran. No? Sumobra naman. So in the case of two or more organizations, trades, or businesses, na ito yung sabi kong Section 50 na to is same with the Section 482 of the U.S. Internal Revenue Code. No? So allocation of income and deductions in the case of two or more organizations, trades, or businesses, whether or not incorporated and whether or not organized in the Philippines, owned or controlled indirectly by the same interest, if he determines that such distribution, apportionment, or allocation is any such organization, trade, or business. May dugtong pa to, kulang to, no? The apportionment or allocation to evade or to deter tax evasion, no? So, anong gagawin? Pwede niyang ibalik sa isang organization and then taxed accordingly, no? So, basahin ninyo yung Section 50 sa National Internal Revenue Code. Kunin mo nga, Hari, yung Section 50 doon, no? Ayun, no? Ayan, no? Yung tax code na maliit. Okay na. Okay. So, ito po yung wordings talaga ng Section 50, no? Kulang yung ano natin, slides. Okay. Section 50, no? Allocation of income and deductions. In the case of two or more organizations, trades or businesses, no? Whether or not incorporated and whether or not organized in the Philippines, owned or controlled directly or indirectly by the same interests, the commissioner is authorized to distribute, ito yung pwedeng gawin ng commissioner, ha? Distribute, apportion, or allocate gross income or deductions between or among such organization, trade, or business if he determines that such distribution, apportionment or allocation is necessary in order to prevent evasion of taxes clearly to reflect the income of any such organizations, trades, or businesses. Kopyahin mo to, Hari. Ayusin mo yung slides. Section 50. Okay. So, economic effect of business restructuring. Economic forces in the market is defined as the extent to which firms influence price varies across the market structures. So, what are the economic forces in the market? Ang pinaka-importante yan sa economics natin is the law of supply and demand. So, ano pong sinasabi? Pag mataas yung supply mo, kahit na may demand yan, bumababa yung price. Pagka may demand naman, wala kang supply, anong tumataas yung presyo, no? So, anong ginagawa ng mga economic architects natin, no? Nagulat ako, no? Meron pa lang ganyan, economic architect, no? Ano yan sila? Siyempre, pinag-aaralan mo yung economics, yung law ng economics, no? So, anong gagawin mo pagka economist ka? Talagang titingnan mo yung mga economic forces na nandyan sa market so that you can play well, no? So, anong ginagawa? Sino yung mga the best na business dito sa mundo na kinikilala natin? The Chinese. Kasi napakatyaga nila and they play well in the market, no? Talagang parang ang buhay nila is nasa market na talaga, nasa magagaling sila, no? Okay. So, economic forces in the market defined as the extent to which firms influence price varies across the market structures, no? So, papaano naman itong mga firms na to influence the price, no? So, ang dami nilang ginagawa din ng mga scheme, no? Sometimes, meron tayong tinatawag na yung predatory pricing. Ano yung predatory pricing sa economics? Ito yung marami kayong competitors, no? Parang gusto mong patayin or eliminate yung competitors mo, anong gagawin mo? Babaan mo yung presyo mo, no? So, nangyayari to sa totoong buhay. Okay. Since talagang pag ikaw naman ay in business, kaya mo na babaan yung presyo mo, no? Babaan mo yung presyo mo such that lahat ng customer na sa iyo na bibili, no? So, what happened to your competitors? Hindi nila kaya. So, they're out of business. Hindi na sila makipag-compete sa iyo dahil useless lang, matutulog yung kanilang inventories, ma-obsolete. So, anong mangyayari? Ikaw na lang ngayon yung player. Ikaw na lang ngayon yung supplier. Once na eliminate mo na yung mga competitor mo, ibalik mo na sa dati yung presyo. Or itaas mo pa, no? So, that is predatory pricing. And that is not healthy sa economics. At hindi din po yan ini-encourage, no, na gagawin, no? So, yun yung predatory pricing. Pero alam nyo, sabi na natin, yung mga intelihente na mga tao, mga risk takers, nasa business. So, halimbawa, ikaw, you are in business. Nakita mo ngayon yung competitor mo, gumawa siya ng ganyang strategy. So, what will you do? Ganun ka rin, no? So, meron kaming clients noon na number 1 sila sa computer, number 1 sa mga yung spare parts na mga ginagamit sa computer, no? They're out of business. Bakit? Dati sila yung pinakamura. No? Anong ginawa naman ng mga competitors nila? Pag ikaw kasi, player ka in the market, kung anong gagawin ng competitors mo, na alam mo naman na kaya mo rin, pareho na kayo, no? So that hindi ka ma-eliminate sa business. Nandiyan ka pa rin, no? Because you play well, no? Nagbaba ng presyo yung isa, nagbaba ka rin, no? Unti na lang, nag-strategize siya, nag-strategize ka rin. Actually, yung mundo ngayon, ganyan na yung labanan eh, no? Pag hindi ka marunong mag-strategize sa buhay mo, nakanganga ka lang, naku, walang mangyari. So, what happened? What happened? You are a tax practitioner. Hindi ka nag-transfer pricing. Anong mangyayari sa buhay mo? Time will come. Puro transfer pricing yung issue sa tax and then documentation. Ayaw mo kasi ang transfer pricing hindi naman applicable dito sa Pilipinas. Wala mangyayari, no? So, kasi Pagdating naman sa BIR, hindi rin tinatanong ng BIR. Walang mangyari, no? So, naiiwanan na tayo. Even our law on digitized business, yung ibang bansa, Australia, Japan, gaganda na ng mga law nila on digitized business, tayo wala pa. Imagine online seller, bigyan mo ng manual na books of accounts, ano yan? Samantala nandyan sa regulations natin that if you have an electronic transactions, dapat ang i-maintain mo electronic books of accounts. Bakit mo electronic business, bigyan mo ng manual na books of accounts? Paano niya i-record yung kanyang electronic records diyan sa manual na books of accounts? No? So if you are an online seller, dapat computerized accounting system ang ginagamit mo. Maliit lang kami, hindi kaya na gano'n. Ganun ang dapat, nakapag-internet ka na nga, no? Ang daming mura naman ng mga software ngayon para magamit mo sa computerized accounting system. Mayroong mga accounting software na libre lang, no? Actually, mga dahilan na lang yun para hindi makapag-comply. Kaya tingnan nyo rin, pagka sintonado yung ating compliance, na yun mahirapan. No? Ang daming mga questions sa akin sa bookkeeping. Ma'am, paano kami magre-record? Online sellers kayo. Yun na yung problema. Kasi online seller ka, electronic transactions ka, and then ang recording mo manual. No? Pangalawang problema mo, archiving of your records. O paano mo i-archive ngayon yung electronic records mo dito sa manual ng books of accounts? Samantalang kung computerized ka, saan mo i-archive yung electronic records mo? Sa media, which is the DVD. O paano mo ilagay sa DVD yung manual books of accounts mo? No? I-scan mo, i-record mo, doble-doble. No? Actually, computerization is here for us to be convenient, no? Gamit natin 'yan, tumutulong sa atin 'yan. If we refuse, doon pa rin tayo sa gusto natin, tayo rin mahihirapan. No? Hindi naman yung para bang here is a good advice. Ayaw mo kasi may sarili ka. Then you learn it the hard way. No? Ganun lang sa buhay. Ayaw mo nang madali, doon ka sa mahirap. Sino mahirapan? Ikaw din. Because life is a choice. No? Ang buhay natin, pinili natin to eh. Nandito ba tayo ngayon, hindi natin to pinili. We are a product of our decisions. Ganun din sa business. No? Okay. Economic effect of business restructuring is determined by the influence of the pricing of goods and services involved in the transactions. No? So, mas malalim itong transfer pricing because this is economic taxation, no? Kaya tingnan nyo, bini-measure pa yung economic effect, no? Kaya ang role ng statistician is napakalaki sa economics. Okay. A competitive firm is a price taker that has no influence of the price, no? So, yun talaga ang competitive firms, open market, no? Kasi kung may influence siya on the price, then anong tawag doon? Control transactions because you influence the price. Hindi ka independent. If the price of goods or services so restructured is influenced by one party to the transaction, the result would be detrimental to the other party. Bakit control? Siya, may influence siya eh. Bakit siya may influence? Because he's the investor, he's the parent company. No? So, that is detrimental to the other party. Why? Kasi ang sabi natin, ano ba yung purpose? Bakit business restructure? Para magkaroon ng benefits, no? So, tax authority should have analyzed the effect of the restructuring to the overall business operation of the M&E group in order to discover the real intent of business restructuring. So, there is what we call, again, as substance over form. Ano ba yung real intent of the business? Sometimes you wanna see it in the contracts. Kasi yung contracts, tama, arm's length. Pero sometimes yung contract is just a formality, hindi naman sinusunod, no? So, paano mo makita yung real business? It is manifested on the dealings between the parties. So, accounting effect of business restructuring. Business restructuring undertaken by the M&E group should be properly recorded and substantiated in the books of accounts of the associated parties involved. No? So, revenue regulations, VIDAS 1, this is the mother regulations of bookkeeping. requires all taxpayers to pay taxes in the Philippines to record the transaction in the books of accounts stamp received by the BR. That is for the manual books of accounts. But for the loose leaf books of accounts, you must have the permit to use. And also for the computerized accounting system, you must have an permit to adopt computerized accounting system. No? So sa books of accounts natin, there are three kinds of books of accounts that we can use. Ano yun? The manual, which is the traditional yung ledger at saka journal, the cash receipt, cash disbursement, subsidiary sales, subsidiary purchase journal. So yun yung mga traditional na manual books of accounts, no? Libro lang yan. But when it comes to loose leaf, ito yung piniprint mo na sa computer, no? Using Excel or other software. Ang computerized accounting system naman, meron talaga siyang software na compliant siya sa BIR, no? So, we tackle that in our free bookkeeping seminars, no? We discussed the requirements under revenue regulations with us one and also the other updates. And then we encourage yung use of the computerized accounting system, no? Okay. Explain ko na yan. Special consideration for risk. That risk is a special consideration pagdating na po sa business restructuring. No? So, critical importance in the context of business restructuring. Why? Kasi minsan nagre-restructure yung isang business so that mawala yung risk sa isa, nalipat sa isa. No? Ano yung sabi natin about the risk? Risk, whoever yung may control, may influence, or who owns the risk must be properly compensated. Yan ang issue sa transfer pricing. No? Whoever is the owner of the risk must be properly compensated. Sometimes kasi, since there is an influence between the relationship of the parent and the subsidiary, sabi ng parent, oh sige, sa iyo yung risk ng defect ng manufactured goods. When in fact, hindi naman talaga yung subsidiary ang may-ari. Who is the real owner? The parent company. Siya yung owner ng risk. So ano yung mga titingnan mo on the ownership of risk? Is the party who owns the risk has the capacity to assume that risk? At kung siya na, yung owner ng risk, may control ba siya over the risk? Kasi kung wala, then that company is not the proper owner of the risk. No? At saka kung nasa kanya yung risk, properly rewarded ba siya and compensated because risky yung kanyang ginagawa? Why? Because ang sa totoong buhay, high risk is high rewards. So if you are owning the risk, then you must be properly remunerated for that risk. Yun yung arm's length principle natin. Papasok. Examination of the allocation of risk between associated enterprises is essential part of the functional analysis. Bakit? Saan ba nakakabit ang risk? Sa functions. Ibahin mo yung functions, mag-iiba na rin yung risk. No? Functions mo is fully fledged manufacturing. Iniba mo yung functions mo, ginawa mo na lang na contract manufacturing, hindi nag-iba din yung risk. No? Kasi ang risk at saka assets, nakakabit yan palagi sa functions. Pag iniba mo yung functions, mag-iba na rin yung risk. No? So in the open market, the assumption of increased risk would also be compensated by an increase in the expected return, although the actual return may or may not increase depending on the degree to which the risks are actually realized. No? So, ganun ang assumption sa open market. No? So, before we proceed, no, papahinga lang sa lalamunan natin. Let's have a 15 minutes break before we proceed with our discussions, no, further. May nadagdag, Hari?
Wala na po.
Ilan ngayon yung ating, ano,
Yung viewer natin yung nasa 29.
29?
May 31 na po.
31. O sige. For our viewers, thank you very much for watching. So, pahinga lang po tayo sandali, no? Let's have a 15 minutes break. After that, continue na po tayo, no? So, we still have this business restructuring and then the intragroup services and cost contribution. Kasi, in the afternoon, we will be studying the intangibles. And yung intangibles, napakadami niyan eh, no? And then, we will discuss also the BR Form 1709 and then the attachment, no? How you fill it up. No? Yung mga may suggestions or may mga comments, please write dyan sa comment portion natin so that anyway, this is the second day and this is the last day. No, kung may mga tanong kayo, we will answer that after the seminar mamayang hapon. No? Lahat ng mga questions nyo ay sagutin po natin about transfer pricing. So that anyway, this is the second day and this is the last day. No, kung may mga tanong kayo, we will answer that after Okay, so let's continue with our discussions, and uh, our discussion is about the special consideration for risk, no? So risks are of critical importance in the context of business restructuring, such that business restructuring is also very important happenings in the context also of the transfer pricing because of the application of the arm's length principle. An examination of the allocation of risk between associated enterprises is an essential part of the functional analysis. Kasi yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, once the function changes, kasama na dyan yung risk also and the assets. No? So the assumption of increased risk would also be compensated by an increase in the expected return. Yun yung sinasabi natin na high risk should have a high reward. So the actual return may or may not increase depending on the degree to which the risks are actually realized. Okay, so business restructuring is often result in local operations being converted into low-risk operations. So yun yung mga samples natin, Hari. I-email mo sa kanila yung case study natin, no?
Pinapaano natin.
Titingnan ko mamaya na during the lunch time and then ipa-email sa kanila, no? Titingnan ninyo yung case study natin. Karamihan dyan involving intangibles and the business restructuring, no? Okay. So, since today is our last day, ang mangyayari dyan, email namin sa inyo yung case study. And then if you have some questions, you comment, no, sa YouTube channel natin. And hindi lang yun, every Monday and Wednesday, meron po tayong live streaming from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock ng gabi. Sa Basic Transfer Pricing Philippines po yan na YouTube channel, dito sa YouTube channel na to. So, kung may mga tanong kayo about our case study, doon din po natin sasagutin, no? So, yung ating discussions dito, hindi ito matatapos. Why? Kasi nag-maintain tayo ng YouTube channel. So accordingly, meron tayong interaction pa rin during the live streaming, no? So naaabot nyo pa rin kami. Kahit na sabihin nyo ng yung 2-day na free seminar natin will end. Although, we will try na every month meron tayong transfer pricing updates, no? So not only siguro yung updates natin is the local transfer pricing or the domestic legislation on transfer pricing, dagdag na rin natin yung sa international, no? Especially siguro the ASEAN countries or the United States kasi binding sa atin yung mga court jurisprudence ng US, no? Bakit binding? Kasi kung titingnan mo, yung ating Section 50 is the same ng Section 482 nila, no? So business restructuring often result in local operations being converted into low-risk operation or low-risk distributors or low-risk contract manufacturers, no? So being allocated relatively low but generally stable returns on the grounds that the entrepreneurial risks are borne by another party to which the residual profit is allocated. So, sino talaga dapat ang mabuborn ng risk? Doon sa kung sino man siya na kumikita. So, ang ginawa niya na subsidiary, tinanggalan niya ng risk, tinanggalan din ng income, no? So, wala na sa kanya yung risk, wala na rin sa kanya yung compensation for that risk. Saan napunta? Doon sa another conduit company, no? Na nandun na rin yung income. And saan yun usually situated? In a low tax jurisdiction or country with a very low tax rate, no? But mind you, if you want to know what is the next in taxation, no? In the world, you try to read the OECD tax talk number 17 at ano yung nakalagay doon sa latest updates, no? Pagkakaroon na tayo ng global income tax rate of 4% at meron na tayong tax officers without border. Sino sila? Kasi meron tayong global na tax. Global din yung ating mga tax officers na titingin sa ating income tax return, no? And there are 45 tax jurisdictions and mga institute and academies na nagtitrain na sila ng kanilang mga tax officers without borders, no? Kasi one world na nga tayo eh. So, ibig sabihin, pati yung taxation natin is also one world. So, will you resist? Hindi pwede, no? Anong gagawin mo? You adjust, you adapt para maging adaptable ka. And that's the purpose of the Philippine School of Taxation and Research, to bring about a globally competitive tax professionals, no? Kaya tayo dito, continuous tayo ng learnings, continuous tayo ng mga facilitation so that magkaroon tayo ng globally competitive na mga tax professionals na mga updated, no? Okay. Contractual terms. So, contractual terms are very important. Why? Sabi nga natin, one of the comparability factors in transfer pricing are the contractual terms. So, you have to review the contracts. Bakit? Ano makikita mo dun sa contract? Ang makikita mo naman sa contract are the provisions, no? The defining the obligations, defining the remuneration or compensation, defining the penalties kung hindi tutuparin ng isa yung kanyang obligations, no? So, yun yung nakalagay sa contract. But how does transfer pricing comes in the contractual terms? Transfer pricing will come in if the contractual terms are not arm's length, no? So we're talking of transfer pricing audit. So ano yung titingnan natin when we review the contracts? Titingnan natin, are these contractual terms arm's length? Kasi pag hindi siya arm's length, ibig sabihin, violation siya ng transfer pricing, no? So if you are the one who are doing the transfer pricing analysis and you can see that the transaction is not arm's length, then it is a requirement that you adjust. Why? You have to adjust the transactions to make it arm's length. At paano ka mag-a-adjust? You compare the related party transactions with that of the independent transactions. Ano bang klaseng transaction yan? At ano yung dapat mong i-adjust, no? So, you need a transfer pricing team. At sabi ko na sa inyo, the transfer pricing team are composed of not only accountants, no? Pero accountants are essential sa transfer pricing team, no? Kasi we use the accounting standards. O sino yung eligible dyan? Siyempre, yung accountants. Sino ano prepare ng financial statements? Siyempre, the accountants, no? So, lahat ng mga ratios dyan, accountants, no? So, ang accountants nandyan palagi yan sa transfer pricing team. So, the transfer pricing team is composed of the accountant, the lawyer, the industry expert, the statistician, and the transfer pricing analyst. No? Kasi it is not necessarily na ikaw na yung accountant, ikaw pa rin yung transfer pricing analyst. The transfer pricing analyst can be another person who is knowledgeable in transfer pricing. And when we say transfer pricing, we always redound, or the bottom line is the arm's length principle. No? Okay, so contractual terms are the starting point for determining which party to ask transaction bears the risk associated with it. Why? Because risk is very important, no? Along with the functions, along with the assets used, the functional analysis are very important. So pag nakita mo na yung kontrata, titingnan mo na kaagad who bears the risk, and the one who bears the risk should be properly compensated. Why? Because high risk should have a high reward. So why is it na nasa kanya yung risk pero ang presyo, yung bayad sa kanya is maliit pa rin, no? So ibig sabihin hindi arm's length, no? Ano yung mga example ng cases that already reaches the Supreme Court sa ibang bansa, no? Ito yung contractual arrangement na yung sale ng mga very unique na mga commodities at saka yung mga highly sensitive commodities. Halimbawa, copper, halimbawa, uranium, halimbawa, yung mga gold, no? Ano yan? Talagang mga mahal na, halimbawa, diamonds, no? Mga mahal na item yan, no? So, may isang company na ang trabaho niya is nag-i-extract ng mga minerals, no? Along the way, gumawa siya ng kontrata with another company on the sale of the minerals, no, na pinoproduce nila. And doon sa kontrata, may mga contractual terms doon na hindi arm's length. No? Bakit siya hindi arm's length? Because nakalagay doon yung the price is fixed. I mean, in fact, sabi na nga natin, kasama sa uncertainties yung price eh. No? Kasi talagang namumove yan. Pero since pumasok siya sa kontrata, they fix the price. No? So ang tanong, is it arm's length? No? Kasi ang kinwestiyon naman doon ng tax authorities, bakit pa siya pumasok sa isang kontrata which is detrimental to the business? Ano yung detrimental to the business? Pumasok siya sa isang kontrata na fix ang price ng commodity niya. Samantalang the commodity, since very unique, commands a very high price in the market. So bakit high price na yung commodities mo? Pumasok ka pa sa isang kontrata na naka-fix lang yung amount. No? But that kontrata is with another related party. No? So, ganun po ka-sophisticated yung mga issues sa transfer pricing. Kaya, if you want to learn more about transfer pricing, you read cases. No? Kasi doon talaga mahimay-himay, doon nyo talaga makita how these transfer pricing issues are resolved. No? And it took years, and it took so many persons to decide and deliberate on the transfer pricing issues and cases. No? Hindi siya simple. No? The transfer pricing cases are not simple cases. No? Kasi economic taxation yan. Ano pa? Doon sa sabi ko, ni-review ko sa inyo. Why is it na distributor ang Philippines and then ang supplier niya is a related company based in Malaysia? So why is it na at any one time, the inventory and the inventory turnover niya is 90 million at any one time? So, kasi distributor ka, ang main business mo is distribution of inventories. So, asan yung pera mo? Nasa inventories. Nandun yung main. No? So, if you try to read the financial statements, meron siyang 150 million na standby credit from another related parties. So, more than enough to maintain an inventory of 90 million. Oh, di ba? Ito lang. Kasi transfer pricing is common sense. No? So, you have a 150 million standby credit from your related company earning a very competitive interest rate. No? Even lower than the LIBOR or the London Interbank Offered Rate or the Central Bank Rate. So, along the way, itong company dito sa Pilipinas, gumawa na naman ng contract with the supplier, pinafa-factor niya yung accounts receivable niya. No? Ano yun? Binibenta niya yung accounts receivable niya at a discount. Bakit? Bakit ka ba nagbebenta ng accounts receivable mo? Kasi kulang ka ng capital. No? Halimbawa, yung accounts receivable mo is for a term of 90 days. So, gusto mong ipera siya ngayon. So, ibenta mo siya at a discount. No? Pero may standby credit ka na 150 million. No? Saan mo pa gagamitin yung ipapa-factor mo when in fact, you already have the 150 million na standby credit na hindi nga nauubos lahat gamitin. No? So, common sense ang transfer pricing. So, nung ginawa ko, I disallow as if there is no such transactions. Ganun po ang mangyayari sa transfer pricing audit. Halimbawa, the examiner will find out na ako do it lang to, panggulo lang to. They are just putting this transaction to complicate, no? Para iligaw lang yung transactions. And the ultimate objective is to minimize the payment of taxes. So, anong gagawin ng examiner? Do not recognize the transaction. As if walang factoring of accounts receivable. Ganun po. So, anong gagawin mo dun? You disallow the interest expense related to that factoring. No? Yun po yung mangyayari. Kaya pag kayo ang accountant, red alert kayo dyan. Kasi ang ilalagay nyo kaagad sa isip nyo, is this arm's length? Kasi pag hindi arm's length, pagdating sa transfer pricing audit, then disallow po yan. Okay, so it would be a good practice for associated enterprises to document in writing their decisions to allocate or transfer significant risk before the transactions with respect to which the risk will be borne or transferred occur. So how will you document? We're talking of documentation because documentation is your responsibility as internal accountant. And kaya kayo nag-aral ng transfer pricing more so because yung compliance requirement niyo is for documentation. So how will you document yung sinasabi dito na risk, transfer of risk with respect to which the risk will be borne or transferred occur. So, kasi tinransfer mo yung risk, tinransfer mo yung functions, kasama doon yung risk. No? How are you going to document those transfer? So, unang-una, pag ikaw ay corporation, ano yan? Board resolution. Because you cannot transfer, you cannot act as a corporation, you cannot act without the board. No? Board resolution. Kaya board resolution ang nakalagay dyan. You empower somebody. Board resolution yan. Hindi yan kagaya ng individual na you make a special power of attorney. Ang corporation walang special power of attorney. Board resolution. Lahat ng acts of corporation should have a board resolution. No? Kasi bakit? Because the management of the corporation is with the board. Ang board of directors, sila yung answerable sa corporations. That is under our corporation code po natin. So, how will you document? Sabi dito, because it is a good practice for associated enterprises to document in writing. No? So, document in writing can be in the form of contract. No? So, lagyan nyo ng kontrata. Even if related parties yan, there should be a contract. And that is part of the documentation. Ano pa? Yung deliberation during the board meeting, the minutes of the board meeting. No? I see some cases in court, no? Yung mga foreign cases that were decided in favor of the tax authority. Ano lang yung pinrove nila doon? The element of control. And what is the proof? The documentary proof that there is an element of control. The proceedings in the board meeting, no? Ano yung proceedings in the board meeting? Lahat ng policy na pinupost through nitong subsidiaries, lahat hindi ina-approve ng parent company. Anong ibig sabihin doon? There is control. Walang policy na na-approve itong subsidiary. Lahat nagagaling sa parent. So, anong ibig sabihin niyan? There is an element of control. Yun lang. Tapos yung kaso, decided in favor of the tax authority. No? Kaya, documentation is very important. So, document the evaluation of the consequences on profit potential of significant risk reallocations. No? So, document the evaluation. Ano yung evaluation? Ano yung ini-evaluate? Consequences on profit potential of significant risk allocations. Why? Kasi kasama dyan sa risk ang profit potential. Why? Kasi we say na high risk, high rewards. So, if there is a high risk venture or activity, dapat you expect na malaki din ang kikitain mo dyan. Kasi why is it that you handle the risk or you accept the risk, you go into a risky venture or activities without the benefits of rewards? Ano ka? Hilo? No? Pasok ka ng pasok sa napaka-hirap, napaka-risky na venture, wala ka man naman palang pakinabang. No? That is against a good economic judgment. May question tayo?
Wala pong question.
Ilan pa yung nakikinig?
May viewers mo na 28.
Okay. So, go lang po tayo ha. Kung may mga comment kayo, suggestions, feel free to comment. No? Okay. Terms of the transaction may be found in written contracts. Talagang nandyan yan. No? And do not accept na, ay wala po kaming kontrata. Usap-usap lang. No? That is not allowed. Kasi especially, meron tayong civil law na that requires, especially the statute of fraud, ano yung nire-require niya, that the contract should be in writing, especially if the yung term niya is already more than 2 years, the performance requires more than 1 year, ibig sabihin, dapat yan in writing. Bakit? Kasi makakalimutin yung tao and hindi siya enforceable if not in writing. No? So especially contracts which involve millions at saka mga considerations, important considerations in business. So they must be in writing. Terms of a transaction may be found in written contracts, no, or in correspondence and or other communications between the parties. Mind you, emails are very rich source of business uh, documentation. No? Kaya nga sabi nung yung International Tax Justice Network, no? Nung sabi niya, um, emails are God's gift to the tax authorities. Bakit? Kasi ang dami mo makikita sa email. That's why, yung ibang companies recognizing the importance of email, ginagawa nilang confidential yung kanilang email. Ano yun? Meron silang sariling, ano ba yung tawag doon, Hari? Sa email, na mayroon silang sariling database sa email nila na selected lang yung pwedeng maka-access at selected lang din yung pwedeng pumasok. No? Merong ganon na regulated din yung use of the email. Why? Kasi yan ang ginagamit eh. Parang ang email kasi parang public records, no? Hindi mo siya ma-access but somebody can access it and can use it against you, no? So, naka-audit ako ng taxpayers na yung attachment niya sa vouchers are the instructions, are the details ng transactions through email, no? Yung pinrint nila yung email, yun yung attachment nila na pang explain doon sa kanilang mga vouchers or mga expenses nila. Okay. So, where no written terms exist, the contractual relationship of the parties must be deduced from their conduct and the economic principles that generally govern the relationship between them. So, between independent enterprises. So, halimbawa, wala talagang written contract because hindi ginawan, no? So, ano yung titingnan ng examiners? Yun yung manifested by the dealings, yung conduct ng company, no? Sige, sabi mo, hindi ikaw yung may-ari. Eh, bakit ikaw yung signatory ng cheque? No? Bakit nasa bank account mo yung sales? No? O bakit kayo yung nasa kay management personnel? No? Bakit kayo yung nagde-decide doon sa company? Hindi naman pala kayo yung may-ari. No? So, those are, sabi natin na when no written terms exist, the contractual relationship of the parties must be deduced from their conduct and the economic principles that generally govern relationships between independent enterprises. Kaya yung mga reason, yung iba noon, na-cure na yan ng transfer pricing. That's why transfer pricing is a very powerful tool. Why? Kasi ginagamit niya yung economics, no? Yung mga sinasabi ng iba noon na, ay, hindi yan pwede kasi wala naman yan sa batas, no? But then, economics is a natural law, no? May joke pa nga noon na, sabi ng iba, nag-joke pa nga daw si Erap na, pwede ba tanggalin na natin, alisin na natin yung economic law, yung law of supply and demand, no? Pwede mo bang tanggalin yun? That is a natural law. And when we say natural law, you cannot break a natural law. Pwedeng i-break mo yung self mo but not the natural law. Okay, so whether the conduct of the associated enterprises conform to the contractual allocation of risk, no? Kasi sometimes, okay, there is an agreement, there is a contract. Susunod ba yung contract, no? Kaya nga sabi nila, whether the enterprise conforms to the contractual allocation of risk, no? Kasi nasa kontrata nga, pero hindi naman sinusunod. So whether the allocation of risk in the control transaction is arm's length. No? So transfer pricing audit always redound to question, is it arm's length? Yung transaction ba na yan? Yung pricing na yan, is it arm's length? And how will you know that it is arm's length? Compare the transactions with the independent transactions. Ano yung independent transactions? Ito yung walang control. Ito yung nasa market. Ito yung same market player, same product, same geographic location, compare them. Yan ba yung nasa market? Kasi kung hindi, then that is not arm's length. So, kung hindi siya arm's length, then you adjust. Ano yun? Kung mababa siya, itaas mo. Kung taas na siya, ibaba mo. Ipantay mo siya dito sa independent parties. No? Ito yung walang control. So, what the consequences of the risk allocation are? No? So, ano ba yung consequences ng risk allocation? Ang sabi natin, the parties that borne the risk should be properly compensated. No? So, kung nandyan sa kanya yung risk, then dapat siya ang magkakaroon ng remuneration or bayad na mas mataas kasi risky yung kanyang ginagawa. No? Example, foreign associated enterprises assumes all the foreign inventory risk by contract. No? Ano yung associated enterprises? Under lang siya ng parent, kaya nga associated na siya. Or may relationship siya with the other members of the group. It may be relevant to examine, for instance, where the inventory write-downs are taken. Nasaan ba yung inventory write-down? Doon ba sa owner? O pinasa dito sa associated enterprise? No? Whether the domestic taxpayer is in fact claiming the write-down as deductions. Bakit very important ang ownership ng inventory? Kasi whoever is the owner of the inventory, pagka that inventory is lost or becomes obsolete or becomes damaged, dapat siya ang magki-claim noon. No? The owner should claim for the loss of the inventory. Kung hindi ikaw ang owner, bakit ikaw ay nag-claim ng loss? No? So, ownership of the inventory is very important. No? Tsaka balikan ko lang doon sa submission ng inventory list ng required ng BIR every January 31 of the following year. Di ba, meron tayong balance sheet, no? Doon sa current assets natin, kasama doon yung inventories, no? So, yung inventories na whatever it is na nandyan sa ating balance sheet, dapat pinafile natin yung list of inventory at the end of the taxable year. Halimbawa, kung calendar year ka, so December 31. And then file it January 31 of the following month, no? So, ano ang composition ng inventory? Kasama doon, no? Yung mga consigned goods mo lang. Sabi mo, hindi naman sa akin ang inventory. Consigned lang. Isama mo pa rin yan doon sa ginawa mong inventory. Ano pa? Any goods na hindi ikaw ang owner pero nasa premises mo, nando doon sa bodega mo, isama mo pa rin sa inventory. Oh, bakit ang dami-dami mong inventory sa warehouse mo pero yung inventory mo dito sa sinabit mo sa BIR is only 1 million. Pagka tiningnan mo yung inventory sa warehouse mo, it's 100 million. Bakit anong discrepancy? O sabi nung may-ari, hindi ba naman sa akin yung inventory? Consign lang yan sa akin. Ang may-ari niyan, yung manufacturer pa. O ano sabi ng BIR? Kahit hindi sa iyo yan, yung inventory na yan, ilista mo kasama doon sa submit mo sa BIR. No? So, ganun po yung sa inventory natin na requirement. Okay. So, it may be relevant to examine, for instance, where the inventory write-downs are taken. Ano yung inventory write-downs? Yung bumaba yung presyo ng inventory mo. Sa accounting, ano ba ang inventory valuation natin? The lower of cost or realizable value of the inventory. Pero pagdating sa BIR, ano yung value ng inventory that the BIR considers? The cost, kung magkano mo siya binili. No? Bakit? Kasi may resibo ka eh. At yung resibo na yan din yung ni-report mo as purchases, kasama yan doon sa summary list and purchases mo. When you do that reconciliation listing na sinasabit mo sa database ng BIR. So, ang BIR, hindi siya lalayo, doon lang din siya sa cost. No? Dapat yung cost pa rin ang i-report mo as the value of the inventory. Sa accounting mo siguro, sa accounting presentation mo, pwedeng isama mo doon yung net realizable value ng inventory mo, lower of cost or realizable value. And then, mag-reconcile ka na lang, no? Between the accounting income and the financial taxable income mo. Okay. So whether the domestic taxpayer is in fact claiming the write-downs as deductions, and evidence may be sought to confirm that the parties' conduct supports the allocation of this risk as per the contract. No? So ito po kasama po sa titingnan ng examiner. No? So anong titingnan ng examiner? Whether yun bang nasa kontrata ay talagang ino-observe ng parties. No? Sino yung parties? The related parties. Third example relates to the determination of which party bears credit risk in a distribution arrangement. Ikaw, distributor, no? You own the inventory. So you own also the accounts receivable pag nagbenta ka. So sino ang mayroong credit risk? The distributor. Low risk distributor ka lang. Pagka nakabenta ka, yung parent company mo, siya ang magre-resibo, siya din yung magdi-deliver. So, anong pakialam mo doon sa sales, kung nakabayad ba o hindi? Pati credit risk, wala kang risk, no? Kasi limited distributor ka lang or commission ka lang, no? So, in full-fledged distribution agreements, the bad debt risk is generally borne by the distributor. Kasi nga, pagka full-fledged distributor ka, you own the inventory. So, ibig sabihin lang, yung bad debt risk, yung sales na ikaw din yung may-ari, is hindi mo makolekta. Sino magsasuffer? Siyempre, ikaw. Kaya nga yun tawag na bad debt risk. No? So, generally borne by the distributor who books the sales revenue. No? Sino nagre-record ng sales revenue? The full-fledged distributor. Notwithstanding any risk mitigation or risk transfer mechanism that may be put in place. Ano yung usual form ng risk mitigation? Kukuha ka ng insurance, no? So that when there is loss that happen, the insurance company will pay, no? So hindi ka masyadong na lugi. Hindi ka nawala ng capital kasi may payment yung insurance company. The risk would generally be reflected in the balance sheet at year end, no? So, however, the extent of the risk borne by the distributor of the arm's length may be different if the distributor receives indemnification from another party or from the supplier for irrecoverable claims, and or if its purchase price is determined on a resale price or commission basis that is proportionate to the cost rather than invoiced revenue. No? So ito, depende na to sa setup or agreement between the distributor and the manufacturer. No? But usually, if the manufacturer is the parent company, the distributor is the related party, ano yan? Ang titingnan mo ngayon dyan are the arrangement arm's length. No? Properly paid by itong si distributor ni manufacturer. The examination of the actual conditions of the transactions between the parties, including the pricing of the transactions and the extent, if any, to which it is affected by credit risk, can provide evidence of whether, in actual fact, it is the supplier or the distributor or both who bear the bad debt risk. No? So, anong titingnan mo? Actual conditions of the transactions. No? So, ito ang transfer pricing. Kaya nga sabi natin, ibang klase, ibang level ang audit ng transfer pricing. Why? Kasi ito yung actual conditions. Ito yung actual transactions. Ito yung kontrata. I-reconcile mo pa yan. Ito yung nakalagay sa kontrata. Ito yung ginagawa ng parties. Nasusunod ba yung kontrata? No? Kasi kung hindi, then you have to adjust again. No? Baka binagyan lang ng kontrata for the sake of documentation pero hindi naman sinusunod. Okay. So, pagdating sa credit risk, the credit risk should be borne by the owner of the inventory. No? So, halimbawa sa kontrata, the credit risk will be borne by the distributor. Pero, hindi naman yung distributor yung owner ng inventory. Wala naman sa kanya yung sales. No? So, hindi pwede. So, kung kanino napunta yung risk na kanino yung compensated for that risk, dapat sa kanya din yung risk, no? kung sino nag-compensate, kung sino yung nakinabang, no, the beneficial owner of that compensation for that risk, dapat sa kanya din yung risk. Hindi yung binigay niya sa associated enterprise, sa related party or sa subsidiary or sa branch niya. Pero hindi naman yung branch yung nakikinabang. No? Arm's length compensation for the restructuring itself. Business restructuring may involve cross-border transfer or something of value. So, mas complicated pagka ang restructuring goes o cross borders already, no? Bawa, the company is here in the Philippines, lumipat siya ng Thailand, lumipat siya ng Singapore. So, mas complicated yon. You have to consider many things there to arrive at the arm's length transactions, no? So, it may also or alternatively involve the termination or substantial renegotiation of existing arrangement. Pwede din yan. Ano ba yung existing arrangements? And then you renegotiate it because you want to improve some of the provisions of that arrangement, no, or contract. So, manufacturing arrangement, distribution arrangement, licenses, or service agreements, no? Pwede rin. Halimbawa, mayroon kang license agreement with a software company for 5 years. So, hindi pa umabot yung 5 years, you want to renegotiate or you review the software na ni-license sa iyo. Hindi mo na pala kailangan. Why? Kasi it will not fit with your needs, no? So, it is justifiable. So, anong gagawin mo? Hindi mo na tapusin yung 5 years, no? Mag-renegotiate ka ngayon pagdating na ng 3rd year. No? And that will have a cost of money. No? Bakit? Kasi hindi mo tinapos yung kontrata mo eh. You have to remunerate or bayaran mo yung kausap mo na hindi mo tinapos. No? Profit potential. No? So, in business restructuring, you have also you have to consider the profit potential. Ano ba yung profit potential that were abandoned because nag-restructure ka? No? Independent enterprise does not necessarily receive compensation when a change in its business arrangement results in a reduction in its profit potential or expected future profits. No? So, yung profit potential means expected future profits. But usually, ang sabi dito, the independent enterprise does not receive compensation kung walang change in business arrangement. It results in reduction of its profit potential or expected future profits. No, ang independent enterprise daw hindi binabayaran ang profit potential, no? So bakit sa related parties pabayaran mo, no? There is a case na US tax case na yun ang dinidebatihan nila. Why? Because sa independent party transactions, hindi talaga sila papasok doon sa kontrata na yon. Pero ito related party transactions, pumasok sila sa kontrata. So anong ginawa? Ni-recharacterize ng tax authority. So anong contention ng taxpayer? Transfer pricing is you compare the related party transactions with that of the independent transactions. At ang sabi niya, sa independent transactions, hindi nila to gagawin. No? So, ito yun. So, paano mo i-compare ngayon itong related party transactions? No? Na hindi sila mag-angkop with that of the independent parties. No? So, panalo pa rin yung tax authorities. No? Okay. So, when a change in its business arrangement results in a reduction, no, reduce ang profit potential or expected future profits. Pag nakakontrata yan, then, since bumaba yung profit or nawala dahil hindi mo na tinuloy yung kontrata, then, bayaran mo yung profit potential na nawala doon sa kontrata mo dahil hindi mo na tinuloy, hindi mo na tinapos yung kontrata. No? Bakit? Kasi nag-relocate ka na sa ibang lugar. Nag-restructure ka. Nagkaroon ka ng relocation. Okay? Notion of profit potential often used for valuation purposes in the determination of arm's length compensation for transfer of intangibles, no? Anyway, marami tayong discussions diyan mamayang hapon about intangibles, no? Profit potential should not be interpreted as simply the profit losses that would occur ng pre-restructuring arrangement were to continue indefinitely, no? So yung profit potential may katapusan naman yan, may limit, hindi yung indefinite, no? Entity has no discernible rights and or other assets at the time of the restructuring, then it has no compensable profit potential, no? So in some cases, we're talking of profit potential dahil yung kontrata hindi mo tinuloy, so yung kita na dapat kinita nung kakontrata mo, bayaran mo. But in some cases, wala naman ding profit potential ang kontrata, kaya wala ka rin babayaran, no? An entity with considerable rights and or other rights at the time of the restructuring may have considerable profit potential. Siyempre, nandun yung rights mo, nandun yung assets mo, and then tinanggal, nawalan ka. Pero kung nandun pa yan sa inyo, may profit potential yan. No? So, anong dapat doon? You must be appropriately remunerated or dapat bayaran ka to justify the sacrifice of such profit potential. Kasi nawala eh. No? At, bakit nawala? Because of the decision of the management to relocate and to stop. No? Eh nakakontrata yan ng 5 years. Nag-stop siya pagdating na ng 3rd year. So yung remaining na 2 years na may profit potential, dapat bayaran yun ng whoever is the party that will be benefited of the location. Okay. Activities of related parties within the group may be characterized. So, doon na tayo sa intragroup services, cost contribution arrangement. Itong intangibles mamayang hapon po to. No? So, let's have a 5 minutes break ulit. No? Kasi pahinga lang po sa lalamunan. 5 minutes lang. No? So, have a 5 minutes break ulit. No? Kasi pahinga lang po sa lalamunan. 5 minutes lang. Okay, so let's continue with our intragroup service cost contribution arrangement, and this afternoon intangibles. No, so what are this what we call as intragroup services? No, so these intragroup services are services between the group. No, so which can be direct or indirect. No? So direct charge is attributed to the entity that uses the services, no? So ito yung direct charge. Ikaw yung gumamit ng services. So ikaw yung magbabayad. Indirect charges is the fee to be collected for the services rendered by an associated enterprises from a related party, which is more difficult to quantify because of complexities in the services rendered and involvement of multiple parties. So yung direct charge, hindi masyadong mahirap yan. Ang mahirap is the indirect charge. Especially if provided yan between the related parties na may mga complicated. Why complicated? Kasi halimbawa, grupo, no? Expenses yan ng buong grupo. And then the problem will be how to allocate the price. So sa mga indirect charges or sa intragroup contributions, whether direct or indirect charges, ang issue dito is ganun pa rin, no? Kasi we're talking of arm's length, transfer pricing. So, ito bang mga charges are arm's length, no? So, sa mga service charges, kung sino yung nagpe-perform ng services, is that party properly charged or properly binabayaran ba siya or compensated, no? Kasi we're talking here of transfer pricing audit. Kahit na yung ating topics is about restructuring, still we down to ano ba yung relationship nito or ano ba yung dapat gagawin pagka halimbawa sa business restructuring nagkaroon na ng transfer pricing audit, no? So, ganun din dito sa intragroup services. So, what happened sa intragroup services if there is a transfer pricing audit? You have to consider whether the fee or the charges made between the intragroup charges are arm's length, no? So it will always redound to the transfer pricing audit na ang principle applied is the arm's length principle, no? So comparable ba yung kanilang charges with that of the independent party or kawawa lang yung subsidiaries kasi hindi siya binabayaran at sino ang nakikinabang? The parent company, no? So that is just an example. Indirect charges usually apply to bulk of charges made with many affiliates, no? So, especially pagka marami yung affiliates, tapos common yung services provided to them, bawa management services or on-call services, no? Direct or indirect charges are not acceptable. Yan na, yung charges niyan are not acceptable if the services are provided to other customer and become a business activity of the provider which is a related party. So, kung yung services na yan, provided niya yan sa customer, and then nagiging activity na yan ng related party, hindi daw siya acceptable. No? Yan. Ang sinasabi po natin dito are the transfer pricing guidelines. No? So, transfer pricing guidelines po to. Siya yung nagsabi na hindi acceptable. The guideline itself. So, example of indirect charge. The associated enterprise member of an M&A group provides software maintenance to 4 related companies. No? So, ito yung indirect charge. Yung maintenance provided by the related party to the other 4 related companies. No? So, total cost of services amounted to 25,000, no, a month. So, paano nila dinivide? In a portion yun sa 4 na company, yung charges doon sa maintenance na yan. Allocation K based on turnover is used to determine charges to the group of companies. Ano yung allocation K? Oh, ito. Number 1 is turnover. Ano yung turnover? Sales, no? So, based on turnover, so the allocation is 2,500 for company 1 kasi ang sales niya is only 10,000. So, kanino malaki? Dito sa company 4, Kasi malaki yung turnover niya, 40,000, so 10,000 siya. Kay company 3, 20,000 lang, so 5,000 lang yung allocation niya. And then, company 2, 30,000 turnover, so equivalent to 7,500. So total, indirect charges is 25,000. No? So, tama ba that the allocation K is based natin sa sales or sa turnover? No? It can be challenged, no? It can be questioned. Bakit? Kasi ang sales, hindi naman siya influenced by maintenance ng software, no? So, yung sales, may market forces yan, may share in the market or ano yung mga factors na sellable yung product, no? So, hindi software maintenance ang nagdi-determine ng turnover. So, it is not right that the allocation for the maintenance is based on sales, no? Ang layo, wala silang relationship or hindi siya justified, no? It can be challenged, no? So ano naman pwedeng gamitin to allocate the indirect charges of 25,000 for software maintenance, no? Pwede rin siya na expenses, no? Equal allocation ng expenses, no? So company 1, 2, 3, 4, pareho sila ng dinivide lang sa kanila yung 25,000. So magkano sila? 6,250. This allocation can still be challenged. Bakit? Kasi pagka inequal mo yung expenses sa kanila, the tax that should be paid by the entity nababawasan because of the amount of the expense charged to the companies, no? It can be challenged because kung i-divide mo sila equal services, hindi naman pare-pareho ang sizes ng company that requires the needs of the maintenance, no? Halimbawa, yung isa, yung computer niya is dalawa lang, hindi naman maliit lang siya. So bakit siya same lang ang babayaran niya na charges doon sa company na with over 100 or 1,000 computers at talagang computer yung kanyang business. That's why mas demand sa kanya yung maintenance, no? As compared doon sa isa na hindi naman talaga niya kailangan or very remote lang yung services pagka kailangan niya, no? So that can also be challenged, no? Yung equal sharing ng expenses, that can be challenged. Why? Because some companies are small, some companies are big. So ano dapat yung allocation kay based on the needs ng ano? Para sa akin ha, sa computer maintenance. Since computer maintenance yan, din i-allocate mo sa number of the computer na ginagamit ng companies, no? So there are difficult issues in the search for appropriate allocation case on the following situations, no? Yung mga intra-group services na yung sharing of expenses within the group, no? So situation A, training expenses incurred by the parent company for the training of executives employed by the subsidiaries, no? So meron siyang 100 subsidiaries with 200 executives, pinatrain niya yon, no? So, paano mo i-allocate yung expenses, no? Situation B, IT help desk on call services rendered by one member of the group to the parent company and other members of the group. Ito yung on-call services or help desk, no? So, paano mo i-divide ngayon yan doon sa group of companies na mini-maintain, no? How much is the charges for the on-call services? Another situation na mahirap ang intra-group services i-divide within the company, the marketing expenses, which is incurred by the head office for the advertising expenses that will benefit 3 distribution branches located in 3 different countries. No? So 3 different countries ang nagma-marketing expenses nasa head office. No? How are you going to distribute the expenses between those 3 companies situated in 3 different countries? No? So yun ang mahirap. So you have to analyze the situation, no? And then determine charges and allocation K. If the service is rendered for the interest of the whole group, then the cost of the services should be charged according to the benefits received, no? So ano daw dapat? This is a guide, guide to ng OECD, no? So ano daw dapat? How will you allocate the services? The cost of services should be charged according to the benefits received. So, 10 kayong companies na binibigyan ng serbisyo. So, sabi dito, according to the benefits received, yun ang babayaran mo. Halimbawa, marami kang computer sa help desk, no? Palagi kang tumatawag sa help desk. Then, mas malaki yung babayaran mo doon sa help desk, no? So, ano yung transfer pricing issues? The determining cost in a cost contribution agreement. All members of the same affiliated group that join the filing of consolidated return for the taxable year is treated as one taxpayer. So, yun yung mahirap kasi treated lang na one taxpayer kahit na sabihin mo na 100 branches yan. Pero pag transfer pricing audit mo yan, isang mukha lang yan. Ano mukha nila? Yung parent company lang. So, parang ginawa lang niya na extension ng sarili niya yung iba't ibang branches, no? Or related companies. A controlled participant cost of developing intangibles for the taxable year include all of the costs incurred by that participant related to the intangible development plus all of the cost sharing payment, no? Kasi halimbawa, mayroon kayong dinevelop na intangibles or software, no? So, ano ba yung cost, no? No? Those costs incurred by the participant. Halimbawa, yung participant dun sa development of the intangible is 10. So, titingnan mo yung cost sharing payment according to their contribution, syempre. Okay. So, management fee. Charges made to cover general, administrative, technical, or commercial services provided by management to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the business. So, itong management fee, very much abused to, no, dati. Makita mo, management fee, 120 million. Management fee, 100 million. These management fee are the charges of the parent company over the subsidiaries, no? Kasi kami nang manage eh, no? So, is it arm's length? Yan pa rin. We're down to the question na, is it arm's length? Tama ba yung binabayad or charge sa management fee? No? So, if the transfer pricing intercompany service charges include payment for management fee provided intra-group from one or more providers to one or more recipients. So, pagka may management fee na yan, provided intra-group, then you have to allocate, no? So management fee is subject to expanded withholding tax. The one claiming the expenses is constituted as withholding agent and is duty bound to withhold the income tax due thereon. Sabi kasi ng iba, hindi na siya subject sa expanded withholding kasi ano naman siya, charges ng parent company, no? For the management fee. So ang tanong diyan, kinli mo na expense and you are required, once you claim that as an expense, you are required to withhold. And then, since management fee yan, that these services, pwede ba yung management services niya, pinperform niya doon sa Amerika, nandito yung company, no? So, with the advent of technology, pwede. Paano nila gagawin? Through convergence na lang, no? Using technology. Pwede. Ang tanong, saan siya dapat bayaran ng tax, no? So management fee is a deduction that should be claimed by the company here in the Philippines. So anong gagawin mo? Then mag-withhold ka. Otherwise, that your expense will be disallowed. Kung material yung amount of management fee, no? So the audit of management fee is important if the amount is material and should include the following, no? So we're talking now of the audit of management fee, no? Kasi yung ating topic is related party transactions, yung audit of related party transactions. Determination and purpose of the service. So you have to consider, no? Ano ba yung purpose ng services? And then capacity and expertise of the entity to render or provide the service, no? the needs of the entity that receive and to whose account management fees are charged. Kailangan ba talaga niya yung charge mo na management fee? Considering na napaka-routine at saka ordinary lang naman yung kanyang operations, no? And then determination of the cost of services, how much is that? Bakit 120 million yung charge mo na management fee? Proof that management services were actually rendered. No? So how are you going to prove that the management services were actually rendered? No? So may mga documentation ka that you are going to show. No? So ito yung management fee. Pero if you try to look at now, no, na parang naka-red light na yung management fee, pag titingnan mo ngayon compared ng mga 10 years ago, na ang daming management fee sa balance sheet, sa income statement, ngayon halos wala na. Sila ng fringe benefits, no? Wala na rin. Kasi pagkikita mo, ang laki ng taxes, no, na i-charge mo dito sa management fee. No? So, nawawala na. Parang yung MCIT, dati, ang laki-laki ng gross profit kasi walang MCIT. Nung nagkaroon na ng MCIT, lumaki bigla yung direct cost, lumiit yung gross profit. No? Okay, so you have to consider also the personnel involved as provider and receiver of the services. No? Since management yan, technical yan, sino yung involved, sino yung nagbigay ng, nag-provide ng service, and sino din yung nag-receive ng services. Outline or specific of management services rendered. Anong klaseng management services yan? Bakit 120 million yan? No? That you render. The time or period covered. Kailan ba yan ginawa yung services na yan? And the withholding tax payment for the management fee. Very important, no? Kasi sa totoo lang, minsan wala naman talagang totoong management services rendered. Nilagay lang dyan for purposes of claiming deductions from income tax, no? In one case, ito yung kinuwento ko sa inyo kahapon na yung management fee is being charged by the parent company sa subsidiary niya dito sa Pilipinas. Upon audit, it was found out that yung main office where the head office or the parent company is situated has only 3 employees, no? The president of the company, and then the secretary and the liaison officer. No? So anong ibig lang na patunayan ng korte doon? The parent company has no capacity to render management services to the affiliate, no? Or to the related entities. So anong ginawa? Disallow the management fee. And how much is that? 120 million. How much is the tax component of 120 million multiplied by the 30% income tax rate, no? So 30%, 12, mga 40 million, that's a lot of money. Just because the management fees has been disallowed, no? Intragroup services, provision of Section 34B, ano yun? Should apply. Ano yung Section 34B? Substantiation requirement, no? Kasi alam nyo, ito yung contention ng isa. So, always balikan natin yung ating tax code. Ano ba yung mga requirements? Nag-claim siya ng services, so kailangan, nag-claim siya ng expenses, kailangan may substantiation requirements. At ano yun? There should be sufficient evidence as to official receipts or other adequate records. Ano yung other adequate records? Na pinapakita mo, halimbawa, nag-delivery receipt ka, nag-job order ka, no? So the amount of the expenses being deducted, the direct connection or relation of the expenses being deducted to the development, management, operation, and or conduct of the trade, business, or profession of the taxpayer. So kailan pa talaga yung management services na 120 million? The functions of the company here in the Philippines is very ordinary lang at saka routine. So bakit kailangan niya magbayad ng 120 million na management fee? No? So it is clear that for deduction to be allowable for tax purposes, necessary and ordinary dapat yung expenses. No? And then kailangan may substantiation with official documents, no? So, ito ang red, ito ha. If management fee is provided only to protect the interest of shareholders, it can be disallowed for tax purposes, no? Di ba, nagkaroon nga ng management fee, pero ang purpose niyan is para proteksyonan yung shareholders dahil sila yung investor, no? Sila yung may-ari ng shares of stocks. It can be disallowed for tax purposes. Finance charges, ano itong finance charges? Ito yung cost of money, no? That you pay for the use of money also, no? Sa iba, it is in the form of interest, no? Sa iba naman, depende, no? Pwedeng service charges, no? And other charges, which is the amount paid as cost of money on loans and advances and other payables charges by a related entity to another, no? Finance charges are charges but not limited to the following. Loan of a subsidiary guaranteed by the parent, no? So there should be a guarantee fee. Payables and receivables from a related company, no? So halimbawa, the payables or the receivables, the term is already 6 months, no? So dapat may interest na yan. Why? Kasi kung wala yung interest, hindi mo siya pinautang ng 6 months, nagbayad siya ng 60 days, 2 months, napamili mo na ulit, kumita na ulit yung pera mo, no? Advances to and advances from a related entity. Ito yung mga charges, no? Advances to and advances from related entity. Sometimes this is disguised as equity contribution. Why? Yung sabi ko sa inyo na the capital of the company is 500,000, no? And then the transactions is 100 million. So anong ino-augment nila doon sa deficiency in capital? Advances to or advances from a related entity, no? Kaya sa ibang bansa, mayroon batas against thin capitalization. Hindi pwede na maliit yung capital mo, no? Terms of credit on sales or purchases with related parties. Ano yung terms of credit? There is only one supplier, there is only one buyer. Sino yun? The parent company, no? Ano yung terms of credit? Ano yung mga number of days na nagbibigay ka ng credit, no? Kasi kung sobrang, ano na yan, abot na halimbawa ng 1 year yung terms of credit mo and then related parties, and then ano ka ngayon, nag write off ka ngayon ng mga bad debts mo because napakahaba ng mga terms, hindi nagbabayan, no? So titingnan lahat yan kung arm's length pa yung ginawa mo, and especially if it is between related parties, no? Bank loan to finance capital expenditures. So ano yung mga capital expenditures that you are going to finance? Halimbawa, nagpapagawa ka pala ng mall, nagpapagawa ka pala ng building. Dapat yan, capital expenditures yan, hindi yan operating expenses, no? Bakit? Kasi ang interest on the loan na ginamit mo doon sa assets mo na yun should be capitalized and later on amortized or depreciated, no? So hindi naman yun nawawala, makikinabang ka pa rin. In analyzing finance charges, it is necessary to determine the following, no? So ano i-consider mo? Purpose of the loan or advances, no? Ano bang purpose of the loan or advances? Para additional capital? Ang dami mo ng capital. Yun yung sabi ko na 90 million lang yung mini-maintain mo na inventory. Mayroon ka ng 150 million na standby. So, hindi mo na kailangan na magpa-factor pa ng accounts receivable, no? Amount of loan or advances, no? Yung advances mo is 100 million. Yung capital mo is 1 million. Rate of interest charges, sobrang taas or sobrang baba, you have to adjust. Kasi ang tawag natin dyan, apply the arm's length principle. So kung sobrang taas yan, hindi na arm's length, sobrang baba na, hindi na arm's length, adjust. Currency used, no? So what are the currency used? Yen ba siya or dollars? Why? Kasi yung currency used, papasok na kaagad dyan yung translation, no? Gain or loss. Capacity of the entity to incur the liability. Kaya mo bang magpautang ng 100 million sa company with a capital of only 500,000, no? So the banks are also very strict. Example, no? So yung mga example, kayo na lang magbasa dyan, ha? Hindi ko na-explain sa inyo because we are running out of time. No? Okay. Sometimes, when it is allowing interest expense on the ground that they are not necessary, an ordinary expense, and should be treated as capital expenditure added to the cost of the building. No? So in that case, pwede i-disallow. Form of consideration under the cost contribution arrangement. Itong cost contribution arrangement naman, kanina, ang pinag-usapan natin, intra-group services. Yung isang company, mag-servisyo siya sa other related company. Ito naman, cost contribution arrangement. Meron kayo develop na product, kayong mga 5 members or 10 members, magko-contribute kayo ngayon for the development of that product. No? So there are also transfer pricing issues. If there is the case, and then you are under audit, ano naman ang considerations dito sa cost contribution arrangement? No? Ito i-summarize ko na lang. No? Ang tanong dito is, lahat ba ng participants are properly remunerated based on their participation? Ang participation ng isa, sila ay nag-develop ng software. Ang participation ng isa, nagbibigay siya ng technical advice, no? Or nagbibigay siya ng paggamit siya ng software niya, no? So depending on the contribution ng bawat isa. At ang pinaka-point mo diyan is the contributor properly remunerated at arm's length. Yun bang contribution niya? Binayaran ba siya at ang bayad ba sa kanya is arm's length? Why? Kasi po, posible na, ito, very technical yung ginawa ko, pero magkano binayad sa akin? Once the product is developed, punta lahat yan sa parent company. No? Wala siyang share. Pero siya yung pinaka malaki yung na-contribute doon sa project. No? So, unfair na hindi mo siya bayaran ng tama. Or, sometimes, ang pagbabayad mo, share din in the profit of the product developed. No? So, pwede rin na ganon. So far, may nakikinig pa? Ha? Ilan? No, so naiintindihan tayo, ha? So mag-feedback kayo kung masyado tayo mabilis or what, no? Okay, so section 50, yun yung sinabi ko sa inyo kanina, ibinasa ko sa inyo. Anong purpose? To prevent evasion of taxes, no? And to tax the profit accordingly, no? So in the absence of clear guidance on cost contribution arrangement, the Philippines adheres to the OECD transfer pricing guidelines as a matter of policy pursuant to RMC 26-2008. No? Ano yung nakalagay doon sa RMC 26-2008? Because wala pa tayong guidance. No? In case of ambiguity, we adhere to the provisions of the OECD transfer pricing guidelines. No? So, in a qualified cost sharing arrangement that fails to assign interest in a covered intangible, no? By cost sharing arrangement, then its controlled participant will be deemed to hold a share in such interest equal to its shares of the cost of developing such intangible. So, walang sharing arrangement. Anong gagawin? So, based doon sa kanya actual participation, no? Yun dapat yung benefits din mapupunta sa kanya. Okay. Consideration for acquisitions can be lump sum payments or installment payment. No? Ito yung sa cost contribution arrangement. Lump sum is outright payments for the cost incurred. Installment naman, spread over the period of use of the intangible by the transferee with interest calculated using the prevailing interest rate. No? So, kung installment yan, dapat may consideration ng interest. Especially kung mga long term na. Excuse me. Royalties or other payments contingent on the use of intangible by the transferee, usually percentage of sales. No? Sa intangibles kasi, ano yung mga intangibles? Patent, copyrights, ano pa, yung software. Ang tawag doon, pagka ginamit mo yon royalty. No? Yun yung payment mo doon for the use of those intangibles. No? So, ano daw usually ang basis? Percentage of sales. Halimbawa, ginamit mo yung trade name, no? Ng isang product, so sellable ngayon, yung pagmamarket mo. So, anong payment doon sa royalty? Percentage of sales. Usually, yung iba ginagawa nila 3% of sales, no? Example, no? Philippine subsidiary company O, foreign parent company P, and foreign subsidiary company Q enter into a cost contribution arrangement to develop new products within the group of products in the within the group of products in the rest of the world. No? So, Philippine subsidiary company O, foreign parent company Q, and foreign subsidiary company Q project that each will manufacture and sell a third of the Group A products under development, and they share cost on the basis of projected sales of manufactured product. So, meron na silang pre-agreed na agreement on the development of that product. At saka paano nila ibenta. So when the new Group A products are developed, the Philippine subsidiary company O ceases to manufacture Group A products, and foreign parent company P sells its Group A product to Philippine subsidiary. So hindi na siya nag-manufacture. Saan lang siya kumuha? Doon kay Group A. So company O for resale in the Philippines and other Asian countries. Philippine subsidiary company O earns a return on its resale activity that is appropriate, given its function as distributor, but does not earn a return attributable to exploiting covered intangibles. Kasi nakalimutan na yung participation niya in the development, no, na una. Ang ginawa nila, naging reseller na lang siya. Doon na lang siya kumikita. No? So, kulang yung transaction. Hindi, si Philippine subsidiary is not properly remunerated. No? So, yun yung sabi natin na is the treatment arm's length. No? May nawawala na transaction. The tax authority determines that Philippine subsidiary company o share of the cost. No? Yung share of the cost niya it's 1/3 was greater than its share of reasonably anticipated benefits. No? Yung anticipated benefits niya ay 0. That it has transferred an interest in the intangibles for which it should receive a payment from foreign parent company P, whose share of the intangible development cost is also 1/3, no? Less than its share of reasonably anticipated benefits over time, no? So ang benefits ni parent is 2/3 na, yung benefits na dapat mapunta kay company o sa Philippines na 1/3 nawala na, no? Nandun na sa parent company. So the allocation is made from foreign parent company P to Philippines. So company O, dapat i-recognize nila yung 1/3 na interest ni Philippines sa intangible. Kasi kasama siya dun sa nag-develop eh. So no allocation is made from foreign subsidiary, company Q to Philippine subsidiary, company O, because company Q did not exploit company O's interest in the covered intangibles. So, yan yung contention naman nung company, hindi daw niya in-exploit or hindi daw niya ginamit yung rights ni company o doon sa intangibles. No? So, anyway, yung topic natin is for the intangibles, mamayang hapon sana to. Pero, may time pa tayo, no? 11:42 pa lang. So, ituloy natin to. Anyway, tapusin na lang natin mamaya. Kasi hindi naman ito matatapos. Mahaba kasi masyado yung topics on intangibles, no? And this is very important. Why? Because, alam nyo, ang intangibles, ano ba ang intangibles? Intangibles are things that you cannot see, no? So, pag sinabi mo na things that you cannot see, may value ba siya? Yes. Kasi kahit hindi siya makikita, very valuable siya. So, anong ginagawa ngayon ng mga multinationals na they are studying how to invest their money very well. So, they are investing in intangibles. Why? Ang intangibles hindi nabubulok, no? Hindi nasisira. As compared to the physical assets. Ano yung physical assets? Ito yung mga property, plant, equipment, nagde-depreciate. So, anong ginagawa ng multinationals? Invest more on intangibles. No? So, ano yung mga intangibles na yan? Patents, copyright, a good business name, no? So, a good process. Those are all intangibles. No? And intangibles are the things that last. No? I-outlast niya ang physical or yung tangible na assets. No? Ang intangible assets mas tumatagal. And it brings more profit to the company kasi value driver siya ng company. May Chinese proverb ako kasi maganda yung mga Chinese proverbs, no? If you want long-term na pakinabang daw, you invest in people. If you are yung mga short-term lang daw na mga pakinabang, so ito yung itanim mo. If gusto mo makinabang daw ng mga 100 years, you plant trees, no? Pero kung yung gusto mo daw na mahaba na pakinabang, you invest in people. No? Magaganda rin yung mga Chinese proverbs, why they are words of wisdom. Saka yung mga Chinese, sila yung napakatyaga ng mga tao. If you try to look at inventions, no? Sa mga processing ng mga goods, merchandise, if you try to look at the Chinese, yung history ng China, matagal na silang may mga inventions. Sila na yung gumagawa ng mga carpet. Sila na nga yung mga nagpipilgrimage para lang yung mga gawa nilang product, nahahatid nila yan doon sa mga seller or mga buyers. Talagang naglalakad yan sila ng ilang buwan para lang makapagbenta ng kanilang mga goods. No? Ibig sabihin, meron na talaga silang parang intuition para sa business. No? At saka hindi yun. Yung kanilang business, hindi yun natatapos doon sa 4 na sulok ng bahay nila. Talagang dinadala nila yan sa kung sino yung nangangailangan. No? This is also patterned by Japan. Anong ginawa ng Japan? Meron siyang international domestic trade and industry. No? Ano yun? Sabi ng Japanese government, alis kayo, punta kayo doon sa ibang mga lugar. Tingnan nyo ano yung kailangan nila and then supply it, no? As contrast to the Filipinos, no? Ako hindi ko to talaga makalimutan. Bata pa ako, no? Hindi naman bata, no? Medyo ano na rin, high school na eh. No? Yung alis ako sa amin kasi hindi ka makapag-aral, ang layo, walang pera, lahat na. Susama ako dun sa auntie ko dito sa Luzon, sa Tarlac. Alam mo, ang sabi ng father ko, ay, huwag kang umalis dito kasi ganun-ganon. No? Ang mother ko naman, kahit nakakain na lang tayo ng dahon para lang sama-sama tayo. No? May mangyayari ba sa buhay niyo kung ganun? No? Kakain nga kayo ng dahon. No? Tapos hindi ka nag-aral. Oh, mangyayari sa inyo? Ewan ko ha. But try to look at the Chinese. Nag-i-invent na sila and then they take a risk. Life is a risk eh. May gusto kang gawin, you take a risk. No? May gusto kang i-develop, then you take a risk. Nung ginawa ng mga Chinese, develop, improve their products. Once they have the developed products, dadalhin na nila yan sa customer. Lalakad sila yung mga travelers nila. Diyos ko, kung saan-saan sila na mga kabundukan. Pero grupo-grupo sila. Yung abutan sila ng mga snow, abutan sila ng Well, kasi lalayo ng mga pinupuntahan nila just to sell their goods, no? Dala-dala nila yan. May mga, ano yun sila, hindi naman yun kabayo, no? Doon nila kinakarga yun, pati yung mga tent nila na tinutulugan, pati yung mga goods na pangbenta nila, no? Then grupo-grupo sila. Kung saan sila abutan ng dilim, doon naman sila matutulog, doon sila magluluto, lahat-lahat, karga nila, no? So, ganun sila katyaga. And, kung titingnan mo, noon pa, magaganda na yung mga bahay nila, may mga gamit na silang mga magaganda, yung mga porcelain na mga pinggan, sa kanila yun eh, kasi silang may gawa niyan eh, no? So, they enjoy already the luxury of life. Bakit? Siyempre, sila eh. Yung sabi na, ay sama-sama tayo kahit kakain ng dahon. Eh wala talaga, kakain lang kayo ng dahon at saka look at the status sa buhay. Hindi talaga aasenso, no? Sino affected? Siyempre yung bayan mo, yung bansa mo. Kasi paano ka aasenso? Hindi ka nag-i-explore, no? And then there is no business, walang development. Okay. Intangibles as value drivers, no? So intangibles are developed and exploited to enhance the value of the product, service, or process. No? Kasi ang intangibles, iba-ibang mukha yan eh. Hindi naman isang klase yan. Intangibles are value drivers for many multinational corporations. No? Engaged in different industries like manufacturing, information technology, product distribution, or services. For me, ano ba talaga ang nagpapa-improve ng mundo? It's business. No? Sino yung powerful na community? The business community. Actually, yung politics, wala yan. Ginagamit lang din sila. Pinifinance lang din sila ng business community. No? Kaya ang pera nasa business, wala sa kung saan man na sector. No? Our knowledge-based economy make use of knowledge as an intangible. No? So ngayon, ano ang knowledge is also an intangible. Used for assets to incur future economic benefits. No? Every goods and services produced essential components of knowledge and process which are intangibles because they have no physical attributes. Ang tanong, pwede ka bang mag-develop ng product na walang process at saka walang intangibles? Hindi. Kaya ang isang product na buo, kaya yung isang product naging is brought into existence because of the combination of the intelligence and the process. No? Kasi kung hindi mo yan pinag-iisipan, paano ka makabuo ng isang product? Paano mo ma-improve yung isang product? No? Kaya mo yan nabuo dahil pinag-isipan mo and then nagkaroon ka ng proseso. No? Kaya knowledge is power. But dami din namang Pilipinos na matatalino. Pero yung talino nila hanggang sa utak lang, hindi ina-apply. No? So ano yun? Memorize mo yung libro. Memorize mo lang, hindi mo naman in-apply. So wala rin nangyari. No? Kaya dapat talaga, meron ka ng knowledge, ina-apply mo ba yung knowledge mo? Inaano mo doon sa process. Kaya lamang na lamang yung matalino na masipag pa. Why? Kasi talino ka nga, tamad ka naman. Wala application. So ganun yung intangibles. Intangibles are, yung talino is intangible. No? Yung sipag is also intangible. No? So in the Philippines, the use, ownership, and development of intangibles are governed by the provision of Presidential Decree number 49. Ito yung una ha. Ngayon, Republic Act 8293 na. Ito yung Intellectual Property Code. And for your information, marami na rin tayong cases about intangible properties. Ito yung patent infringement, ito yung mga ginagaya yung mga brand ng iba. Paano ginagaya? No? Nung na-assign ako ng Marikina, I was chief of the assessment doon ng BIR. No, ang dami naming mga cases na mga fraudulent cases. May mga taxpayers kami doon na nasa bundok sila. Pinupunta namin paggawaan ng mga Nike na t-shirt yung binibenta sa Divisoria. No? Ano yun? Ginagawa siya na t-shirt, mukha talaga, but the quality is different. So ano yun? Ini-exploit yung intangibles na hindi naman kanila. So anong ginagawa ng NBI? Nire-raid sila at saka pinipenalty and then pinapastop yung kanilang ginagawa, no? That is also yung ano ng WIPO, no? Talagang nangulit ako sa WIPO nung 2016 yun no? Na I want to join their seminars, their international convention. Kasi I'm so interested with the intellectual property, no? So yung world natin na mga intangibles natin, intellectual properties, they are registered, no? Registrable na yan sila ngayon because they are legally protected at hindi lang locally, internationally pa, no? At sino yung regulatory body? The WIPO or the World Intellectual Property Office based in Switzerland, no? Although may invitation sila sa akin sa Switzerland, I try to go, di na-approve yung aking Schengen visa, so hindi na rin ako namilit. Why? Kasi kulang yung pera ko sa bangko, no? Nung nag-present ako ng bank, hindi talaga nila in-approve, no? Pero yung nasa Shanghai, China, hindi stricto, nakapunta ako sa World Intellectual Property Convention nila. And talagang napakaganda lang sa kanila because they solicit contributions, no? Yung mga contributions mo talagang nire-recognize nila and then ini-inculcate nila doon sa kanilang gagawin na mga policies, no? So, kailan yung ating webinar with WIPO, Hari? December 2 and 4, no? That is about arbitration ng mga dispute resolution involving intellectual properties, no? So, maganda din yan kasi may mga disputes talaga ang intangibles, no? May mga problema na dapat i-resolve, no? And then yung mga opinion mo, hindi nasasayang kasi talagang ina-actionan. Okay, so the IPO dito sa atin, Intellectual Property Office, administer and implement the Philippine policies on intellectual properties. So ano yung mga policies na yan? Including yung registration, no? Actually, meron kaming client na anuhin mo nga yun, Hari? Oo, kasi yung sa milk station, nag-ano na sila yung disclaimer, no? Yung disclaimer ng use of the generic name. Kasi generic kasi no? Pag general yung pangalan mo, nagpa-patent ka, nagpa-trade name ka, karoon ng disclaimer sa IPO na hindi mo siya pwedeng limit sa iyo yung use. Pwedeng gamitin ng iba kasi general or generic. Descriptive yung pangalan mo. Pagka generic at saka descriptive, wala ring power yung IPO na ibigay sa iyo yung ganyang pangalan. Why? Kasi descriptive yan sistema yan na ginagamit ng lahat. Pag sinabi mong descriptive siya, generic, at hindi mo pa ipagamit, ibigay mo na exclusive, anong mangyayari sa buong sistema? No? So, hindi siya in-approve. In short, hindi siya in-approve. I-approve siya pero with a disclaimer na hindi exclusive sa kanila. So, sabi ko, kung hindi exclusive sa inyo, pwedeng gamitin ng iba, what's the use na iparegister mo pa sa IPO? No? Okay. So, it is understood that in the absence of particular legal or administrative rules on intangibles, related issues will be resolved by extensive references to the OECD guidelines, no? Ito yung sa RMC natin 26/2008. Kasi ang dinidiscuss natin sa inyo ngayon are OECD transfer pricing guidelines on intangibles, no? Definition of intangibles, saan ko to kinuha? This is IAS 38, no? So, ang daming dapat gawin no? So, actually, itong intangibles na to, recognition, measurement of intangibles, dapat meron na tayong ano dyan, yung parang guidelines, no? So, IAS 38 define intangible asset as identifiable non-monetary asset without physical attributes. Bakit without physical attributes? Hindi mo siya nakikita. No? Parang hangin. Importante ba ang hangin? Super importante. O bakit mo alam na may hangin? Kasi mamamatay ka na pag walang hangin. No? Ba't mo alam na may hangin kahit hindi mo siya nakikita? Kasi nararamdaman mo. No? Ano ba yung medyo malamig? Ano ba yung nagmo-move na hindi mo nakikita? Hangin. No? Sa bagay, assumption lang natin yan. Pero sa totoong buhay, napakaraming bagay na hindi natin nakikita but they are existing. No? Ano yun? Sabi nung isang article na nabasa ko, kung yung nakikita mo daw ng mata mo is 10,000, ang hindi mo nakikita is more than 10,000. No? So, ang dami palang intangibles. Yung logic, nakikita mo ba yan? Yung mga formula, nakikita mo ba yan? Anong nagpapatakbo sa software? Ano ba yung software? No? Process lang yan, formula. Pero bakit pinapatakbo niya yung computer? Hindi mo naman yan nakikita. No? Bakit ba umiikot ang mundo? No? Hindi yung mga stars natin hindi bangga-banggaan. No? Ano 'yun? Yun yung things na hindi natin nakikita. Bakit ba nandito tayo sa mundo? Bakit bigla na lang tayong lumitaw? Ano 'yun? The reasons are those. Lahat yan, puro intangibles, no? Hindi natin nakikita. That sometimes, yung mga intangibles na yan, sa sobrang dami, hindi na rin natin nafa-fathom, no? So, intangible assets can be classified as either indefinite or definite on the specifics of that assets. Kaya yung yung naririnig ko noon na pinauso yata sa TV, na yung sabi nila na walang forever. Sino yung nagpauso niyan, Hari? Yung walang forever? Sa mga movie yan sa mga na kagad-agad sinasabi na walang forever. Talagang nag-react ako doon nasabi ko, it's not true Kasi there is forever. Kaya tingnan nyo nga intangible asset as classified sila as indefinite or definite. Pagka indefinite, walang katapusan yan. No? Hindi mo nga ma-fathom, hindi mo nga yan ma-measure. No? Kasi indefinite. No? Yung definite, yes. Kaya doon sa sabi na walang forever, there is forever. No? May forever. Kung ang mundo, may forever. Yung hindi naniniwala, bala sila. Wala silang forever. Pero yung naniniwala, may forever. No? So intangible property includes rights to use industrial assets such as patents, trademarks, trade names, design, or models. So anong advantage pag naniniwala ka sa forever? May forever ka. Anong disadvantage or advantage ng hindi naniniwala sa forever? You eat today because you'll die tomorrow. Kasi hindi ka naniniwala na forever No? So magkakaiba ang pananaw ng dalawang klase ng tao na yan, na naniniwala at saka hindi naniniwala. No? What are the kinds of intangibles? Copyrights, trademarks, geographic indications, industrial designs, and many more. Ang dami pong intangibles. No? Kaya nga, meron tayong tinatawag na marketing intangibles, manufacturing intangibles. No? So we have patents, layout design, topographies, integrated circuits, protection of undisclosed information, intangibles pa rin yan. Patents, inventions, formula, process, design, patterns, know-how, copyrights, and literary, musical, artistic composition, trademarks, trade names, brand names, franchises, licenses, or contracts, they are all intangibles. No? Methods, programs, systems, procedures, campaign, surveys, studies, forecast, estimates, customers list, or technical data, and other similar items. So, pag other similar items na sinasabi, cuts all provision na yan. No? Okay. Okay, so it's already 12 o'clock, no? So, mamayang hapon, we will continue with our discussions on intangibles, no? So, with that, magkakaroon tayo ng 1 hour na break. And then, what we got this morning, we discussed about the intragroup services, no? The restructuring. For your information, yung restructuring at saka yung risk sa restructuring, yun yung pinakamahaba talaga na topic sa OECD. Because if you try to look at the cases that reaches the court now, usually nasa restructuring at saka nasa intangibles. No? Kaya ko tinitake up sa inyo itong mga topics na to because we're talking about transfer pricing audit. At ito yung mga favorites ng tax authorities during the transfer pricing audit, no? Ito yung intangibles at saka yung business restructuring, no? So, in your part as accountant or as practitioner, at saka yung relationship niyo with your clients, more so ang ituturo natin sa kanila is about documentation of this uh, transfer pricing, no? Documentation and then the policy making, kasi yan talaga yung counterpart ng gawa dapat ng accountants or ng lawyers, no? So with that, let's call it a half day and let's be back after 1 hour. Okay, so good afternoon. Let's continue with our afternoon session. No? But before that, I would like to call out our participants. No? Ilan to, Hari?
25 po yan
Okay, so we have 25 participants who have registered in the morning and also sa hapon, no? In the afternoon. So we have Alas Angel, Kakayan Christian Brian, we have De La Peña, Janet Leonson. We have, itong si Ma'am Olga, nandyan ito
Ay, opo ma'am.
Hindi mo check,
Dito kasi siya
no? Deldoc Olga Magtanong, no? We have Dino Jocelyn, Divina Jethro, we have Ferrer Andrea, Garay Jesse, Javier Maricel, Manzanero Ira, Medina Rizabel, Medrano Care, Milgarejo Jessica, Nahera Jason, Umawing Hani, Panaligan Maridel, Peralta Joanna, Quikay Jefferson, Kinyo Jasmine, Reyes Gina Marjorie, Rodriguez Kelvin, Saldivar Merizen, Torio Ivy Grace, Villadares Dexter, Evangelista LV, Valencia Paula. No? So yun po yung mga present this afternoon. Okay, so let's continue with our discussions, and this afternoon I give you all, no, na dapat yung malaman sa transfer pricing. No? So please bear with me up to sana matapos natin to before 5 o'clock so that makakapag address pa tayo kung may mga concern or may mga questions po kayo, no? So let's have our discussion of intangibles, no? So sa discussions natin sa intangibles, iniwanan natin kanina yung two primary forms of intangibles, no? So we have legal intangibles and the competitive intangibles. No? So ano tong tinatawag na legal intangibles? The legal intangibles are the examples, no? Trade secrets, customers list, copyrights, patent, trademarks, and goodwill. No? So itong legal intangibles na to, halimbawa, customers list, trade secrets. No? How are you going to value this customer list? Kaya nga, ito yung source ng dispute. No? Kasi, halimbawa, i-transfer mo yung intangibles mo kasama yung customers list. Ito lang yung valuation ng taxpayer. On the other hand, all-inclusive ang valuation ng tax authorities kasama yung customers list. So how are you going to value this customers list? No? How much? No? So parang subjective siya. Hindi siya kasi paano mo i-value yung nandiyan yung customers list? Alam mo na may value siya, but how much? No? Competitive intangibles. Examples are knowledge activities, know-how knowledge, collaboration activities, leverage activities, and structural activities. No? So, ang daming nagtatanong, bakit kayo nagbibigay ng free na seminar sa transfer pricing? Mahal-mahal ng transfer pricing. No? So, intangibles din to para sa atin. Why? Kasi siguro ito know-how and knowledge na binibigay natin sa inyo, no? So this can be your source of competitive intangibles, no? Sa amin naman is we are developing our channel, so nagkakaroon kami ng mga extra na number of hours, no? So nag-accumulate kami ng number of hours. So with you around, nakakatulong yan sa amin, and then nakaka-subscribe kayo dito sa ating YouTube channel. And for all you know, yung YouTube channel is also an intangible. No? Bakit intangible? Kasi hindi mo siya nakikita, pero nandiyan ka. It is a source of your advertisement. It is a source of your network. So napakalaki ng pakinabang ng YouTube channel. No? Other examples of intangible are trade secret, which is a formula, practice, process, design, instrument, pattern, or compilation of information used by a business to obtain an advantage over competitors or customers. Actually, itong intangibles, maraming companies dito talaga sila nag-i-invest. Why? Kasi pag nag-invest ka sa intangibles, it gives you a long-lasting turnover, no? At saka, intangibles ito eh. So, meaning, malaki yung pakinabang mo. No? That's why some multinational companies are managing their intangibles. They register their intangibles in such a way na nandoon siya sa IP hub or this low tax jurisdictions. No? So pagka nandoon ka, konti lang yung tax na babayaran mo. Yung savings mo when it comes to tax. At ang ginamit mo doon, yung management mo of your intangible assets. No? Brand name. Anong ibig sabihin ng brand name? The brand name is often used interchangeable with brand, no? Kasi yung brand name, pangalan, no? So yung brand sometimes logo yan, sometimes ano yan, no? So although it is more correctly used to specifically denote written or spoken linguistic elements of a brand. So pag sinabi mong brand name, pangalan, no? Okay. So, ang brand name is also very important. Bakit? Saan ba ginagamit yung brand name? As identity of the product. So, it carries with it the, pagka sinabi mong ito yung brand. Oh. So, may kasama na yan parang guarantee na talagang magandang klase. No? Kasi depende sa kung ano yung nire-represent ng brand name na yan. Valuation of intangible. Oh. So, IAS 38, paragraph 21 states that an intangible asset shall be recognized if and only if kailan mo i-recognize na meron talaga siyang intangibles. It is probable that the expected future economic benefits that are attributable to the assets will flow to the entity. No? So, kailan mo lang siya i-recognize ang intangibles? Because probable talagang mangyayari or may expected future benefits na matatanggap yung entity. Kaya mo i-recognize yung intangible. Or the cost of the asset can be measured reliably. Ano yung cost of the asset? Halimbawa, sa software, ano yung cost of the asset? The cost of development, which is the research and development. An entity shall assess the probability of expected future economic benefits using reasonable and supportable assumptions that represent management's best estimate of the set of economic conditions that will exist over the useful life of the assets. Ito pumapasok na dito yung mga words na estimate, no? Pumapasok na dito yung supportable assumptions, no? Pag dinala mo yung case mo sa korte, talo ka kaagad dyan. Why? Kasi hindi yan factual. Why? Kasi assumptions lang. And the court, ayaw nila yan. Supportable assumptions and also the best estimate, no? So, sino yung gagawa niyan? The expert. Sino yung expert? The industry expert and also the statistician, no? So kasi kung ordinary ka lang, hindi mo kaya ipaliwanag 'yan sa korte, no? The cost of a separately acquired intangible asset comprises of the following. Ito, kung halimbawa may binili ka na intangible, how are you going to buy the intangible? Kung software, hindi mo yan mababay. Ano yung sa software? License to use lang yan. No? And then you are paying royalties. Sa ano yung mga intangibles na pwede mong bilhin? Yung brand name. No? That's why yung iba, they have the business of developing a brand. Pag sikat na yung brand, bibenta na nila. No? Mikita na sila ng milyon-milyon. Okay. So, cost of a separately acquired intangible asset comprises of the following. No? Its purchase price, including import duties and non-refundable purchase taxes, after deducting trade discounts and rebates, and any directly attributable cost of repairing the asset for its intended use. No? So, yun yung cost of separately acquired intangible assets. No? So, the purchase price, kasama na yung import duties kasi kung ang purchase price mo, the items that you purchase are imported, no? So kasama na yan, babayaran mo yung import duties, no? Also the non-refundable purchase taxes after deducting trade discounts and rebates, no? So yun yung part of the price. And also any directly attributable cost of preparing the asset for its intended use. Halimbawa, installation, kasi hindi naman gagana yung asset kung hindi mo install. No? So the cost of the installation is still added to the cost of the asset. So kung intangible yan siya, halimbawa software, no? Pagdating dito may enhancement pa halimbawa or compatibility issue. So, gagawin mo pa yan and then the cost will be added to the cost of the asset or to the software. Example of directly attributable costs are cost of employee benefits arising directly from bringing the asset to its working condition. Professional fees arising directly from bringing the asset to its working condition. And cost of testing whether the asset is functioning properly. Why are we studying this one? Why? Because this can be a potential source of transfer pricing issue. So we're talking of audit. Ano yung mangyayari kung dito, no? Si sabi dito, directly attributable cost ng assets or ng intangibles. So, in this scenario, itong ABC na binabasa ko sa inyo, halimbawa in this scenario, the relationships or the parties involved are related parties. So what are the issues when it comes to transfer pricing audit? The issues would be, halimbawa, the cost of employee benefits are the cost of the employee benefits arm's length. No? So it would all redound to the issues na arm's length ba. Halimbawa, professional fees, bringing the assets to its working condition. Is the professional fee charged by the related parties arm's length or yan ba yung prevailing in the market? Because if not, then you have to adjust. No? So yun ang purpose ng transfer pricing audit. Cost of testing, whether the asset is functioning properly, is it arm's length? No? If not, you adjust again. No? Okay. One of the most important issue in the valuation of intangible is the determination of royalties that deal with the use of copyrights, no? Kasi ang use ng intangibles, ang tawag diyan yung bayad are royalties, no? Okay. Anong ibig sabihin ng royalties? Royalties as used in the article sa OECD means payment of any kind received as a consideration for the use or the right to use of any copyright of literary, artistic, or scientific work, including cinematographic films, any patents, trademark, design, or model, plan, secret formula, or process, or for information concerning industrial, commercial, or scientific experience. So, ang binabayad mo dyan, royalty ang tawag, no? So, yan yung payment. So how is this intellectual property valued? Pwede siyang market-based approach or cost-based approach, no? Pag market-based, it is based on the existence of the same or similar intangible on well-established market. Why do we have to study the valuation of intellectual property? Because there are so many cases in court that reaches, no, the court for decision ano ang issue, valuation of the intangibles. Kasi sabi ng taxpayer, 200 million lang. Sabi ng tax authority, 3 billion. So napakalaki ng disparity. So how are you going to value intellectual property? The valuation of the intellectual property can be based on the market or market-based approach and can also be cost-based approach. No? So, market-based approach is based on the existence of the same or similar intangible on well-established markets. No? Halimbawa, paano ma-evalue yung trademark ng Louis Vuitton? No? So, kilala yan, mga branded yan. Magkano mo yan i-value? So, €1,000,000 yan. No? So, ginamit yan dito sa Pilipinas. Halimbawa, dito siya nag-manufacture ng bag. And then, ginagamit yung kanyang intellectual property na yung mga logo niya, mga sign. Magkano mo ba yan i-value? Siyempre, i-base mo yan sa market. Especially if active sa market yung bag na yan, no? So, magkano mo siya i-value? meron ka mga bases. No? So magkano ba siya binavalue ng Europe? How about the cost-based approach? Implies that the intangible's value is closely related to its cost of development. No? Kung may mga cost of development because you develop the intangibles, then mas madali i-value kung i-base mo sa cost. Why? Because the cost that you incurred in bringing that project into existence, then kasama lahat yan, yung cost that you incurred, madali lang i-determine. No? And can also be the income-based approach. So ito yung tatlo na way of how to value intangible. No? So we have the market-based approach, we have the cost-based approach, and we have the income-based approach. Ano naman yung income-based approach? Attempts to measure the intellectual property's value by estimating the income generated from the use, exploitation of the intangibles. No? So ito yung pagkakaiba. So tatlo yung valuation ng pwede. No? The cost-based approach, the market value approach, and then the income-based approach. Ito yung pagkakaiba. Pagka halimbawa ang ginamit ng taxpayer in valuing its intangible is the cost-based approach, mababa yan. No? Kasi cost lang eh. Pero pag ang ginamit naman ng tax authority is the income-based approach, no? You estimate the income that would be generated by the exploitation of that intangible. Sigurado siyang malaki. No? So, para sa akin, if there is a case that should be brought in court, itong tatlong klase ng approach, ipaliwanag mo to sa judge. So that yung judge, ma-weigh niya yung fair in this example, in this scenario, in this situation. Ano ba yung dapat? Pwede bang income-based approach? Pwede bang cost-based approach? Pwede bang market value approach? No? So, kailangan siya pwede na income-based approach, especially if there is a big potential for that intangibles na nilipat, no? And then, continuing pa yung exploitation niya. And then, expected mo na malaki yung kikitain niya dahil nilipat yung kanyang intangibles, no? Definitely, pagka malaki yung potential for the exploitation of that intangibles, hindi pwede yung cost-based approach ka. Bakit? Ano ba yung cost-based approach? You limit your valuation doon lang sa cost that has been incurred in developing. Actually, hindi yun eh. Para sa akin, hindi yun ang tamang value. Why? Kasi cost lang yan. E paano yung income potential nung na-develop na intangibles na yun kung hindi mo i-consider yun. No? So, understated talaga yung valuation mo. Yun yung mangyayari. No? Market-based approach attempts to determine the value of the intangible assets by reference to comparable market transaction. No? But difficult to identify third-party transactions that can be used to value the intangible in question. Bakit? Kasi di ba sabi natin, when we apply the arm's length principle, we use comparable. Compare tayo ng independent transactions with that of the related party. Eh kung walang available na independent party transactions on that same intangible, eh wala na. No? Hindi na natin ma-apply yung transfer pricing. But tama ba na hindi natin ma-apply yung transfer pricing? Sabi ng OECD, if there is no comparable, then hypothesize. No? So, third-party intangible transactions are rare. Most transactions are for a group of assets and not just the intangible assets. So, parang ang hirap mo siyang i-separate. Kasi kung kasama siya sa group of assets, paano mo ngayon hiwalay yung intangible assets, no? Cost-based approach, mas mabilis lang to. Determine the future benefit of owning certain intellectual property by quantifying the amount of money that would be necessary to create the IP. So magkano yung magastos mo to produce that intellectual property. Key assumption is that there is an inherent relationship between the cost and the value of the intangible assets, no? So may relationship, no, yung cost and value of intangible assets. Cost-based approach, different approaches. Pwede siyang historical cost method, historical, yung in-card na. Replacement cost method, ito yung actual expense mo to create the IP or the intangible. Ano yun? Yung replacement cost. Anticipate mo, halimbawa, ito yung IP ko. Since hindi na to siya applicable, magde-develop ako ng another IP. Magkano ba yung gagastusin ko? So, yun yung replacement cost method. And then the cost savings method, no? What is the cost that you save through the use of the IP, no? Compare mo ngayon yung operation mo na wala kang IP at saka yung operation mo na may IP na. So, magkano yung difference? Yun yung magiging cost mo, no? Or the cost savings method. Income-based approach, forward-looking approach based on long-term forecasts of revenues associated with intangible property. So attempts to measure the intangibles value by reference to present value of future income, cash flows, or cost savings generated by the intangible. No? So yun yung income, kaya nga income-based approach eh. Magkano ba yung kikitain mo? So you have to forecast the revenue associated with the intangible property. No? Paano mo ka mag-forecast? Siyempre, kahit na yung forecasting, may basis yan. Hindi ka lang basta-basta gagawa ng forecast mo without any basis. No? Different analysis. So, sa income-based approach, there are different analysis, no? Can be discounted cash flow method, the relief from royalty method, or the excess earning premium method. So, ito yung different way of valuing the intangible based on income-based approach. No? So, discounted cash flow analysis or DCF involves. Alam nyo, itong mga cash analysis, gumagawa din ang mga examiners niya na discounted cash flow analysis, projection of income and the expenses and other sources and application of cash. No? Kaya pinoproject mo na yung income and then pinoproject mo rin yung expenses. So more or less, you have the idea how much is your net income. No? The assignment of a terminal or residual value at the end of the projection period. So yun yung pinagkakaiba sa korte na yung tax authority already computed the residual value of the intangible pero hindi yan nire-recognize ng taxpayer because ang valuation lang niya is cost. No? So magkakaiba. Ang ginamit ng tax authority is the income-based approach. Ang ginamit ng taxpayer is the cost-based approach. So siguro ang magiging issue dyan on the judge is to determine ano ba yung best method that is going to be used. Kasi pagka ang ginamit mo cost-based approach, yan ang sinabi ng judge na yun yung gagamitin mo, then magkaiba talaga yan doon sa income-based approach. Kasi ang income-based approach, may pinoproject ka pa dyan na revenues that you will be earning because of that intangibles. No? So malayo ang discrepancy between the cost-based approach and the income-based approach. Pero ano ba ang tama? Because according to the tax authority, ang tama is income-based approach. Why? Because you have to discover or include also the income potential of the intangibles, no? Income generation. So, ano yung tama? Tama talaga na income-based approach yung gagamitin mo, hindi yung cost-based. Careful consideration must be given to the determination of the discount rate risk associated with potential revenues from the exploitation of the intangible. No? So, ano yung discount rate? No? With potential revenue. Magkano ba yung present value ng pair na kikitain mo ngayon on your third year of operation? No? So, napoproject mo na yan. This method tries to reflect all the unique characteristics of the intangible. No? So, ano yung mga unique characteristics ng intangible as opposed to the market approach. Okay, ano naman tong relief from royalty method? So, nag-develop ka ng IP, Kasi hindi ka na magbabayad ng royalty, dahil nagbabayad ka lang ng royalty, dahil hindi ka ang may-ari ng intangibles. So, anong gagawin mo? You develop it para hindi ka na magbabayad ng royalty. So, because the entity owns the IP, it does not have to license it, no? Or pay a royalty for a similar IP at the market rate. So, the entity is relieved from royalty payments for the use of such IP, no? So, paano mo yan i-determine? Determine the cost of paying the royalty for the use of that IP. No? Another method used in the income-based is the excess earning or premium profit method. No? So, compute the net present value, calculation of the excess. No? So, above normal expected associated with owning the IP. No? So, since ikaw na yung owner ng IP, magkano ba yung kikitain mo? The value is determined by comparing the forecasted profits earned by a business using the IP with those that would be earned without using IP. No? So, yun yung sabi na excess earning or premium profit method. I-compare mo ngayon magkano yung kikitain mo na wala kang intellectual property at magkano yung kikitain mo pag mayroon ka ng ginagamit na intellectual property. Practical valuation issues. So these are the issues in the valuation of intangibles. Heterogeneous nature of intangible, no? Parang hindi mo siya specify, no? Estimation of the remaining useful life of the asset, no? Ilan ba talaga yung life ng asset? Kasi nga sabi natin, it's very uncertain. Forecast of cash flows and measures of the risk, no? So how much is the cash flow that will be generated because of the exploitation of that intangible? And also the measure of the risk, no? So how are you going to measure the risk associated with the cash flows or associated with the generation of income? No? So, thorough comparability analysis or the 9 steps must be performed, no, to allow identification of the type of property to be licensed, no, the ordinary intangible or unique intangible, the rights granted to the licensee. So, you have to identify all this. Ano ba yung rights na ibigay mo sa licensee? Exploitation, use, no? The relative value of the rights granted. Ano ba yung rights granted to the licensee? No? Example of license of an intangible. Ito yun. Car manufacturer ng Japan. Meron siyang Philippine corporation na subsidiary sa Pilipinas. No? The car manufacturer of Japan owns the know-how. Ano yun? Anong know-how yun? Paggawa ng sasakyan. No? So meron siyang patent invention, no, on the manufacturing of cars. And then meron siyang license agreement or technical know-how, no? Ano 'yun? Pinagamit niya dito sa Philippine subsidiary, no? And then meron din siyang license agreement and technical know-how. Anong ginawa niya? Ni-license niya naman yung Singapore subsidiary. So dalawa yung nano niya ng license agreement and technical know-how, Singapore subsidiary. Pero yung patents invention at saka license agreement plus technical know-how, inalaw niya dito sa Philippine subsidiary. No? Okay. So a car manufacturer in Japan established subsidiary companies in the Philippines and Singapore. It owns the know-how and registered it patents invention in the appropriate regulatory office of the government. So which is the IPO or the Intellectual Property Office. So it then issue a license agreement with its subsidiaries in Singapore and Philippines. So to use the technical know-how, the license agreement requires, among others, the subsidiaries to pay a 3% royalty based on sales of manufactured cars to the owner of patent. No? Sino yung owner ng patent? The Japan car manufacturer, no? So ito yung matrix, no? Singapore subsidiary and the Philippine Corporation subsidiary. Profile is a full-fledged manufacturer. Anong sabi natin? To the full-fledged manufacturer, you own your inventory, so you own the risk, no? Maintaining that inventory. Tsaka siyempre makita mo na doon sa financial statements, nandun na yung mga component or cost ng manufacturer. No? Kasi kung services lang siya, siyempre walang ownership of inventory doon, walang inventory sa balance sheet niya, only direct labor and factory overhead yung na-incur ng company. So type of license, exclusive. Rights granted, manufacture, use, and sale of products. Duration, patent's life is 20, no? Patent's life, ano yung patent's life natin? 20 years. After 20 years, it becomes of patent, no? Plus 20 days technical assistance. So the same, no? Geographic scope is Asia. So yung license to use the patent is same within Singapore and the Philippine Corporation, no? So in this situation, consider a royalty rate by comparison to the royalty paid by unrelated parties and consider. So ito na ngayon, i-determine natin yung arm's length rate, no? Kasi sabi doon, bamayad sila ng 3% na royalty. Expect profits attributable to the intangible asset in the case of know-how, no? The cost of developing the know-how, the degree of protection provided under the terms of the license, as well as the length of time the protection it is expected to exist, no? So 20 years for patent. Okay. So these are the things that you consider, no? The profits attributable to the intangible, the cost of developing the know-how, and the degree of protection. Ibig sabihin, ang degree of protection, registered ba yan? Kasi pag registrable na yan, lahat ng mga transactions mo with that intangible should be recorded in the IPO. Yung sales, license agreement, no? Nandun yan naka-record sa IPO. Terms of the transfer, including geographic limitations on uniqueness of the property. No? So yung terms of transfer, including geographic limitations. Kasi halimbawa na lang yung pag-license sa Singapore, ang limit lang niya is within Singapore lang siya pwedeng magbenta, hindi siya pwedeng magbenta sa ibang bansa. No? The transfer price for the sale of intangible assets is similar to setting a royalty rate. No? So, kaya nga papasok dyan yung issue na arm's length ba yan. Arm's length pricing for intangible property must take into account for the purposes of comparability the perspective of both the transfer of the property and the transferee. No? So, kaninong perspective ang that should be considered? The transfer and the transferee. Yung nag-transfer at saka yung tumanggap. No? Kasi pag related party yan, yung nag-transfer, related party, yung pinag-transferan, also the related party. So the issue of the arm's length principle, application of the arm's length principle, will come in, no? For tax purposes. But sa actual, it's not their issue. Why? Kasi kahit na i-transfer mo yan, ang may-ari is the same, no? So walang bearing, walang effect. Kanino lang may effect? Sa tax authorities because of the taxation, no? That will come in. And ano yung importante sa taxation? The base. The basis. Kaya magbabalyo ka because yung valuation na yan can be your basis for imposing the taxes. No? Okay, so we have the transferor. Arm's length principle would examine the pricing at which a comparable independent enterprise would be willing to transfer the property. No? Arm's length ba yan? No? So arm's length ba yan yung price mo to transfer the property? Excuse me. For the transferee, comparable independent enterprise may or may not be prepared, no, to pay such a price, no, depending on the value and usefulness of the intangible property to the transferee in its business. No? So yun yung consideration. No? Kasi yung independent enterprise, hindi sila willing to pay the price, no? Unlike na related parties, no? Kasi related parties, madali lang makipag-negotiate yan. Bakit? Isang tao lang yung kausap mo at sila-sila lang din nag-uusap, no? So to determine the equivalent royalty amount, the taxpayer must determine the projected value of the licensee of the intangible over the projected life of the intangible or for the period covered by the license agreement if shorter. No? And then determine the present value of the projected sales by applying an appropriate discount rate, taking into account the risk involved. No? Magkano ba yung present value ng projected sales? O halimbawa, yung pinoproject mo is the 5 years. So yung ngayon, magkano yung projected sales? Okay? So divide the lump sum payment by the present value of the projected sales to determine the equivalent royalty rate. No? Okay. Magkano yung lump sum payment? Halimbawa, 100 million, no? So magkano yung present value ng projected sales, no? So equals the equivalent royalty rate. Kasi ang liit ng lump sum payment pero ang laki ng present value ng projected sales. Apply the equivalent royalty rate to the projected sales to determine the equivalent royalty amount for its year over the life of the intangible. So, yan yung valuation, no? Equivalent royalty rate applied to the projected sales, no? Equals the equivalent royalty amount. So, yun na yung expense mo sa royalty. The equivalent royalty amount for its year is subject to periodic adjustment to the same extent as to actual royalty payments. So bakit siya subject to periodic adjustment? Kasi paano ba siya kinocompute, no? Sabi dito, equivalent royalty rate, no? Apply mo siya sa projected sales to determine the equivalent royalty amount. Paano siya kinocompute? Divide the lump sum payment by the present value of the projected sales to determine the equivalent royalty rate, no? So meron yung lump sum payment and then merong projected sales, no? So there is an issue for each year to determine if the equivalent royalty amount is commensurate with the income attributable to the intangible. Pagka factual na, nangyari na yung isang taon, pwede mo na siya ngayon na makita how much really is the equivalent royalty amount sa income attributable to the intangible. No? Kasi meron ka ng actually, may sales ka na during the year. Marketing intangibles is also important in the study of intangibles because the value of the marketing intangibles depends upon many factors. Kasama na dyan yung reputation, credibility of the trade name. Ano yung credibility of the trade name? Meaning, maganda talaga yung product mo. No? Kaya kahit magbayad ng mahal yung customer, sulit. Kaysa naman bayad ka ng mura and then low quality din ang product, no? Credibility of the trade name of the trademark fostered by the quality of the goods and services. Kaya ang trade name talaga nakakabit na dyan yung quality ng product, no? Okay, so matrix of different methods compared. Ito yung nature of transaction involving intangibles and what are the traditional transactional methods, no? And also the transactional profit methods na gagamitin, no? So kung halimbawa outright sale or purchase ng intangibles, paano ang ano dito, no? You assign a value of 1 to 4, no? So paano yan? 1 is highly relevant as a primary or secondary method where suitable comparable exists, no? Highly relevant. Okay. Number 2, highly relevant provided that no suitable comparables exist in order to use traditional transaction methods, or limited application may also have value as a secondary method. And number 4, inappropriate, no? So, outright sale or purchase, ang CAP method is highly relevant, no? Sa license agreement, highly relevant din siya kasi yung price eh. Contract research and agreement are also highly relevant. Sa outside sale or purchase, hindi relevant, no? Kasi ang cost plus. Yung resale price 3, hindi rin masyado. And then the transactional profit methods, 2 ang TNMM, 3 yung profit split. Parang pwede na kung walang CAP method, no? Pero ang pinaka maganda talaga yung CAP method, no? Sa license agreement, ganun din. For the comparable uncontrolled price is 1. So, anong ibig sabihin ang 1? Highly relevant, no? As primary or secondary method. Yung number 2, highly relevant, provided that no suitable comparables exist. Pwede na siya kung walang iba ang comparables na exist. Number 3, limited application. Number 4, inappropriate. No? So, license agreement, resale price is inappropriate. No? So, cost plus, hindi masyado. TNMM, pwede rin. Pwede na rin. No? At saka yung profit split. For the contract research, CAP pa rin ang highly relevant. Cost plus, hindi. Sa resale price, also relevant. No? TNMM at saka profit split, relevant pa rin. No? So, yun yung different methods compared in the valuing of intangibles. So, intangibles are considered as value drivers for multinational corporations engaged in diverse industries like manufacturing, information, technology, product distribution, or services. So in the Philippines, the use, ownership, and development of intangibles are governed by Republic Act 8293, which is the Intellectual Property Office, no? Or IPO. No? Okay, so ito maganda kasi ito for the intangibles, which is the IBFD transfer pricing of intangibles. Ito naman yung study ng transfer pricing based on the IBFD, no? So what are the intangible? Why are intangible important, no? One of the most important commercial development is the intangibles, no? So there is space of technological change kaya nag-change din ang perspective ng intangibles. No? So ability of enterprises to generate profit is linked to specialized knowledge and processes at its disposal. So ano itong sabi natin na specialized knowledge and processes? These are the intangibles. No? So at the same time, revolution on advertising and value of brands and creation of new ways of doing business. No? So nandyan lahat yung intangibles. No? Less reliance on physical capital. Yan ang intangibles. No? Hindi siya nagre-rely sa capital. Kahit maliit lang yung capital mo, since intangibles ngayon yan, pwede mo na siyang gamitin, hindi ka mag-question. No? Main considerations of intangible property for tax planning were to create the IP, deductibility. Tax incentives, no? Accelerated deduction or tax credit. Saan mo ba kinreate yung IP? Saan mo din-develop? No? So, deductibility of the expenses for developing that intellectual property. No? At ano yung mga tax incentives? No? Kung ginamit mo na or saan mo dinala yung IP or intellectual property. No? Can be accelerated deductions kasi kinlay mo siya ng expense. No? Or if two countries are involved, nagbayad ka na ng tax sa isang bansa, is it allowable as tax credit in the other country? No? And also where to locate the IP. No? Effective tax rate on income on IP and the leakage due to withholding tax. No? Based on the experience at saka ano yung mga ginagawa ng owner of the IP, saan nila dinadala yung ownership ng IP? On a company situated in a tax haven countries. But sad to say, karamihan ng mga companies registered in the tax haven countries are only shell companies. When we say shell companies, they are not yet operating, no, nakabox lang sila doon, no. So in that case, pwedeng i-disallow ng BIR as if there is no IP company, no. Tension. If the IP is located in a low tax jurisdiction, the relief from expenses to incurred will be at a correspondingly low tax rate. So, siyempre, yung relief, kaya hindi ka magbayad, maliit din kasi maliit lang yung tax. No? IP structures. Develop the IP so that it is owned in a high tax jurisdiction where the MNE has taxable profits. No? Maximize the deductibility for the expenditures. So kung yung IP mo nandoon sa high jurisdiction, no? Where the MNE has taxable profit, anong gagawin mo sa IP? I-maximize mo yung deductibility. No? Halimbawa, nandoon sa Amerika yung tax profits mo at napakataas ng rates doon. So anong gagawin mo? Magbabayad ka ng malaking royalty doon sa IP hub mo situated in a tax haven countries. So, anong benefits mo doon? Deductibility, yung para sa US company mo. No? Maximize the deductibility of the expenditure, accept that the future profits will correspondingly be taxable in that jurisdiction. No? So, develop the IP in a low tax jurisdiction, deductibility of expenses at a lower effective rate. No? Kasi doon mo siya din-develop sa low tax jurisdiction. So ano yung mapapala mo doon sa expenses that you claim in that low tax jurisdiction? Siyempre, mababa din kasi mababa lang yung dapat yung bayaran mo. Develop the IP in a high tax jurisdiction and subsequently migrating it to a low tax jurisdiction. Ilipat mo na siya ngayon kasi na-develop na. So, maximize the deductibility of the expenses and then the royalties are favorably taxed. No? So, lahat yan, pagka ikaw ay tax consultant, tax planner ka, lahat yan pinag-aaralan mo na. No? Example of the structures involving licensing. No? So, for the cost-sharing arrangement, we have the US parent, we have the IRIS, which is the IP owner, no? And then the IRIS operating company. No? So, pagdating na sa cost-sharing arrangement, itong US parent, nagbabayad siya ng royalty dito sa principal company which is an US, no? Nagbabayad siya ng residual royalty sa Luxembourg, no? Which is the IP company. Okay. So, itong US, asan yung IP company niya? Nasa Bermuda, no? So, itong si Bermuda naman, may principal sales or margin sa Netherlands, no? Okay. Netherlands. And then, meron na naman siyang sales margin dito sa LRDs, no? So, nasaan yung payment ng ng royalties? Sa IP company. At nasaan yung IP company na yan? Situated in tax haven countries. So, mababa lang yung tax na babayaran niya doon. So, intangibles in supply chain. If you try to look at the RAMO 1-2019, ano yung nakalagay doon? You have to, you will be required by a tax examiner to make a supply chain analysis, no? So, mayroon din intangible sa supply chain, no? So, in practice, you may see either a royalty, a cost-sharing model, or a principal model, or a combination thereof, for instance. No? So, Google structures use a combination of 3 building blocks. No? Cost-sharing model, principles model, and the combinations. No? So, Apple operates through a combination of the cost-sharing arrangement and principal. No? Principal model. Hindi yan principles, no? Palitan mo, hari. So, McDonald's structure indicates a combination of a cost-sharing model and royalty model, no? Okay. So, ito yung operating structure ng Google and other. No, so ano, there is a double iris that sandwich na transfer no sa IP. So the US is the parent company, no, na tumatanggap siya ng dividend from the IP holding company. Bakit? Kasi nag-invest siya doon eh. So this IP holding company, IP, so nandoon yung mga kita ng intellectual property o ng mga royalties sa kanya. Itong conduit company, nagbabayad ng royalties kay IP Holding, no? Si operating company naman, nagbabayad siya ng royalties doon sa conduit company, no? So itong conduit company were established just to circumvent the payment of taxes, no? Si operating company, meron siyang group service providers and meron din siyang non-US na client, no, for the operating company, no? So check the box disregarded entities, no? Si non-US client, Google, Ireland, Bermuda, the Amazon, Luxembourg, and the Starbucks, no? Sa Netherlands, no? So anong ginamit nila is the cost plus agreement, no? For the group service providers, no? So ano yung key element dito? The in the US, the transfer rights to US IP outside the US or buy-in payments, no? So plus cost sharing on future modification and enhancement. So ano yung dapat ginawa dito ng US, the US parent company, no? So anong ginawa niya? Transfer the right to use the IP outside the US. Saan niya dinala? Sa IP holding company, no? The operating co, approximately 2,000 employees, exploits the IP. No? So yung operating co company exploits the IP. Inamit niya sa manufacturing company niya. No? Exploits IP by providing advertising services and earns high revenue. No? So yun yung ginamit niya, no? Yung advertising services. So, no physical presence in country of final consumption, so profits cannot be taxed there. Functions in client state like delivery and marketing assigned to Lurie's group charge on a cost-plus basis. No? So, keeping the tax base in the country of final consumptions low. So Irish tax based on the operating company reduced by royalties. Ireland only recently introduced transfer pricing rules in July 2010. Contract are grandfathered, no? Are grandfathered. So meron pang may-ari. That's conduit eliminates withholding tax on royalties. No? Conduit company earns approximately 20 BPS. IP holding untaxed in Ireland and Bermuda. No? So, wala siyang tax. So, check the box system eliminates any recognition of income under paragraph F. No? So, the US CFC or ito yung mga foreign corporation, controlled foreign corporation. Okay. So, ano yung check the box system? Eliminates the recognition of income, no, under subpart USCFC. So, tingnan nyo yung structure, no, ng operating structure. Nag-establish pa ng conduit company. Hindi pa dinereso dun sa IP holding company yung payment na royalties. Dumaan pa sa isang company. Walang question?
Wala po.
Ilan na sila?
Viewers po na 25.
Okay. So, from report by a coalition of European and American trade unions, unhappy meal 1 billion tax avoidance on the menu at McDonald's. So, na-subject din to sila sa transfer pricing audit. Sino-sino yung mga transfer pricing audit na? Ito yung McDonald's, Starbucks, no? Google, Amazon. No? Yung Amazon nanalo lang sila yung latest. Yung valuation nila ng intangibles na mahigit 200 million lang, but it was valued by the tax authority na 3 plus billion, pero nanalo ang Amazon doon. No? So, royalties, license, and then royalties and rent. So, nung prior to 2009, McDonald's Corporation, no, sa Delaware, US, and then the McDonald's subsidiaries in some European countries, meron silang corporate-owned stores, no? And meron din silang independent franchises, no? Sa royalties on rent naman, uh, post after noong 2009, McDonald's Europe franchising sa Luxembourg, no? So mayroong McDonald's na subsidiaries in some European countries which are corporate owned and mayroon ding independent franchises, no? So, yun yung example doon sa McDonald's, no? Yun yung scheme ng McDonald's. For the Apple Inc. naman, there is Ireland and then the US, no? ASI and AOA are parties to research and development cost-sharing agreement with Apple Inc., no? So, yan silang dalawa. Ano siya, kasama sa cost-sharing agreement ng Apple. ASI obtains economic rights to Apple IPs offshore contract with third party manufacturers in China to assemble Apple products and buys finished goods before distributing to foreign markets, no? Si ASI yun, no? So ASI shares 60% of the total market and contributes 60% of research and development cost, which is equivalent to 1.4 billion research and development cost, no? So ang laki ng research and development cost ng Apple, no? Kasi Apple is a company na dapat talaga siya na babago, otherwise maiiwanan yung kanyang product, no? So Apple Inc. sees a cost contribution arrangement, contribution via benefits. Kasi di ba sa transfer pricing audit, ang sabi natin, it should be na arm's length yung bayad, no? So such that kung magkano man yung contribution mo, dapat commensurate with the benefits that you receive. No? So ito yung year 2009, the CSA payment by ASI, no? And then the pre-tax earnings of Apple Inc., no? So again in the year, the CSA payment by ASI, no? So dalawang company ito eh. Isang ASI, isang sino yung isa? Balikan natin AOA, no? Yung isa, which has no residence in Ireland. Okay. AOA and then the ASI. No? Okay. So AOA itong isa Hindi puro, kasi pareho silang ASI eh. So CSA payments by ASI, no? 2009 to 2012. And also the CSA payment by AOA 2009 also to 2012, no? So yun yung data natin. What is contract? So pagka yun ang data mo, ito yung cost sharing arrangement, no? Payments. So ang pre-tax earning of the Apple Inc. billion, no? So ano dapat? Contribution versus benefits, no? So i-consider mo ngayon magkano ba yung contribution ng ASI at saka AOA, and then magkano yung benefits na na-receive niya on the earnings of the Apple Inc., no? So what is contract research and development, no? So traditional research and development under traditional and research and development, each operating company carries out research and development on its own behalf, no, and for its own risk. Contract research and development under this model, the operating company carries out research and development at its own laboratory, plant, for the account of a foreign IP company or principal. So operating co is merely performing a services for which an arm's length fee needs to be charged. No? So dapat lang, kasi we are always talking of the arm's length. The resulting IP belongs to the principal. The principal bears all the risk, no? The research being unsuccessful. No? So arm's length remuneration for OPCO, local operating company, is low, usually cost plus and markup. No? So ito yung operating company, meron siyang research and development laboratory, and then meron siyang contract na research and development. No? So pay charges contract to carry out research and development, IP generation services. So merong operating company at merong company na principal. No? So sino ang may-ari ng ang laboratory? The operating company. Pero pag na-develop na yung IP, sinong owner? The company, the principal company. No? So ano dapat? Dapat itong si operating company should be properly remunerated para sabihin natin na arm's length yung transactions. No? Okay. So what are the intangibles in centralized business models? No? So non-routine, soft intangible assets, know-how, barriers to entry, network effects, no? So dito sa IBF din na to na um, notes on intangibles, mas marami siyang dinagdag dito na mga klase ng intangibles, no? So, kahit yung barrier to entry is also considered as intangible. Actually, may nakipagdebate pa dito sa akin, no? Na bakit daw pati yung barrier to entry, sinama ko daw dyan sa intangibles. Why barrier to entry is an intangible? Because wala kang competitor. Why? Kasi binabard mo o may barrier ka sa entry, no? Ng mga potential competitors mo. So, ikaw lang mag-isa yung player sa market. That's why kontrolado mo yung price of the product. So, anong mangyayari? Kasi kontrolado mo yung price ng product. Na kakaroon ka ng malaking kita because control mo yung price, pwede mong taasan, pwede mong babahan. No? Okay. Impact on characterization and ongoing transfer prices. No? How to identify and value unidentifiable intangible assets. No? Ano itong mga identifiable intangible assets? The trademarks, patents, copyrights, processes, no? Range of valuable assets that are a source of competitive advantage. No? Values are affected by decision making by senior individuals. So yun na yun, yung uh, intangibles, no? So kung sinabi ng senior officials na ito yung value, then papayag pati yung uh, subsidiary, no? So how to identify and value the routine tangible assets? So how to? Okay. So for the product development, ito yung mga questions about intangibles daw, no? So for the product development, what is the role of the sales department with regard to development of new products? No? How much do customers contribute and who possesses the know-how? No? And then the process development, separation of the intellectual property from the production process is possible. How much do supplies of machinery contribute? Yun, dun sa process development yan. Sa procurement naman, what is the relationship between procurement and the productions? No? How much does the production department contribute through process optimization? Alam nyo, during your transfer pricing audit, itong mga questions na to, pwede itong i-ask ng examiner. No? So sa marketing, can brand value be generated centrally only? How much does local market know-how contribute? No? And then sales, does a valuable customer basis exist? And if yes, who owns it? Do established sales channels representing an assets? No? Sa after sales naman, How should technical findings of the service department be treated? No? So yun yung question on the after sales, just to determine the value of the intangibles. No? So OECD work on intangible properties, no? Sa transfer pricing. Okay, so the OECD has been working for the development. Kaya if you want to um, know more about the work of the OECD, ngayon nakafocus sila sa digitized business, no? Not so much on intangible kasi ang intangible matagal na nila 'tong work, no? So if you try to look at dito, 2012, 2013, 2015 na, no? Pero ngayon nakafocus na sila sa digitized business. Okay. So, definition of intangible for TP purposes, basahin nyo na lang. And this is the example of the intangibles migration. Ano yung migration? Migrate mo or tinransfer mo yung intangibles mo. This is the case of the Western Union Company and the First Data Corporation versus IRS, no? Sa US. No? There is a First Data, the Western Union, the local group subsidiaries. There is a transfer of delivery business, no? And then large number of contracts, part of transfer, no? So there is the local group and then the third party agents, no? So ito yung structure or the flow, no? To yung organizational chart that defines the functions, no? And the transactions. So pag gumagawa kayo ng documentation nyo that is to be submitted to the BAR, pwede nyo itong gayahin if there is a migration of intangibles, no? So what are intangibles? There are legally protected intangibles and there are free-flowing intangibles. So, ano yung intellectual capital, the intellectual assets, and the intellectual property. No? So for the intellectual capital, meron tayong corporate culture, innovation, employee know-how, network, supplier relationship, human capital, tacit knowledge, customers, relationship. For the intellectual assets, we have the best practices, we have the secret know-how, the paperwork, internal software, infrastructure, design, brand image, no? Kasama siya sa intellectual assets, internal training in process technology, operational guidelines, best practices, no? So kasama siya sa intellectual assets. Ano naman yung intellectual properties? Ito yung trademarks, patents, design, database, no? Rights, copyrights, neighboring rights, no? So mas in-depth yung discussion ng IBFD compared to sa OECD kasi OECD guidelines yung dinidiscuss natin doon, no? Sa IBFD naman more on business kaya mas actual, no? So definition and measurement ng intangibles, well defined and understood generally accepted analytical framework, no, for valuation. Dito naman poorly defined and understood, little agreement on valuation approach, no? So ano yung intangibles? Copyrights, patent, trademarks, contracts, know-how, trade secrets, no? And then the network effects, the human capital, the market power, the barriers to entry, no? Barriers to entry yan. Okay. The business opportunity, goodwill, non-contractual relationship, first mover advantages. Bakit first mover advantages ka? Ikaw yung nauna, no? So, minsan, ikaw yung nakapag-exploit ng sales. Okay. So definition and measurement, the comparable and controlled transactions, the transfer pricing methods, the profit methods, and other methods can be used in the intangibles, no? Remunerating value enhancers. Ano tong value enhancers? Remuneration or yung bayad or compensation for the intangibles, no? Financial tangible assets, allocation savings, the copyrights, the human capital, no? Okay, so meron siyang market capital. Okay. Location savings, sa location savings can be derived by NIM, a group that relocates some of its activities to place where costs are lower. So location savings are part of restructuring. Kaya ka nag-relocate, kaya ka nag-transfer because that's part of your restructuring ng business, no? Okay, so na-discuss na natin kanina yung restructuring, no? So, OECD guidelines on group synergies, passive association not chargeable as separate services. Benefits from group synergies can be created to take advantage of group purchasing power. To tell you, sa pagdating sa intangibles, these are highly technical. Kaya ang iba ayaw ng pag-usapan yung intangibles. Why? Kasi highly technical pagdating na sa court, pagdating na sa ano, hindi na nila i-value, hindi na nila i-consider yung intangibles. When in fact, intangibles are very, very important. No? Pag sinabi mo kasi ngayon, halimbawa, you're studying transfer pricing, ayaw ko na intangibles, mahirap yan. Parang, ano din yan eh, yung high risk, high rewards, no? So, mahirap yan kasi importante. Kasi kung hindi yan importante, hindi rin yan mahirap, madali lang. No? So, may ano yan, may benefits. Okay, transfer pricing and intangible US style naman. How to split the profit between both. No? So, Glaxo UK is the research and development owner of patent. No? So, Glaxo US is the extensive marketing and sales activities. No? So, ang Glaxo US, meron siyang marketing intangible. Ang Glaxo UK naman, meron siyang patent kasi siya yung may-ari ng developed na product. No? So, ownership ng who owns the K intangibles? GlaxoSmithKline Holdings America versus IRS. No? So, in 1970 pa na case, 1960s, marami na pong cases sa US ang transfer pricing. Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na unang tinamaan ng transfer pricing sa US yung mga Japanese car manufacturers. Why? Kasi nag-open na ng globalization. So, ready na ang US for the globalization. Kaya lahat, pati products niya, pati loan niya is already ready with globalization. No? Kaya may transfer pricing na siya. No? So, GlaxoSmithKline, US subsidiary of Glaxo UK, purchased Santac. No? Santac din to, pero ibang case pa to doon sa GlaxoSmithKline na Canada. No? Purchased Santac from contract manufactured and paid royalty to Glaxo UK for right to sell Santac in US. Competitors launched similar drugs in US before Glaxo. So GlaxoSmithKline therefore had undertake extensive advertising and marketing to make Santac a commercial success. No? So kaya nga yung advertising, yun ang ginawa ng US para successful ang Santac. No? So who owns the key intangibles? No? IRS reduced prices paid by GlaxoSmithKline for Santac. Also reduced the royalty paid to Glaxo UK. Thereby transferred significant proportion of profit to GlaxoSmithKline. No? Kaya nag-increase ng income siya sa US by 7.8 billion. Ano yung reason? Kasi binigyan niya ng value yung marketing na ginawa ng Glaxo US para maging sellable yung Santac sa US. Bakit maging sellable? Because there is a competitor, the same na product. So, anong ginawa ng Glaxo US? Dinamihan niya yung kanyang advertising. So, anong ginawa ng IRS? Dinagdagan din niya yung income ng Glaxo US giving emphasis on the marketing strategies na ginawa ng Glaxo US. So, di ba sabi natin, kung meron kang services, dapat you should be rewarded or benefited for the services that you do. So, since massive yung advertisement ng GlaxoSmithKline US, dinagdagan yung income niya para compensated siya doon sa advertising. No? So, once dinagdagan yon ng US, siyempre, madadagdagan yung tax na babayaran ng GlaxoSmithKline sa US. No? So, anong ginawa ng US or ng IRS? Ni-reduce niya yung prices paid ng Glaxo sa Santa, and then ni-reduce din niya yung royalty payment to Glaxo UK. So, dinagdagan niya yung profit ng US. So, lumaki ang income ng US. And magkano yung increase ng income? 7.8 billion. No? So, income lang yun, hindi pa yung tax. Okay. So, IRS argued sa GlaxoSmithKline, the owned all of economic rights is U.S. trademarks, no? Develop those trademark and therefore didn't need to pay royalty to Glaxo UK. So, yun yung contention ng IRS, no? Pero, basic theory, GlaxoSmithKline is not entitled to deduct royalties paid to Glaxo UK for trademark and marketing intangibles because GlaxoSmithKline assisted in developing those intangibles. No? So, yun yung mga hindi mo ni-recognize na, halimbawa, yung isang company, the subsidiary, tumulong siya na ma-develop yung intangibles. Pagdating na sa ownership, yung parent na lang ang owner, hindi na ni-recognize yung contribution ng subsidiary. So, if the company where the subsidiary is located, no, is subject as a transfer pricing audit, then hindi pwede na hindi mo lagyan ng value yung contribution ng US subsidiary over the development of the IP. No? And that would be considered sa transaction nila. Kaya gaya dito, since na-consider mo yung contribution ng GlaxoSmithKline na US, dinagdagan mo yung profit that should go to untaxed in the US. No? So, ganun ang transfer pricing audit. Very powerful po. Very powerful ang transfer pricing audit. Kahit na nawala na yung profit, kaya niyang ibalik yung profit untaxed accordingly. Kahit na dineclare na yun sa ibang bansa, pwede niyang ibalik dito sa Pilipinas untaxed accordingly. No? Kaya meron tayong mga mutual agreement procedures, tsaka yung APA, Advanced Pricing Arrangement, to minimize the issue on double taxation. Why double taxation? Kasi na-tax na doon sa ibang bansa. Ibalik mo dito sa Pilipinas yung profit and tax it again. So, may issue na of double taxation. Ownership, who owns the K intangibles, no? So, GlaxoSmithKline versus IRC, no? Settled for US 3.4 billion, no? Therefore, no judicial ruling. So, whether advertising and marketing effort in US or research and development UK was more valuable, or who owns the US trademarks and marketing intangibles, no? So, yun yung mga issue. No? So doon sa 7.8 billion na findings na increase in income, how much is the tax noon plus the penalty? 3.4 billion. No? Ito naman, compromise solution settlement, billions payment to IRS. No? So GlaxoSmithKline UK and the Glaxo US. No? So yun yung settlement nila kung binabalansin nila. Sabi ng isa, dapat 70%. No? So, IRS naman proposed adjustment of 20-80%. Sabi ng Glaxo, 70-30. Sabi ng IRS, 80-20. So, IRS settlement, 40-60. No? Okay. BEPS, transfer of intangibles, allocation to low countries. So marami ang gumagawa niyan. Bakit? Kasi ang payment of royalty doon na ibabayad sa low tax countries. So, malaki yung matipid sa tax. Pero for the expenses ng payment of royalty, mataas, no? Okay. So, align transfer pricing outcome with value creation. Basahin nyo na lang yan. What is DEMP? No? DMP is the develop, enhance, maintain, protect, exploit ng intangibles. So DMP is the determination kung sino ba talaga yung owner ng intangible, no? Kasi meron tayong sinasabi na legal owner and beneficial owner. So in between the two, sino ba talaga yung totoong may-ari, the legal owner or the beneficial owner? So ito yung DMP, ito yung magdedetermine. What do you mean by DMP? Develop, enhance, maintain, protect. So, who develops, who enhance, who maintains, who protect, who exploit the intangibles, siya yung may-ari. No? Okay. Contract research and development example and the entitlement to returns. Basahin nyo na lang yan, no? What substance level is required for IP company? No? And then the precise requirements will be a matter for the domestic law of the country of the operating company. So ito yung sa mga IP company, no? May mga contract, research and development. Excuse me. Exhaustive po talaga ang topic on intangible assets. But it's very important, no? Tingnan nyo yun yung level, yung paggawa ng structure, paggawa ng flow, no? Kasi pag nag-document na kayo, ganun ang gagawin nyo. No? Okay. Local deployment of foreign brands, no? Yan yung example, no? So sundan ninyo plus the conclusion. Actually, bawat isa nito parang this is a potential case study. No? So, ito na yung mga case study, no? Tingnan ninyo. And for you to be able to know the case, meron diyang case number sa slides natin or yung title ng case. Tingnan nyo yan sa internet and then basahin nyo yung case. Sometimes 200 pages yan. No? In order for you to know more, no? About the intangibles, which are very important at karamihan ng mga cases that reaches the court now involves intangibles and also restructuring. Restructuring involves also intangibles, kaya very important po yung intangibles. Okay? So, entitlement to intangible returns, siyempre, kung sino yung party that develops, no? Hindi yung dictated lang ng parent. Kung sino yung participants, dapat will also get the benefits, no? Yung nag-contribute doon sa development ng intangibles. Local intangibles, no? So, no royalty. Ang dami kong sample sana, kasi lang. Tinitingnan ko yung oras, we will be running out of time, no? Ang dami kong examples dito. Anyway, in your own study, basahin nyo yung mga cases ng intangibles, ng mga transfer pricing cases, and you will understand, no? Kasi may deliberation eh. And during the deliberation, sobrang dami ng resolution, no? Yung mga contention ng allegations ng isang party, and then the counter allegation and contentions of the other party. Parang chess, no? Kaya nakakatuwa eh. Kasi yung sa kaso, parang chess din na. Sabi ng isa, ganito. Magmumove din na yung isa. Sabi din niya ito. So, anong role dyan ng judge? Referee. No? So, ano yan? Pagandahan ng, ano yan? Pagandahan ng reasoning at saka pagandahan ng evidence, no? Na ano mo siya, i-present, no? So, local intangibles and or services, no? So, manufacturing plus distribution of watches and then the right to distribute. So, basahin nyo yan kasi mga ano yan, scenario, no? And then you will understand kung bakit, paano nila ginawa, no? What are the 6 steps for analyzing transactions involving intangibles, no? Una, siyempre talaga, identify the legal owner, no? Sino ba yung registered na owner? And then identification of the parties, no? Sino ba yung parties, the related parties na involved in the use or exploitation of that intangibles. And then confirmation of consistency between conduct and legal agreements. No? So ano ba yung contractual terms? And then are the contractual terms being followed? No? Especially if the parties in the contract are all related parties. Identification of control transactions and relevant contribution to value. Determination of the arm's length prices. No? Ito yung mga steps, intangibles. And then the recharacterization of transactions if necessary. Itong sinasabi ko to na mga steps ng transaction involving intangibles, gagawin po to ng examiner sa inyo. No? Why? Kasi yung sabi natin kanina na substance over form can be the reason na mag-recharacterize o mag-reclassify ng transactions ang examiner. Okay. Owner possibilities. No? So, IP, the stakeholders, the owner, developer, service provider, the user, the legal owner, economic owner, functional owner, developer, or the contract owner, or the user. Tapos, ito yung significant people function or control or the DMP. And then the cost, the development of services. No? So, pupunta siya ngayon sa pure legal owner, the active decision-making manager. Parang minamapping mo na yung possibilities ng owner dito, no? This is your guide. At ito yung documentation that you can do, no? So, active decision-making manager, the investor, the foundation owner, the routine service provider, the contract owner, or the pure user, or the assister, service provider of the incremental activities, and the value enhancer. So, sino ang redound dyan? Sino ang hinahanap dyan? The owner possibilities. No? Okay. Ownership and methods. No? So there is a residual profit and the benchmark return. Ano yung benchmark return? Ito yung kinumpare mo na. No? Yung nag-benchmark ka na. So the owner, the legal owner, and then the economic owner, and the developer, no? So, saan na pupunta yung pakinabang mo doon sa intangibles, no? So, the user, the contributor, and the user, sila yun. Exploit, develop, no? For the developer, we have the residual profit na punta sa developer, and then yung active at saka routine, no? So the ownership and the methods. Then the legal ownership and the economic ownership and the DMP, no? So sabi na natin sino ba talaga yung registered na owner, siya yung legal owner, but there is an economic owner pa, no? Okay, so you have to recognize or to discover all those things. Kasi kailangan mo yan, especially sa examiners if they are the ones examining or conducting the transfer pricing audit. No? Kasi in between the legal owner and the economic owner, who is the true owner? The economic owner. So who is liable to pay the tax? The economic owner. Kasi yung legal owner, walang pera yan. No? Okay. Sige. Okay, new messages. Itong Veritas software case, no? Basahin nyo yan so that you can have an idea about intangibles and how it is being valued, no? At saka yung mga issues that crop up on the intangibles, no? Okay. Veritas software case, the tax court opinion, no? Basahin nyo yan. Okay. Ang ganda pa sana kaso lang we are running out of time. Kasi sa totoong buhay, yung binibigay ko sa inyo na mga notes ngayon, kasama to sa 5-day na certificate program. So, hindi natin kaya na ano lang, just to give you an overview, especially kung kayo na yung harap doon sa audit, no? So, siguro, yung iba dito, basahin nyo na lang and then uh, apply it to cases, apply it sa case ninyo, no? Para ma-enhance talaga kayo, you read more cases in transfer pricing, no? Ito yung valuation of intangibles, Amazon's US case, no? Yan yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Okay. So, before we continue further, no, magkaroon tayo ng 15 minutes break, no? After that, continue natin yung uh, ating discussion about intangibles, no? So, before we continue further, no, magkaroon tayo ng 15 minutes break, no? After that, continue natin yung ating discussion about intangibles, no? Okay, let's continue with our discussion. No? So this is the different valuation approaches for intangibles. No? So we have the market approaches. So we have the active market prices and also the market transaction comparables. No? So the approaches for the valuation of intangibles. No? So for the income approaches, we have the incremental cash flow method, relief from royalty method, and the residual income method. No? And for the cost approaches, we have the reproduction cost method and the replacement cost method. So depending on the situation, depending on the uh, transactions, no? So saan ba o ano ba yung dapat na value ang gamitin mo? It can be market, income, or cost approaches. Kaya nagkakaiba ang contention ng tax authorities and the examiner kasi syempre ang taxpayer, they will use the cost approaches which is maliit lang. Ang tax authority, of course, ang gamitin niya, income approaches, no? Kasi sa income approaches, there is an incremental cash flow method and the residual income method, no? So actually, yan ang pinaglalabanan na sa korte na halimbawa, meron kang website, meron kang customers list, meron kang existing na online business, kilala ka na, and then bigla tinransfer mo lahat yan. So there is a residual income, no, for that in that case. That should be included also in the valuation ng intangibles when it is transferred. Okay. So valuation techniques overview. Oh, pakibasa nyo na lang yan. What are the valuations issues in general? The use of the transfer pricing method, no? So ano yung mga use ng transfer pricing method natin? We have yung 5 methods natin, no? The comparable and controlled price method, which is doon sa matrix natin kanina, ang method that is highly relevant for intangible is the comparable and controlled price method, no? Kasi yung resale price, cost plus method, transactional net margin, at saka yung profit split method, pwede rin naman gamitin yun in case na kulang yung information mo. No? Comparability requirements of the CAP, the useful life, the transfer of business opportunity, discount rate, royalty degradation rate, perspective of buyer, licensee, and seller, licensor, and then the tax. No? So yun yung mga issues that should be tackled in the dispute sa intangible. No? And of course, if you are a tax practitioner, what is the most important to you? The tax. No, kasi yan talaga yung services mo. So you are very particular about the who bears the risk and how much is the rate of the tax for that particular transactions involving intangibles. Selection of the transfer pricing methods, we discussed that in some seminars natin, no? Okay. Intangibles valuation, ito yung mga formula, no? So, sa discount rate, no? And then we have the valuation issues in the application of the discounted cash flow models. And then, residual income method, no? Kasi itong residual income method, in some tax authorities, hindi nila ito kinoconsider, no? But dapat kasama. Para sa akin na dapat kasama talaga siya. Kasi, halimbawa, you have the intangibles, nilipat mo lahat yun. So, yung may mga income potential siya, no? Mga profit potential na realize because of the intangibles, no? Saka hindi naman pwedeng hindi mo yan isasama. Kasi in the very essence, intangibles are value drivers. So if the intangible is a value driver, then there are residual income that would be generated, no? So incremental cash flow method, relief from royalty method, and then the hard to value intangibles, no? There are hard to value intangibles. Sobrang hirap niya i-value, no? Okay. Kaya nga yung karamihan ng intangibles are not found in the balance sheet, no? Okay. So what are the overview of the hard to value intangible guidance, no? Uh, Evidence can be used by tax authority when it is necessary that reliability of the ex ante pricing, no, ex ante pricing before independent enterprises in similar transactions consider ex post after, no? Yung ex ante before contingent pricing arrangement, no? So basahin niyo na lang 'yan kasi hindi natin na kayang ano i-explain because of the time constraint. Binigyan mo na ba sila ng mga ano nito, Hari?
Copy mo ako.
Soft copy. Okay. So, readings nyo na yan, ha? Uh, Kasi mahaba talaga itong intangibles. Anyway, sa mga video naman natin, i-try natin na i-chop-chop yung mga topics on intangibles and then we will have our video dito sa basic transfer pricing so that you will be guided still. Okay. Marami tayong ano sa intangibles but since wala tayong time kasi marami pa tayong topics na ngayon eh. Let's go to the interest payment transactions, no? So what are these interest payment transactions? For those who have attended our tax update on transfer pricing, we talk about the 2020 OECD transfer pricing guidelines on financial transactions. And in that financial transactions, we discuss yung mga cash pooling, kung ano yung mga ginagawa, the guarantee fees, no? Na ginagawa ng mga groups, no? So the interest payment transactions, why is it that it is very important to study? Because this is also a potential transfer pricing issues that would be discovered during the transfer pricing audit, no? Kasi unang-una lang yung acquisition ng loan, no? Sometimes hindi naman kailangan. Pero bakit may acquisition of loan? Because of the interest expense that can be claimed from that acquisition of loans, no? So interest payment transactions, the audit of intragroup loan transactions are conducted. Our topic is about transfer pricing audit, no? So for purposes of discussions on the interest, itong interest payment na to, ginagawa to between related parties, no? Kasi ang topic natin is about audit of related parties. Kaya, ang pasok naman dito ng interest is, the interest is acquired between related parties, no? So, audits of intra-group loan transactions are conducted to test the arm's length nature of the taxpayers' debt to equity ratio and to test the reasonableness of the interest rate and or other expenses related to the intra-group loan transaction that are charged to the taxpayer, no? Since this is a transfer pricing audit, balikan naman natin, ano yung principle ng transfer pricing audit? Arm's length, application of the arm's length principle. So, ibig sabihin lang, dito sa payment of interest, the question is it arm's length, no? Kasi, mamaya, hindi naman pala siya arm's length, so what happened? You have to adjust again, no? To conform the independent transactions or the related party transactions to that of the independent transactions, no? Kasi yung essence ng transfer pricing audit is the adherence to the arm's length principle, no? So, ano yung mga pinag-usapan natin doon sa financial transactions? Kasama na yung mga guarantee fees, pag kumuha ka ng guarantor, no, which are also related parties, and then yung intangibles mo for being a member of the group, no? Na kahit yung company dito sa Pilipinas is just a small company, maliit lang yung capitalization, but because it is a member of the group na who is very rich in some other countries, still the bank will provide or allow you to have a huge loan kasi they recognize that the company will still pay because of the guarantor, no? Yung guarantor niya is the parent company. What are the steps that need to be taken in testing interest payment transactions, no? Perform analysis of the need for the debt, no? So yun yung ginawa ko. Kailan ba talaga yung utang? Hindi na kailangan eh, no? Kasi yung isang na-examine ko naman, mall, no? So for so many years, yung cash niya, marami na siyang cash because of the rental income niya sa mall. And then meron siyang grocery stores, ang dami niyang businesses. So why is it na nangungutang pa rin? You have so much cash, pero nangungutang pa rin. Yun pala, nangungutang siya kasi nagpapagawa ng isa pang mall. No? So anong dapat gawin? Capitalize mo yung interest payment mo for that building of a mall, no? Capitalize mo yan doon sa cost of the building mo and then depreciate later on. Kasi hindi pwede na i-outright expense mo, no? So perform analysis of the need for the debt. Testing of fairness of debt and the amount of the debt to affiliated parties can be done by looking at the following factors. So what are the factors? Nature and purpose of the debt, the decision to make a loan, so must consider the economic conditions and purposes of incurring the debt with an affiliated party. So ano ba yung purpose? Bakit mangutang ka pa? No? The economic purpose of the loan is known by calculating a working capital analysis of the taxpayer. And how ano ang working capital? The working capital is current assets minus current liabilities. Yun yung working capital, no? Kung malaki yung liabilities mo sa current assets mo, hindi wala kang working capital, no? So kailan mo nga mangutang. Market conditions at the time the loan is extended, no? So the decision to make a loan usually considers market interest rate conditions. Ngayon daw na, based dun sa mga nakausap ko na may business, halos wala daw nagpapautang ngayon kahit short-term loans, no? Kasi wala na sila nakokolekta sa existing loans, so wala sila ipapautang. When the interest rate is high, the taxpayer should consider more carefully the economic cost and benefits of the debt that is incurred, no? So, may kasabihan kasi yung mga matatanda noon na pagka ang kumot daw ay maiksi, magtiis kang mamamaluktot, no? So, because of this condition, kung ngayon ka mangutang, hindi rin talaga siya advisable. So, ano dapat ang gagawin ngayon? Talaga magtiis ka, no? Kasi everything is just temporary. So, kung utang ka ng utang ngayon, here comes now na tapos na yung pandemic, lubog ka na sa utang, no? So, anong dapat gawin ngayon? Talagang kailangan magtiis. Amount of loan, principal, and period of the loan. The decision to make a loan should consider the amount of funds that is needed by the borrower for the intended economic purposes. So in addition, the period for repayment should consider the taxpayer's ability to repay the loan. No? So, kaya ba ng related party to pay for the loan? No? Na hindi naman niya talaga kailangan. Ang test dyan, yung famous case ng PhilInvest, yun yung nag-loan yung PhilInvest and then pinautang niya doon sa related party niya at no interest. No? So, is it arm's length? Of course not. Why? Kasi pag nangutang ka, nagbayad ka ng interest, bakit mo pinautang naman na wala ka na-earn na interest? So, anong dapat sa independent party transactions? Nangutang ka at a rate of 10%. Dapat ipautang mo yan at the rate of 15% or 12% so that meron kang tubo or for the cost of your effort. No? Pero yung pinautang mo, wala kang interest, that is not arm's length. No, it's not a good or sound business decision. Security offered by a borrower and guarantees in the loan. No? So ano yung mga securities offered? No? Or guarantee? Meron yung sino yung naging guarantor mo to pay your loan in case the company cannot pay the loan. No? So the decision to make a loan and the amount of funds that are lent should consider the security of the funds that are provided. No? Okay, I have audited one bank, no? Na talagang yung kanyang loans are unsecured. Billions, no? Accounts receivable are unsecured. Kaya doon ko siya question, this is a violation of the central bank requirements. Why? Kasi very risky. Ito lang yung assets mo, no? Ilang billion yun na accounts receivable and then unsecured. Pwede ba ganun? That you are uh, running a bank without any security sa pinautang mo na billions of pesos, no? Ang sabi sa akin, ma'am, loan yan sa mga teacher na payroll deduction. Ibig sabihin, you get into a very high risk na transactions, no? Kung hindi makabayad yung teacher, di wala ka ng bangko. No? Amount of debt already held by borrower. The decision to make a loan should consider the amount of loans already held by the taxpayer. Nasaan ang mga loans ngayon? Nandiyan sa hands ng mga tao na hindi nakakabayad ng principal. No? This relates to the taxpayer's ability to settle all its liabilities that arise, including payment of loan or the principal and the interest. No? The taxpayer's ability to pay the interest expense can be calculated using the usual interest coverage ratio of similar companies. Kaya nga, magko-compare tayo no? So ano ba yung interest rate na prevailing? Sa atin, we follow the central bank offered rate. And how much is that? 12% pagka may collateral, no? Calculation of the interest coverage ratio can be done as follows. Interest coverage ratio equals the earnings before interest and taxes over the interest charge. No? So, magkano ba yung earnings mo before interest and tax over the interest charges? So, more or less you have the idea kung gaano ba yan kalaki. No? So, confirm that the loan actually occurred. So, if you are doing transfer pricing audit with the interest, you have to confirm that the loan actually occurred. Kasi sometimes, standby loan lang yan for the sake na meron kang ilalagay na loan sa balance sheet. And after that, i-reverse din nila at the end of the month ng following month. No? Para mapakita lang nila na talagang during the year ending, merong loans to justify the claim of expenses. No? So to confirm that the loan actually occurred, the revenue officers can perform research on the loan agreement, documents, and the flow of cash of granting the loan and or of repayment of the principal and or interest. Kasi pagka hindi yan talaga existing, walang payment yan, no? Ng principal at saka interest. Test the arm's length nature of the debt to equity ratio. The arm's length nature of the debt to equity ratio can be determined by comparing with the debt and equity of similar companies. So you use comparables. If the ratio is unreasonable, adjustment can be made, no? Kasi kung masyadong unreasonable yung ratio, no? Ang purpose ng transfer pricing audit is to adjust, no? Kasi sobra siyang unreasonable, so make it reasonable. You adjust. Test interest rate of loans with affiliated companies. Siyempre, you compare. So testing of the interest rate of loans with affiliated parties is done by comparing the interest rate of the loan with the affiliated party to the interest rate commonly used by independent parties. No? So ano ba yung interest rate ginagamit ng independent parties? You compare it with that loans of affiliated parties. How much is the interest that is being collected? The interest rates commonly used by independent parties are usually calculated from particular interest rate. For example, XBSP, the LIBOR, ito yung London Interbank Offered Rate, the SIBOR, the SOSOR or JISOR, plus a certain amount based on the credit rating of the party receiving the loan or other aspects. No? Determination of arm's length price or profit. So after reliable comparables have been obtained and the transfer pricing method has been determined, the next is to compare the price or profit of the affiliated transactions with the price or profit of the comparables in line with the method that is being used. No? So yun yung how to determine the arm's length price or profit of that comparables, no? primary adjustment, secondary adjustment, and corresponding adjustment. The discrepancy between the price or profit of affiliated transactions and the arm's length price or profit is a primary adjustment. No? Kasi makikita mo na sa laki ng kinlaim nila doon na interest expense. No? So the profit is affected. No? If the primary adjustment is made on the level of profit, then the revenue officer must attribute that the adjustment to profit to affiliated transaction with a high risk of tax avoidance. No? Kasi ang purpose talaga why there is transfer pricing because of the tax avoidance scheme done by the taxpayers. The primary adjustment made by the revenue officers may lead to secondary adjustment. Why secondary adjustment? Kasi dahil nag-adjust ka, may ibang account na tinamaan. So you have to adjust ulit. At ang tawag doon is the secondary adjustment. No? It is a further adjustment that can occur because of the existence of a primary adjustment to the affiliated transactions. No? May tinatamaan ng transactions. For example, the revenue officers make a positive adjustment to one of the taxpayers' affiliated transactions. As a result of this correction, there is an overpayment to an affiliated party kasi nag-adjust ka eh. So tatamaan ngayon yung ibang transaction mo. So for this overpayment, the revenue officers may make a secondary adjustment based on the applicable tax regulations. And further, based on primary and secondary adjustment, pwede pa rin na meron ka pa na namang gagawa. The corresponding adjustment may also be made in accordance with the applicable tax jurisdictions. Nag-secondary adjustment ka na, aside from yung una mong ginawa, primary, tapos nag-secondary ka na. Ngayon, kailangan mayroon pa tinamaan ulit na account. So you have to make a corresponding adjustment. No? Effective interest method under PFRS 9. Also, PFRS 9 requires that discount on bonds payable, premium on bonds payable, and bond issue cost shall be amortized using the effective interest method. No? So what are the two methods that are used in the computation of interest? The nominal rate or the effective rate. No? The effective rate is based on yield. Sa accounting naman yan. No? So we have discussed to you the interest, no? The interest transactions. So anong sabi natin? For the interest, it must be arm's length. No? And when we say arm's length, yan dapat yung interest rate prevailing in the market. No? So let's now go to report making. Ang report making na to, ito yung gagawin na ng report ng examiner. So the revenue officers are required to make a report after the audit of investigation has been conducted. So tapos na yung investigation, nakapag-adjust na. So the revenue officer should make a report. No? So in addition to the reporting requirements of the existing RAMO, which is the 1-2019, revenue officers conducting the transfer pricing audit or investigation are required to comply with all the reporting requirements specially provided in the transfer pricing audit guidelines. So, ano yung mga ilagay sa report ng examiners? All the findings that she had during the transfer pricing audit. No? Kaya nga sabi ko sa iba, ang dami niyan. No? So, yung mga issues that has been resolved during the audit. No? Kasi yung mga unresolved issues, continue pa yan, i-assess yan, magkakaroon ng adjustment, and then hindi babayaran ng taxpayer, then mapunta yan sa collection, i-assess yan. No? So, why is it that important na malalaman nyo yung report that the revenue officer should make? Because as a counterpart, no, ng taxpayer sa audit ng transfer pricing, it is the responsibility of those in charge to submit the transfer pricing documentation. No? So para hindi kayo mabigla, dapat alam nyo kung ano yung mga documents that revenue officers will be requiring you to submit. No? Okay, so let's now go to the transfer pricing analysis. Ano naman tong transfer pricing analysis? Ito yung sample the transfer pricing analysis report that you are uh, supposed to make, no? Bakit? Ano ba itong transfer pricing analysis? This is part of your transfer pricing documentation. Anong nakapalagay dito sa transfer pricing analysis? The transfer pricing method that you use, the application of the uh, comparability factors, the transfer pricing methods, the comparables. In short, ito yung core ng business transfer pricing or related party documentation. Itong transfer pricing analysis. No? So, depending on the scope, mas marami, mas mahaba, no? This is just, ano ba yun? Recommended or one of the report, no? Format. Kasi there is no prescribed format for transfer pricing analysis. What is important there is nabigay mo yung proof that the party has transfer pricing which is arm's length. No? Yan yung essence ng transfer pricing analysis to prove the fact that the price of the entity is arm's length. So you have to do a transfer pricing analysis. And what are the content of this transfer pricing analysis? These are the basic content, no? Para kang gumawa ng thesis, no? Sa mga nagmamasteral, mabilis na lang sa kanila to. So what are the basic content? The introduction and executive summary, no? So sa introduction pa lang at saka sa executive summary, nakalagay na doon kung what are the contents of your report, no? So the summary of selected transfer pricing, yan ang laman ng executive summary mo. And then the summary of economic analysis, the base of opinions, report contents, references, and of course, how you apply the comparability factors during the process, and also kung meron kang comparability adjustment, no? Ilagay mo na rin dito. And then it contains also the company overview, no? So the company background and organization, the industry segment, the economic activity, the organizational structures, and the group of related entities, no? So yung company overview, pwede mo siyang in the form of organizational structure, yung mga pinakita ko sa inyo kanina, yung mga mapping at saka diagram na ginawa sa intangibles, no? Sample content of the transfer pricing analysis on intercompany transactions, the kind of services rendered or goods produced and sold to related parties, the description of the intra-group services, no? Kasi intra-group services are intercompany transactions or transactions between the company, and the provision of administrative and managerial services. No? So, may ano na ka dyan, may explanations. And then the industry data or information contain the industry statistics, the competitors, the market players, legal environment, competition, social responsibility, and industry risk. No? So, kasama na yan dun sa industry data information. The comparability analysis of functions, assets, and risk, very important. Why? You have to disclose also if there is restructuring that has been done during the year. Why? Because it will change the function, no? And once the function is changed, kasama na yung assets and also the risk, no? See, this contain the nature and characteristics of the product or services produced or rendered, functions performed, whether asset intensive or labor intensive, no? Risk analysis on who bears the risk in case of loss due to fortuitous events or any other force majeure, no? Use of comparables and designation of a tested party. So the sources of comparables are disclosed as time pwedeng kumuha ng comparables from the internal or the external comparables, no? Internal yung related parties sa transaction with the independent party. Ang external naman, yung totally wala siyang transaction with the related parties. No? Selection of transfer pricing methods contain the explanation why a certain method is used. No? So for example, meron kang explanation of the comparable and controlled price, the resale price method, cost plus method, the transactional net margin, and the profit split method, no? So, selection and evaluation of the best method contain the explanation, justifications, criteria used in choosing the best transfer pricing method applicable to the situation. Ano yung sinasabi ng RR2-2013? Ako kasi pag gumagawa ng transfer pricing analysis, I always refer to the transfer pricing guidelines, which is RR2-2013, no? So you have the justification there why you use, and then you select the best method, which is the what we call as the best method rule. So ano sabi ng transfer pricing guidelines, RR2-2013, apply all the methods and then recommend the best method, no? So, Hari, yung 19-2020 nandito na, at saka yung form. No? So, I have to be very fast kasi we will discuss pa yung 1709 at saka yung RR 19-2020. No? So, tapusin na natin ito. The sample content of the transfer pricing analysis also content the economic analysis or the study of the market conditions. No? Doon sa mga samples natin, ang dami na about the economic information that should be discussed. And also contains the conclusion. Ano yun? Siyempre sa conclusion mo, ano ilagay mo doon? Ikaw yung gumagawa ng transfer pricing analysis of your client. You have to prove that the report shows that your company is applying the arm's length principle and that the price used by the company is arm's length, no? Kasi pag hindi applicable, hindi acceptable yung transfer pricing analysis report mo because hindi mo na-prove na arm's length. So ano yun? Ang pinrove mo violations? Well, of course not. Hindi pwede yun, no? The analysis report should contain also the appendices, no? Contractual agreements, source document for comparables, the industry benchmark, financial statement, industry reports, databases. So, madali na lang to ngayon because of the requirement under the BIR Form 1709, no? Nandoon na rin yung mga appendices. Okay. Should also contain the organizational chart showing relationship with other related members of the group. Usually, anong ilalagay mo dyan? Yung mapping, yung functions ng bawat grupo at saka ano yung ginagawa nila in relation to the whole group, no? Financial data of the tested party and the comparables. Ano yung financial data? Usually, financial statements. And doon mo kinukuha yung mga ratios. Also, the comparability adjustments, no? Pag may ginawa kang comparability adjustments, nag-adjust ka between the independent parties and the related parties, then you have to show that in your report, no? So, comparability adjustment by adjusting tested party to the comparables or the comparables to the tested party or both. And the index of documentation requirements as provided and attached to the report, no? So in the end, gaano kakapal yung report mo, transfer pricing analysis report mo, sobrang kapal. Kasi sa annexes pa lang, kapag marami na yan, no? Ang iba ginagawa nila yan binubook bound, no? Para hindi mag-lose yung report mo. Yung iba, kung maiksi lang, sinistapler lang. Pero that is not sufficient. Dapat talaga pati yung sa documentation natin, yung master file, dapat available daw yan sa bawat country where the multinational has a business, no? Or business presence in a particular country or geographic location. Kaya dapat available yung master file. So when you make that master file, dapat available din siya during your transfer pricing analysis report, no? So punta na tayo sa ano, yung questions nyo, i-reserve nyo ha, because after this, we will have time to answer for your questions, no? Punta tayo sa RR 19-2020 and the form, no? BR Form 1709. Okay. Okay. So, ilan pa sila yung nandyan? Okay. So let's now go to Revenue Regulations number 19-2020, which requires the new BI reform number 1709, no, as an attachment to the annual income tax return of the company, which contain the related party documentation, no. So kailan to? July 2020, July 25, 2020. And what is the objective? To uh, in relation to Section 50, no? So, anong nire-require dito? Information, no? So, i-attach mo yung BR Form 1709 sa information return on related party, domestic or foreign, no? Documentations. Okay. So, ano yung background? The related party transactions, the importance ng related party transactions na dapat mag-comply sila with the arm's length principle at papaano gagawin yung form, no? The BAR Form 1709. Okay? So, to ensure proper disclosures. Bakit? Kasi yung mga documents that you are going to attach on the 1709, disclosures yun no related party transactions that happen so during the year. At kailan to dapat ina-update? Sabi ng transfer pricing guidelines ng OECD, this should be updated annually. No? Okay. So, ano yung accounting standards na ginamit dito? The Philippine Accounting Standards 24 on the related party disclosures. No? So, Philippine Accounting Standards requires that the disclosures to be attached to the annual income tax return for the existence of the related parties, no? Nandiyan na i-disclose mo yung mga outstanding balances, commitments with such parties, no? So, BAR Form 1709, meron tong supplemental na Revenue Memorandum Circular, yung 76-2020. Ito yung requiring the attached, kung sobra-sobra na at ang dami na, the attachment to the Form 1709 to be in a soft copy. No? Ilagay mo na siya sa DVD or sa CD. No? Okay, so tax examiners are hereby enjoined to conduct thorough examination of the related party transactions and see to it that revenues are not understated, expenses are not overstated. Kaya di ba yun yung nangyayari sa Section 50, no? Kaya nagdi-distribute, allocate a portion yung commissioner because there is an understatement of income and overclaimed na expenses, no? So as a result, wala nang babayaran na income tax, no? So associate entity over which the investor has significant influence. Pag associate mo, ibig sabihin may relationship kayo. The investor has significant influence. Halimbawa, nag-invest siya doon sa associate niya ng shares of stocks, no? Worth more than 20 or 30% of the total stocks ng associate. Close members of the family, persons or members will be expected to influence or be influenced by that person. That person, children and spouse or domestic partner. Children of that person, sino yung that persons? Ito yung may influence doon sa mga companies. Kaya sabi nung client nga, ay wala kami related party transactions kasi iba yung nakalagay dyan sa mga is documents na namin, articles of incorporation, hindi kami ang mga stockholders dyan, no? So, pero, in truth and in fact, sila yung nagpapatakbo ng mga corporation. So, ano yun? It can be manifested through the dealings of the companies who is really the beneficial owners, no? So, children of that person, spouse or domestic partner, dependents of that person or the person's spouse or domestic partner, no? Commission, kasama yung employees benefits, no? Compensation, no? Compensation, ibig sabihin, yung mga binabayad mo sa employee. All forms of consideration paid, payable, or provided by the entity or on behalf of the entity in exchange for services rendered to the entity. No? So kasama dyan yung consideration paid on behalf of the parent of the entity in respect of the entity. Nung kasama sa compensation, short-term employee benefits like wages, salary, social security, contribution, annual leave, unpaid sick leave. So marami yan, including non-monetary benefits. Post-employment benefits, such as pension, retirement benefits, post-employment, life insurance, post-employment medical care. Kasama pa rin siya sa compensation. Other long-term employee benefits, termination benefits, share-based payment benefits, kasama din. No? Control refers to the power to govern the financial and operating policies of the entity. Anong purpose? To obtain benefits from its activities. Saan galing itong definition na to? From the PAS 24 or the Philippine Accounting Standard 24. No? So, joint control, contractually agreed sharing of control of an arrangement, no? Exists only when decisions about the relevant activities require unanimous consent of the parties sharing the control. Joint venture arrangement. The parties have joint control of the arrangement, have rights to the net assets of the arrangement. Key management personnel, no? Ito yung mga persons having authority and responsibility for planning, directing, and controlling the activities of the entity. Post-employment benefit plans, formal or informal arrangement ng entity to provide post-employment benefits, no, sa mga employees, no? Kasama na dyan yung retirement benefits, post-employment benefits. No? Related party, what do you mean? So ito yung persons na related to the reporting entity. Related party transactions, transfer of resources, services, or obligations between reporting entity and related party, no? Regardless of whether a price is charged. Significant influence, power to participate in the financial and operating policy decisions of the entity. Subsidiary, controlled by another entity. Venturer, party to a joint venture. No? So, yan ang mga related parties. No? So, person, kailan daw yung person or entity is related? When the person or close member of the person's family is related to reporting entity. If that person has control or joint control of the reporting entity. Sa related party transactions, palaging nandyan yung salita na control. No? Kasi, bakit ba may control? So, in the context of corporate context, no, yung control, relationship or link, no, ng dalawang parties, no? Okay. Basahin nyo na lang yan kasi hindi na natin matapos, no? Okay. Ano yung sample na related party transactions? Purchases or sale of goods, can be purchases or sales of property, or the rendering or receiving of services, leases, transfer of research and development, transfers under license agreement. So these are examples ng relationship between related parties or the transactions between related parties. No? Okay. What are the related party disclosures? No? Should be separately made on its following categories. No? For the parent, for the entities with joint control or significant influence over the entity or subsidiaries, there must be disclosure in the financial statement. The associates, joint venture in which the entity is a joint venturer, key management and personnel of the entity or its parent and other related parties. So it should be disclosed in the financial statements. No? Following information shall be provided: the amount of the transactions, the amount of outstanding balances, provision for doubtful debts, expense recognized during the period. Section 6, procedures and guidelines. No? So, when you file BIR form number 1709, no, it shall be completely and truthfully accomplished. Why? Kasi it is signed under the penalties of perjury. So, accomplished by the taxpayer or its authorized representative and shall be attached to the ITRs for the current taxable year and subsequent years, making it an integral part of the latter. So, ang BAR Form 1709 ngayon is already a part of the income tax return. Nature of transaction and the accounts affected shall be described in detail. Oh, that is the requirement when you fill up the BIR Form 1709. Business overview of the ultimate parent company in Part 4A include the profile of the multinational group of which the taxpayer belongs, along with the name, address, legal status, country of residence of each of the related parties with whom intra-group transactions have been entered into by the taxpayer and ownership linkages among them. So, naka-explain yan dyan sa 1709. On the other hand, the functional profile referred to in Part 4B of AR Form 1709 include a broad description, no? Sa functional profile. Ano yung description? Business of the taxpayer. So, pag sinabi mong business of the taxpayer, of course, the functions. Industry in which it operates and the business of the related parties with whom the taxpayer has transacted. Okay. So, ano yung mga attachment of the 1709? Certified true copy of the relevant contracts or proof of transaction. Ito yung contracts signed during the year, kasi we're talking of one taxable year. Pero kung halimbawa may mga kontrata which is still existing during the year, no? Halimbawa 5-year contract yan, and still enforceable during the year, isama nyo pa rin. Withholding tax returns and the corresponding proof of payment of taxes withheld and remitted to the BIR. Proof of payment of foreign taxes or ruling duly issued by the Foreign Tax Authority. Certified true copy of advance pricing agreement kung mayroon. No? So, no spaces shall be left unanswered. If one or some portions are not applicable, then lagyan nyo na not applicable. No? Penalties under Section 250 and other provisions of the NIRC. Akin na nga ulit yung Hari, tax code. Kasi basahin natin yung Section 250. Kasi yan yung source ng penalty provisions of the 1709 na form. So ano ba yung sinasabi dito sa 250? Hindi ito. Yung, ito. Kasi luma to eh. Yung may train law na. Yan. Huwag yung basahin yung tax code na luma. Kasi yung lumang tax code, maliit lang ang penalty dyan. Ano yung malaki? Sa train law. Yung bagong tax code na incorporated na yung train law. No? How much is the penalty? Ilan pa yun nandyan? Okay. So, dito sa Section 250 of the National Internal Revenue Code, ano yung sinasabi dito? Failure to file certain information return. In the case of its failure to file an information return statement or list or keep any record or supply any information required by this code or by the commissioner on the date prescribed therefore. Ano yung date prescribed therefore? Kailan to ang 1709 na that's doon sa annual income tax return. No? Unless it is shown that such failure is due to reasonable cause and not to willful neglect, there shall, upon notice and demand by the commissioner, be paid by the person failing to file, keep or supply the same 1,000 for each such failure. Provided, however, that the aggregate amount to be imposed for all such failures during a calendar year shall not exceed 25,000 pesos. So it can be between 1,000 to 25,000. Yun yung penalty under Section 250. Okay, let's now go to the form mismo, no? BR Form 1709. This is enhanced February 2020, no? So page 1, this is the Annex A. So information return on transactions with related party, international and or domestic, no? For the instructions, enter all required information in capital letters using black ink. Mark applicable boxes with an X. 2 copies must be filed with the BAR and 1 held by the tax filer. Ito bang 1709, Hari, available na sa EBIR?
Wala pa po.
Wala pa. So, anong gagawin nyo dito? You download this as an attachment dito sa RR 19-2020 and then you fill it up with the ink, no? Okay. So, line number 1 for the calendar or fiscal year, the year ended, and then the number of sheets attached. For the part 1 background information, line number 4, you have to put there the taxpayer identification number and the RDO code, no? Kanino na TIN ito? Siyempre, TIN siya or tax identification number ng company, ng company ninyo with related party transactions. Line number 6 is the taxpayer's name, no? So, for the individual, last name, first name, middle name, or registered name ng non-individual. Pagka corporations, the name registered in the Securities and Exchange Commission, no? Or kung cooperative siya, on the CDA. Number 7, registered address, no? Very specific. The contact number, landline, cell phone, and the email address, no? Zip code. So for the email address, I would rather recommend that you make special na email address, especially for this purpose or for purposes of filing your returns. Huwag nyo i-mix doon sa mga personal ninyo, no? Na email. You make an official email address. Part 2, summary of related party transactions. So, foreign related party transactions, the nature of the transaction or the related account name, and the foreign related party and the address. No? So, ito na yung mga disclosures. And then the taxpayer identification number. Did you avail of the tax related benefits? Yes or no? And what is the applicable treaty rate? The amount of income or expense, the tax withheld on income payment for to related party for expenses, and the tax withheld by the related party for the receipts, no? So, kung ikaw yung tumanggap, nandyan din yung withholding certificate ng winithhold sa iyo. Kung ikaw naman yung nag-withheld, then ilagay mo din dyan yung tax withheld mo for, na winitheld mo for the income kasi ginawa mo siyang expense, no? Domestic related party transactions, the nature of the transactions and the related account name, no? So ano yung nature niya? And then the domestic related party and then the address. The taxpayer identification number, the amount of income or the amount of expense, and then the tax withheld, no, for expenses and for the receipts. That is for the domestic related party transaction under part 2, letter B. So, part 3, details of related party transactions per category. So, ano naman yon? Details of transactions with the parent, the name of the company, address, nature of transaction, and also the amount or volume, outstanding balance, terms, conditions, provisions for doubtful debts, and the expense recognized. So, how much? Don't fill this up kung wala kayong financial statements, no? And paalala lang, pagka nag-fill up kayo ng BAR Form 1709, it should be reconciled with your returns. Ano yung mga returns nyo? The withholding, the VAT, the income returns, no? Para hindi kayo magkakaroon ng discrepancy. Okay. For page 2, which is the information return on transactions with related parties, no? You still have to put there the taxpayer identification number and the taxpayer's name. Then, this is the summary of transaction with entities with joint control or significant influence over the entity. So ito yung, syempre, related parties. So you have to put there the name of the company's address and the nature of transaction. The amount, volume, outstanding balance, the terms, conditions, provision for doubtful debts, and also expense recognized. Letter C, summary of transaction with subsidiaries. Letter D, summary of transactions with associates. No? So same lang yung disclosure that are required. No? The name of the company, the address, nature of transaction, the amount or volume, outstanding balances, the terms, conditions, provision for doubtful debts, and expense recognized. Remember that the examiner is very particular on the provision of doubtful debts. Why? Especially that there uh, ang transactions dito are between related parties, no? So, pagka nag-recognize ka ng doubtful debts sa related parties, ano ang implications diyan? Red flag agad diyan. Why? Kasi nag-provide ka ng doubtful debt when in fact ikaw din 'yun, no? Because related parties are isang mukha lang 'yan, same person, no? Ang may-ari. Biro mo maglagay ka diyan ng doubtful debt. Kaya careful kayo dito. Para sa akin, huwag niyo nang lagyan to because you are at risk na talagang ma-audit kayo pagka may doubtful debts kayo dito. Bakit? Maglalagay ka ng doubtful debt, ikaw din yung may utang, no? So this is very self-serving information or catchy na requirements, no? And then how much is your expense that you recognize because of that doubtful debts na ni-write off mo. Excuse me. Alam nyo, you are filling up some requirements in the forms, no? Naalala ko yung first time na naghanap ng trabaho. And then, meron siyang, pina-fill up siya ng HR, yung human resource, on the application form, no? So, in that application form, there is a question. And what is the question? Have you ever been caught, have you violated any law? Yes or no? Have you ever been convicted of violating any law? Yes or no? Why? No? So anong ginawa ng applicant? No? Yung have you ever been caught violating any law? Lagay niya no. Have you ever been convicted of violating any law? Yes or no? So linagay niya no. And then yung next na question, why? Ano nilagay niya? Because I was never been caught. No? So, hindi pala siya na-convict kasi hindi siya nahuli. No? So, parang ganyan din dito. No? Sa summary of the transactions mo sa related parties. Meron ka bang provision for doubtful debts? Ilagay mo dyan yung amount. And then, you recognize it already as an expense. Ni-write off mo na. How much? So, ano to? Red flag. Why? Kasi binigyan mo ng ano yun, point or chance yung BIR na talagang you will be put into examination or thorough examinations. Why? Kasi sino ba yung parties dito? Related parties. And then, binigyan mo siya ngayon ng doubtful debts. Ikaw din yun, no? So, ibig sabihin lang, yung utang mo, na pinautang mo sa sarili mo, ni-write off mo. So, ano yun? Parang double kill yun pagdating sa taxes, no? Pinakinabangan mo na-expense mo na, and then, ito na ngayon, ni-write off mo pa, no? So, ikaw din yun. And there are no reasons na provide ka ng doubtful debt sa sarili mo. Kasi, ikaw yung may control no? So, for this transaction, be very careful. Kayo din, kung lagyan nyo, it's all right. Pero, para sa akin, red flag ito that you will be subjected to audit. Summary of transactions with joint ventures in which the entity is a joint venturer. No, same also. Summary of transactions with key management personnel of the entity or its parent. No? So ito my name of personnel, the address, the short-term employee benefits that the company, that employee availed of or was granted, the post-employment benefits, the long-term benefits, the termination benefits. Ito yung share-based payments, no? Kasi that should be given only to the employees. May purpose, no? Maganda yung performance ng company or maganda yung performance ng person. Pero kung losing na yung company for so many years and then binibigyan mo pa ng benefits itong key management personnel of the entity, then that is already a very big question mark, no? Page 3, letter G, summary of transactions with other related parties. Okay. So additional disclosures for outstanding balances. So ito yung provisions for doubtful debts related to the amount of outstanding balances, the expense recognized during the period in respect of bad or doubtful debts due from related parties. Okay. Other information. Ito na yung part 4, no? So other information. Brief business overview of the ultimate parent company. So i-say na to. Parang explanation, brief description, no? Brief business overview, functional profile of the taxpayer. So ano yung functions ng taxpayer? Manufacturing ba siya? Distributor o reseller or provision of services? Has there been any change in the functional profile of the taxpayer? If yes, please provide details, no? So nakalagay siya ng yes or no. So pag nag-tick ka dyan, nag-check ka ng yes, dapat provide mo yung details. Pag no yung answer mo, lagay mo lang dito, not applicable. Has there been any change in the ownership structure of the taxpayer? If yes, please provide details, yes or no. And then lagayan mo na rin, not applicable. Did the taxpayer undergo business restructuring during the year or the last 5 years? Yes or no. Provide details, no? Kasi susundan niya ng tax examiner, no? Ano ba nangyari during the last 5 years? Nag-restructure ka. So ano nangyari doon sa restructuring mo? And how this current year is affected because of that changes or business restructuring that you do in the last years, no? So lahat yan will be evaluated. Okay? Do you have pending tax treaty relief application with the BIR? Saan itong tax treaty relief application nakafile? Sa ITAD or the International Tax Affairs Division of the BIR situated in the national office? Do you have an advance pricing agreement with your related parties? Kasi kung meron, and then you have a related parties in other countries na meron silang APA, lagay mo rin, no? And then this is signed under the penalties of perjury by the taxpayer, the principal officer, or the authorized representative. Signature over printed name of treasurer or assistant treasurer. And then the title of signatory, the TIN, should also be written, no? So, okay, so I have discussed to you the overview of the transfer pricing analysis report and also this requirements under Revenue Regulations 19-2020 on the attachment to the annual income tax return of BIR Form 1709 for the related party transactions. Okay, so with that, nung gagawin natin? What we have done today, no? So in the morning, anong mga discussions natin? We discussed about the intragroup services, the business restructuring, which are very important. We started discussing the intangibles, pero hindi natin yun na-discuss in details kasi napakahaba niya na topics. No? So in the afternoon, we continue discussing about the intangibles. And then, mayroon tayong discussions on the transfer pricing analysis report. I give you already the format, no? Although wala siyang prescribed na format, you can devise your own, pwede rin. And then I discussed to you the RR 19-2020 and also the attachment, which is the BIR Form 1709. So with that, I just give you the overview and I just give you the guide. Alam ko na hindi nyo to na-absorb right away ngayon, but you already have the guide. And so I can just recommend to you that you have to read more. No? Hindi kasi uobra na attend ka ng isang seminar, then marunong ka na. No way, no way, no way. Huwag kayong maniwala dyan na isang beses ka lang makinig, isang beses ka lang mulang aralin yung isang topic, marunong ka na kaagad, no? Walang ganon. Especially transfer pricing na very technical itong topics na to. So, what do you do to acquire more knowledge in transfer pricing? You read more at saka ang masasabi ko lang, you read more about transfer pricing cases so that mayroon kang overview of how this arm's length principle really works. And yung mga jurisprudence ng mga court decisions, basahin nyo and you will enjoy paano na-arrive nila, paano ginagawa yung mga scheme na hindi mo paniniwalaan dahil napaka matalino yung mga gumawa, no? Na ikaw mismo, minsan hindi mo na maisip, pero pwede pala to. And then how it is being disallowed for transfer pricing purposes, no? Kasi dito, ano lang to battle of the brain. Sabi ng isa, ito, hindi ako magbabayad ng tax because ito. Sabi naman ng isa, ito, dapat magbayad ka ng tax, ganon. So, battle of the brain lang yan. No? That sometimes, kung hindi nyo ma-resolve, it will go to court. And then, ang pinaka-importante talaga dyan, alam mo, no? The substance, the basic. No? So, may question, Ari?
Wala akong question.
Okay, so since wala tayong question, and this is our second day, no? So we complete the 2-day seminar natin, no? So thank you very much for those who have watched our seminar and invite pa rin namin kayo pag meron tayong mga tax updates, no? Expect na email namin kayo. And for the transfer pricing study, okay study, mag-i-email kami sa inyo ni Harry. Ang transfer pricing study, basahin ninyo, may mga suggested answers na, and then may mga ideas kayo, dagdagan nyo na lang. No? So there are so many articles in the internet, so you expand your knowledge. No? And ano pa yung pinakamaganda nyong gawin? Since the OECD is the Center for Tax Policy Administrations of the world, pag gusto nyo na updated kayo kung ano yung mga next phase ng taxation dito sa mundo, then you read the articles of the OECD. No? The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, tingnan nyo lang yan, nasa internet naman yan, na-access ninyo, then you read more about it. May mga video din sila, makinig na lang kayo. No? If you don't want to read their articles, doon kayo sa video nila and then you will learn more. Nandoon lahat. Marami silang articles also about transfer pricing. And I also recommend the IBFD, no? Kasi yung IBFD, more sila sa taxpayers. So if you are a practitioner, you rather read also the IBFD. No? Marami din silang articles about transfer pricing. IBFD is the biggest tax library of the world. Ano sila sa Amsterdam, Netherlands. Doon sila naka-based. No? But they have branches or presence in Singapore, dito sa Asia, meron sa Singapore, meron sa Kuala Lumpur, sa Malaysia. No? Ako kasi, yung mga updates ko with the OECD and also with the IBFD, sa Malaysia ko po yan kinuha. Although, itong mga current, yung kaya pa ng tuhod ko, no? I'm planning to take courses ng mga updates sa Singapore. But because also na ngayon may mga webinars na, I'd rather attend on the webinars. Hindi ka na kailangan mamasahe, may accommodations na ang mahal-mahal, webinar na lang, no? So expect na invite din namin kayo for the webinars that we will be doing, no? Ika-craft pa namin siya kasi we have so many module na nagawa, no? I took up the bar noong 2018, no? So I studied law magmula noong 2014 to 2018. Parang na for a while itong mga modules ng training na set aside. No? So after ng bar exam noong 2018, inumpisahan namin lahat ng modules noong 2019. So we make that modules for the training. Ngayon, 2019 lang yun. 2020 ngayon. Hindi mo na yun ma-apply. Why? Kasi obsolete na. Why? Because of the new normal. Ano na yun yung normal natin? After the pandemic, digitized world na tayo. So ano yung dapat gagawin? I-revise na naman ulit yung lahat ng mga modules para to cope up with the new. Kasi bakit? Ayaw nagbibigay ng module na hindi applicable. No? Ano ako dito, explain sa inyo just to have units kayo sa CPD, pero hindi nyo naman ma-apply in real life. Ayoko nang ganun. Gusto ko, gagawa ako ulit ng mga modules. No? I have to sit down, ano yan eh, yung isang module kasi na gagawin mo, it took you weeks din. No? Kasi magre-research ka, lahat gagawin mo yun na related or relevant doon sa practitioners. So, it's not easy. Kaya sabi ko, ang lahat ng mga modules na nagawa, they are not applicable. So, kailangan gagawin ulit. No? And then, i-set namin ulit yan. Magkakaroon kami ng platform for the webinars that we will be conducting soon, no? So it's not easy, hindi siya magawa overnight, but promise na we will invite you. And if you try to compare yung rate po namin ng mga paid seminars namin are cheaper compared to others, no? Kasi yung iba sobrang mahal, no, na parang hindi na reasonable, pero yung sa amin are reasonable enough, no, na halos lahat ng practitioner can afford. So with that, I would like to say thank you and let's call it a day. Thank you very much. Manood pa rin kayo kung sa ating mga live streaming. No, may live streaming tayo sa every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. No? So yung Monday, Wednesday natin, live streaming po natin yan dito sa Transfer Pricing Philippines. Yung Tuesday and Thursday, yun po yung live streaming natin for the tax training. Yung transfer pricing natin every Monday and Wednesday. No? 8 o'clock po yan hanggang 10 o'clock. So kung may mga questions kayo, we will answer it during the live streaming. No? So thank you very much and good afternoon.